The book that earned Abbie Hoffman a 5-year prison term at the Chicago conspiracy trial, including Abbie Hoffman's special introduction to this edition, Chicago 2 years after C00.0000. By and Abbie Hoffman symbolizes the cult of ugliness. William F. Buckley, Jr. I will not debate him. He is no gentleman. George Wallace Abbie Hoffman, alias Free, acknowledged non-leader of the Yippies, has written his personal story of revolution in America, Revolution for the Hell of It. The book describes from the center of the action the march on the Pentagon, a money-burning session at the stock exchange, the Yip-In at Grand Central Station, and the Battle of Chicago. I convict Abbie Hoffman, now I want to read his books. K. Richards, juror in the trial. Abbie Hoffman is scummy but clever. Thomas Foran, prosecutor in the trial, accept book as the night and daydreams of a charming, shrewd, and intensely idealistic youth. And read him as a force in the land that the system will either go on bashing, or embrace in some still unrealized synthesis. The New York Times Extra. For New York City residents and visitors. The book includes the text of a certain notorious pamphlet, a survival kit for many a hippie, telling how to get everything one needs in New York: food, clothing, lodging, books, long-distance calls, plane tickets for free. Abbie Hoffman would have been welcomed at the White House if he had been an alumni of Finch College. Tricia Nixon, alumna of Finch College. Revolution for the Hell of It was originally published by the Dial Press Incorporated. Are there paper-bound books you want but cannot find in your retail stores? You can get any title in print in pocketbook editions, pocket cardinal editions, permabook editions, or Washington Square Press editions. SRNPE send retail price, local sales tax, if any, plus 15 to cover mailing and handling costs for each book wanted to. Mail Service Department. Pocketbooks, a division of Simon & Schuster Incorporated, 1 West 39th Street, New York, New York 10018. Please send check or money order. We cannot be responsible for cash. Catalog sent free on request. Titles and these series are also available at discounts in quantity lots for industrial or sales promotional use. For details write our Special Projects Agency, The Benjamin Company Incorporated, 485 Madison Avenue, New York, New York 10022. Pew 3 Lashio 6Y. Pocket Rooks. Revolution for the Hell of It. Dial Press edition published November 1968. Pocketbook edition published October 1970. This pocketbook edition includes every word contained in the original, higher-priced edition. Pocketbook editions are published by Pocket Books, a division of Simon & Schuster, Inc., 630 Fifth Avenue, New York, New York 10020. Trademarks registered in the United States and other countries. L. Standard Book Number 671-78032-8. Library of Congress Catalog Card Number 68 to 58739. Copyright I-968W by the Dial Press Incorporated. Introduction, Chicago, 2 years after. Copyright 1970, by Abbie Hoffman. All rights reserved. This pocketbook edition is published by arrangement with the Dial Press Incorporated. Printed in the USA. Dedicated to free. ECNO1.EJ. Hoffman's acknowledgement is made to the following publications in whose pages portions of this book appeared: John Wilcox, Other Scenes, The Realist, The Seed, and Win. Acknowledgement is also made to the following for permission to reprint from their publications: Los Angeles Times Syndicate, Abieth Looney Bird is Brought Low by a Hunter by Jack Smith. Copyright 1968 The Los Angeles Times. The New York Post, the article on Yip reprinted by permission of the New York Post. Copyright 1968, New York Post Corporation. The New York Times, Army demonstrates riot control tactics, pull off Democrats finds many hawks back McCarthy, and bulletproof glass encloses gallery at Stock Exchange. Copyright 1967, 1968 by the New York Times Company. Reprinted by permission. Princeton University Press, THICUING, or Book of Changes, translated by R. Wilhelm and C. Baines, Bollingen Series 19. Third Revised Edition, 1967. United Press International, U.S. Errors laid to glut of spy data. Contents: Introduction 1 Revolution for the hell of it. 11 Revolution, the highest trip of all. 13 There is no way to run a revolution. 14 2 The Rising of the Pentagon. 25 Flashback 1 Central Park B in 27 Flashback 2 The Charge of the Flower Brigade. 28 Skullduggery. 30 Property is Theft. 35 Flashback 3 Driving the Money Changers from the Temple. 36 Flashback 4 Trip to Denton and the Diggers. 37 Flashback 5 TWA Never Gets You There on Time. 42 A Good AD for the Exorcism. 45 How I Lost the War at the Pentagon. 46 Flashback 16 Rusk Comes to Town. 52 3 The New Niggers. 55 Letter to Stokely. 57 Garbage. 58 Talking in My Sleep and Exercise in Self-Criticism. 59 The White Niggers. 75 Runaways, The Slave Revolt. 77 Flashback 7 Calm Before the Storm. 79 4 Yippee, The Media Myth. 81 Blank Space as Communication. 83 TV Trip After King Got It. 86 The Night the Red Sox Attacked the U.S. Embassy. 88 April 11, 2001. 90 Getting It All Out There. 93 Getting It All Out There. 99 On to Chicago. 103 Festival of Life. 105 The Yippies Are Going to Chicago. 106 Postscript. 112 A Non-Response to the Doubting Thomases. 114 This Is What Happened. 117 Creating the Perfect Mess. 118 The NY Times and Entering the Myth. 125 The Festival Begins, Sunday, August 25, 1968. 127 Hustling and Myth-Making. 131 Flashback 8 Tears at Sunrise. 135 Figure and Ground. 135 Key to the Puzzle. 139 Photos. 141 Free is the Revolution. 151 Yippee is Free. 153 The Free Store. 154 Free Advice to the Brothers. 157 Messages to the Brothers. 159 Advice to My Black Brothers. 162 Plans for the Destruction of the Universities. 163 Some Props Used. 165 Cops Eat Pie. 169 Yippee Yippee Extra Quotes, Bits and Pieces. 179 Ego Tripping. 201 Love and Doing Your Thing. 203 Pool Hustling and Bragging. 205 How to Write a Book of Garbage. 209 I Get By with a Little Help from My Friends. 211 Epilogue, Life Among the Dinosaurs. 213 This Part is Absolutely Free. 221 Review of Fuck the System. 223 Fuck the System. 226 Postscript. 243 Introduction. Introduction 3 Chicago. 2 years after In Revolution for the Hell of It, I wrote that within 6 months it would be outdated. Thus, now 2 years after the event of Chicago and the thoughts expressed in the book, some comments seem in order. I read the book now as one thumbs through a family scrapbook, as say Charlie Chaplin felt when years later he was asked to narrate the silent film Cold Rush and could not help but refer to himself as the little fellow. 2 years in a revolution, even a revolution for the hell of it, is a long time. The Lower East Side has OD'd on heroin. People's Park was born by us and crushed by them. Woodstock Nation was born and diluted by the celluloid world of hip capitalism. The Black Panthers have emerged as the most revolutionary force in the land. The Weathermen have unleashed the rage inside each yippie, and yippies have turned on the Weathermen to digging culture. A new breed of stoned revolutionary communists sneaks around the country blowing pot and blowing up pigsties. Women's liberation, more than any other movement to emerge during the last 2 years, forces us to examine our style of living. To enter the 21st century, to have revolution in our lifetime, male supremacy must be smashed, including the chauvinism in this book. A militant gay liberation front has taught us that our stereotypes of masculinity were molded by the same enemies of life that drove us out of Lincoln Park. The words chick and fag and the deep-rooted attitudes they imply must be purged from the new nation. Cultural revolution means a disavowal of the values, all values held by our parents who inhabit and sustain the decaying institutions of a dying pig empire. More still has happened. An ecology movement has taught us to be hysterically impatient in our determination to smash the state before it poisons the planet. Revolution is the festival of the oppressed, said Lenin, but dancing on broken glass or on the concrete of a world parking lot would be the fulfillment of empty dreams. For revolution for the hell of it, then there is the war. Their war, the red, white, and blue war to make the world safe from the yellow communist devils. Safe for us? Bewley should. Safe for Gulf oil slicks, DuPont napalm freaks, Reynolds tobacco cancer, Bob Hopeless and his culture of greed, Yale heroin dispensaries and Howard Johnson's 28 flavors. Don't forget the trial either. The prosecutor read for days from Mr. Hoffman's Revolutionary Handbook. Revolution for the hell of it, THC-alytic dabblings of this little fellow called free, was used to convict us AICI to convict our culture. Aside from a few obscenity trials, lawyers tell me Revolution for the hell of it is the only published book in the judicial history of the United States used as prosecution evidence in a criminal case. I'll never forget being on the witness stand in Julius Hoffman's neon oven, with Mr. Schultz representing the G, as it is referred to in prisons, prosecutor, now Mr. Hoffman, what were you wondering when you wrote this passage? Defendant, does wondering mean dreaming, Mr. Schultz? Prosecutor, yes, that's right. Defendant, I've never been on trial for my dreams before, I'll have to think a bit. 5-year prison terms for dreaming. Rampaging undeclared wars, repression in the black colony and, finally, attempts to devour us, the life-seeking children of the beast, are the reality of the new order. The Philistines have moved to Washington. Agnew, Nixon, Mitchell, and company are more determined than ever to see that the festival of life never happens on the planet Earth. In the belly of the pig, the young kick like introduction herds of electronic savages. The stakes have gone up. Death has come to our nation as it has continuously been a part of the black nation. Not the statistical death of body counts and traffic mishaps, but the death of flesh and blood. Fred, Ralph, Diane, Ted, and Terry are gone forever. Eldridge has been driven out of the country. Rap and Pun are fugitives on the FBI 10 most wanted list. Bernadine, Mark, Billy, Jane, Eleanor, Dana, Jeff, and hundreds more carry on the struggle of waging war from underground. Sam, Tim, John, Jim are in prison for more than 10 years each. Jerry, Dave, Torn and Rennie are living on borrowed time, as are our courageous lawyers, Len and Bill. Bobby is threatened with the electric chair in New Haven, and the government makes it quite clear that it has enough electricity to fry us all. The statistics are brothers and sisters we have joked with, argued with, and turned on with. They are far more than symbols of repression. They are real-life people who flash in my consciousness when I hear intellectuals debate about whether or not the country is becoming fascist, or watch the brown shirts parade in the streets of New York. It is true that our revolution must be born out of joy, but it's going to take more than some neat pranks to radically change this society. The toy gun on the cover has become a real gun. Never again will I spell America with a C, for in the eyes of America we have all been declared outlaws. An armed struggle is not only inevitable, it is happening, and the yippies are part of that. Folks will mumble, Abbie sure has lost his sense of humor, and stuff like that, but they never understood revolution for the hell of it. Ponko liberals never understand, except as observing critics. Mao wrote that to understand revolution, one must participate. If you want to know the taste of a pear, you must change the pear by eating it yourself. This book was written with treason in my heart. It was written with the knowledge that the institutions and values of imperialism, racism, capitalism, and the proxtile ethic do not allow young people to exp. 6. Revolution for the hell of it rents authentic liberation. It was written with the intention of making fun subversive. And finally, make no mistake about it, it was written with the hope of destroying America. Yippee! Abbie Hoffman, May 31, 1970. Introduction November 1st, 1967 Dear children, when we were at Roberta's wedding on October 29th, Sid was there, and he asked us if we had seen last week's issue of Time magazine. We hadn't. So I went to the library on my lunch hour, and looked it up. This is what I found. Then Y-based National Mobilization Committee to End the War, the group that coordinated the march, headquartered in a noisy Lower East Side loft. Mob is chaired by D. Dellinger, co-project director is wild-haired Jerry Rubin, an uncompromising radical. Others made it to Washington in mob-organized carpools, etc. Mob also made money by selling high-camp posters. Thuildest Plurns, of course, came from the turned-on brays of the hippies. Everybody knows that a five-sided figure is evil, said one NY hippie named Free. The way to exorcise it is with a circle. Free, and a hip pie poster painter, Martin Carey, last month measured the Pentagon to determine how many hippies would be needed to encircle it. The oddly costumed pair was arrested for littering and hailed before a General Services administrator. Where is your self-respect? Arrested. They asked for a permit to levitate the Pentagon 300 feet off the ground, explaining that by chanting ancient Aramaic exorcism rites while standing in a circle around the building, they could gel it to rise into the air, turn orange, and vibrate until all evil emissions had fled. The war would end forthwith. The administrator graciously gave his permission for them to raise the building a maximum of 10 feet, and dismissed the charges against the hippies. Fearful that forces would spray them with mace, the hippies concocted a spray called lace. Purportedly a purplish aphrodisiac brewed by the flipped-out pharmacist of hippiedom, A0. Stanley 3, lace makes you want to take off your clothes, kiss people, and make love. Other hippie plots included 8 revolution for the Hello Fit jamming gun barrels with flowers, and an attempt to kidnap L13J while wrestling him to the ground and pulling his pants off, wheel attack with noisemakers, water pistols, etc. Holy men will join hands and scream, vote for me. The light-hearted surrealism of the hippie approach was soon short-circuited by the hardline elements. Hanoi was quick to capitalize on the latter's efforts. Well, I'll tell you, that really topped it off. I used to think I had a sense of humor, but I surely don't think that was very funny. Of course you made light of it, saying it was play acting, but I think it was disgusting, and nauseating, especially the part about LBJ. I'm telling you, it made us feel real good. I am thoroughly ashamed to think my children had anything to do with it. I just hope that nobody else sees it. What is getting into you? Also, bare-chested hippies calling for mass fornication that night. Yes, I'm stupid, so I had to look it up, and when I found out what it meant, I couldn't believe it. How obscene and disgusting can they get? I used to be so proud of all that you kids did, but now I just don't know. If you didn't have stick potential, it would be different, but how can you waste what you have on such trash? I can't understand it at all. T and C were here last Saturday, and T insists you all are not hippies and that you've stopped taking drugs. Now I don't know what to believe. If you are not hippies, how do you explain being grouped with them? It is the action of children, not supposedly grown, mature, intelligent adults. Aren't you ashamed for your children? You are acting like children. The more I think about it, the more I can't believe that any of you would be part of anything so childish and stupid. There must have been something wrong in the way we. Introduction 9 brought you up. I thought to bring you up to respect KW and order, other people's property, etc. If I did anything like that, I would be ashamed for my children's sake, if not my own. For months I was a nervous wreck, so now this I am constantly afraid to pick up the paper for fear I will see one of your names in it. It seems it all started with your stupid jerk of a friend, Free. I wake up at night, thinking about it, and sweating. You made it sound so innocent over the phone. You guys can be so convincing. According to you, all the papers and magazines are liars. Believe me, I think if I didn't go to work, I'd go out of my mind. You talk of moving to California. I don't know, maybe that's where the real kooks are. I don't know which is worse. The girls at work have been asking me, do you feel okay, you look so tired. Is it any wonder? I'd be ashamed to tell them what's on my mind. I just pray they haven't read Time. It's really something for parents to live with. You want your children to grow up to be respectful people, and it hurts. No wonder I get pains in my chest, and rashes all over. Well, I guess that's part of life. I hope for the sake of your beautiful children that you wake up before it's too late. If you have to make time, why can't it be for something decent? I also hate to think of the D. Susskind show. The old saying, small children, small worries, big children, big worries, is so true. I only hope that your children will make you proud of them, as I had once hoped. I had to write this, as I could never say it without breaking down, so here it is. I had to get it out of my system. You have 10 REVOLFLOONFORTHEHELLOFIF such potential. Maybe before we die, we'll see it realized. All you do, usually, is laugh at what I say, but believe me, it's no laughing matter. You know it all. In spite of it all, we love you. That's why we care so much what happens to you, and it hurts so much. You have children, so you should know what I mean. Now you talk of writing a book. I shudder to think about what will be in it. We'll probably be ostracized for this letter, but I don't care. Okay, that's it, like it or not. I'm sorry, but it had to be written. Love, Mom. I revolution for the hell of it. Revolution for the hell of it. 13 Revolution, the highest trip of them all. In a revolution one wins or dies. Major Echo Beto Che Guevara - a revolution in cleansing powder. From a TV commercial, revolution for the hell of it? Why not? It's all a bunch of phony words anyway. Once one has experienced LSD, existential revolution, fought the intellectual game playing of the individual in society, of one's identity, one realizes that action is the only reality, not only reality but morality as well. One learns reality is a subjective experience. It exists in my head. I am the revolution. The other day I took some LSD somewhere in the Florida Keys, where I've come to try to write a book. It's an interesting setting, exactly equidistant from Havana and Miami Beach. You are always reminded of the fact because Radio Havana is one of the clearest radio stations. They play terrible crap music and you wonder why they don't play Country Joe and the Fish or the Beatles. That would be good propaganda. It seems as if they are trying to convert all the retirees who waddle around in Bermuda shorts. You wonder what they have in mind. Anyway, all of a sudden a tropical storm hit and the sky turned black. I thought it was a tornado, and before I knew it the house had become unfastened and was spinning wildly in the air like a scene from The Wizard of Oz. Paul Krasner, who was watching television, shouted that Stokely had just returned and had been grabbed by the FBI. Everybody. 14 Revolution for the hell of it is hallucinating a mile a minute. Shit, Tim Leary, I'm sorry I said LSD was a fake. I'm laughing away, dreaming of the house getting blown to Cuba with the floor shaking like a son of a bitch. Their evolution is on. I scream and grab a cap pistol, preparing to shoot the first cop that comes along. My wife joins in the game and we have this whole Bonnie and Clyde thing going. It's all hilarious, really. One big revolution for the hell of it. The point is, if it were a real gun and a cop walked in, I would have shot him dead. Bang. What are the guidelines for revolution when the house has been cast adrift in a tornado? What of the debates between Marat and Sada when the inmates run wild? Listen to Fidel Castro. There are those who believe that it is necessary for ideas to triumph among the greater part of the masses before initiating action, and there are others who understand that action is one of the most efficient instruments for bringing about the triumph of ideas among the masses. Whoever hesitates while waiting for ideas to triumph among the masses before initiating revolutionary action will never be a revolutionary. One Iamiti will, of course, change. Human society will, of course, continue to develop in spite of men and the errors of men. But that is not a revolutionary attitude. August 10, 1967. There is no way to run a revolution. Revolution is in your head. You are the revolution. Do your thing, do your thing, do your thing. Revolution for the hell of it. 15. Do your thing, be your thing. Practice. Rehearsals come after the act. 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 One practices by acting. Billy the Kid strides with 6 guns blazing, receding into his inner space. What does he find? Another Billy the Kid striding with 6 guns blazing, receding into his inner space. There are no rules, only images. Only a system has boundaries. Eichmann lives by the rules. Eichmann, machine-like, twitching nervously, pushes at his steel-rimmed glasses, takes his neatly folded handkerchief from the breast pocket of his gray flannel suit and mops his sweating bald forehead. My God, was a pink memo. He stutters, excuse me, my God, was a pink memo on Tuesdays, on Wednesdays it was a blue memo. It's hard to remember exactly. Yes, that was it. Pink memo on Tuesdays, blue memo on Wednesdays. Eichmann lets out a huge sigh of relief, smiles a little pince-nez smile, carefully refolds his handkerchief and replaces it in his pocket. Was a careerist. I was only doing my death. Behind Billy the Kid stands Abraham. Grand old man of 9,000 years, striding across the desert lands, sweat crushed against his brow by a huge sun-baked forearm of golden fleece, the same golden fleece that hung from his head and face in cascading waves of hard times. God says, Abraham, take your beloved soil Isaac to the land of Moriah and place him upon an altar and make of him a sacrifice. And Abraham tightens his fists and gnarls his teeth and cries out, one lo, do I know that is the God that has guided me and my people all these years. Inside he knows, because IE is God, which is to say, a Maddie and not a machine. He bids goodbye to Sarah, whom he truly 16 revolution for the hello fit loves, and he walks, holding his young son's tender hand, the 3 miles to Moriah. Placing his son upon the carefully constructed altar, Lie binds and gags him to let his soil know that he loves him, and yet he does not need to do that because the boy too loves his father and needs no bindings. There would be no pain. Then Abraham dabs the boy with holy water that he had carried from his holy well and recites a few ritual prayers, mumbling them rudely because 3 days ago when he talked to God, he had already decided Lie would do what he must do. He holds his left hand over his son's eyes and raises the long well-used knife in the air, poising it for that final plunge. One plunge, quickly. For the steel in his mighty arm sword will need but one thrust upon the young lad's frail body. Abraham, I am your God. He slumps, exhausted with joy. It was an orgasm of consciousness, pulsating down rows upon rows of mankind. Trust your impulses. Trust your impulses. Trust, 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 test, test, test. Relax. The trouble with liberalism and bull-slit American middle class ... beep beeps is that they run the myth backwards. Go dis dead, they cry, and we did it for the kids. A true revolutionist carves the revolution out of granite rock. 1 to Chi MNH crawls through the Mekong Delta rice paddy mud and comes to a fork in the road. A road, by the way, that he and he alone constructed. Environment is in your head. Your head is a granite rock of neural impulses. Get some dynamite if you need it. Revolution for the hell of it. 17. Billy the Kid blazes his motorcycle down that neural impulse road and thrashes madly, gears lock, guns fall from his side in the jolt, the chrome-plated Harley-Davidson rears on its hind legs. OOP. He sails from the sturdy bike, hurled into inner space. People said Lie was such a nice young kid. VHV. I remember the time young Billy used to like to run naked from the swimmin' bowl down through town, still dripping wet. Not exactly Lady Godiva, I'll admit. Billy sure was a hot shit in those days. Can't figure him out now, he must have flipped. Yeah, sure, that was it, he must have flipped out. Crazy motherfucker Billy. Billy come back, Billy, Billy, Billy. Go Billy. Go. Go. Billy go. We don't need leaders. We need cheerleaders. Go Billy go. Do your thing. Sock it to M. Fidel sits on the side of a tank rumbling into Havana on New Year's Day. His Green Army fatigues swiped from Batista's free store, sent down by John Foster Dulles, who, adding a touch of creativity to his cousin Eichmann's idea, decided that if everyone in Latin America wore American Army fatigues, all the problems would be solved. Clever Yankee was John Foster Dulles. Fidel's rifle lies like a feather cradled in his strong arms. Girls throw flowers at the tank and rush to tug playfully at his black beard. Lai laughs joyously and pinches a few rumps, for he is a soldier and they like to do that sort of thing, you know. The tank stops in the city square. Fidel lets the gun drop to the ground, slaps his thighs and stands erect. He is like a mighty penis coming to life, and when he is tall and straight, the crowd immediately is transformed. Now the revolution begins. He goes to a friend's house, collapses on the floor, snoring loudly, exhausted from 5 days without sleep, and sleeps for 20 straight hours. 18 Revolution for the hello fit for 10 long years he builds a country. Makes love. Steals Russian rubles. Sticks a finger in Uncle Sam's nose. We're going to do away with money, people should relate to each other as human beings. Go Fidel go. Go Fidel go. Go Fidel go. Do your thing. Sock it to M, he fires Commie Dean Ruskies who say he is going mad and makes the revolution. This Byzantine discussion about the ways and means of struggle, whether it should be peaceful or non-peaceful, armed or unarmed, the essence of this discussion, which we call Byzantine because it is like an argument between two deaf and dumb people, is what distinguishes those who want to promote revolution and those who do not want to promote it. Let no one be fooled. And again he meditates like Siddhartha sitting cross-legged under the flower-blossomed bow tree. These years have taught us all to meditate more and analyze better. We no longer accept any self-evident truths. Self-evident truths belong to bourgeois philosophy. A whole series of old clichés must be abolished. Marxist literature itself, revolutionary political literature itself, should be renewed because repeating the same old clichés, phraseology, and verbiage that have been repeated for 35 years wins over no one, convinces no one at all. There are times when political documents, called Marxist, give the impression that someone has gone to an archive and asked for a form, Form 14, Form 13, Form 12, they are all alike, with the same empty words, in language incapable of expressing real situations. Very often, these documents are divorced from real life. And then many people are told that this is Marxism. And in what way is this different from a catechism, and in what way is it different from a litany, from a rosary, and finally, shooting down communism, Christianityism, Lyndon Baines Johnsonism, old ageism, he says, Castro speech at closing of OLA's conference, August 10, 1967. Ibid. Revolution for the Hell of 219. The communist movement developed a method, a style, and in some aspects, even took on the characteristics of a religion. And we sincerely believe that the character should be left behind. Of course, to some of these illustrious revolutionary thinkers we are only petit bourgeois adventurers without revolutionary maturity. We are lucky that the revolution came before maturity. All this while still sitting cross-legged under the flower-blossomed bow tree in the center of Havana. An explanation. What does free speech mean to you? To me it is an image like all things. Me, yes, I believe in total free speech. Interviewer, well, surely you don't believe in the right to cry fire in a crowded theater? Me, fire. Conversation with the reader. What goes through your head when you read this pudding? Images. Images of who? Me. You. I am a myth. Besides, I can't write and words are all bullshit anyway. I don't know how to write. Here is an example of what I mean. It is called a poem. I didn't call it that, someone else did. I called it a brown manila envelope. It is a manila envelope about meetings. It was fun to write. *ibid. 20 Revolution for the Hello Fit Digger Creed for Head Meetings. Meetings are information, meditation, experience, fun, trust, rehearsals, drama. Horseshit. Meetings are not putting people down. SHHHH. Listen at meetings. SHHHHH. Listen to eye movements, listen to scratching, listen to your head, listen to smells, listen to singing, listen to touches, listen to silence, listen to gestalt vibrations, listen to a baby born in the sea, listen to the writing on the wall. Don't listen to words, don't listen to words, don't listen to words. Meetings are life. Surrender to the meeting. The meeting is the message. Meetings are confrontation. Meetings are relaxation. Dig other heads, dig your head, dig disruptors, dig poets, dig peacemakers, dig heads who mumble, dig heads who don't go to meetings, dig heads who fall asleep, dig Andy Kent, dig clowns, dig street fight. Revolution for the hell of it. 21 ERS, dig heads who scribble on paper, dig hustlers, dig heads that admit they are wrong, dig heads that know they are right, dig doing, dig changes, dig holy men. Dig heads who do everything at meetings. Dig heads who dig meetings. All meetings are the same. Different meetings are rivers. Don't build dams. Beware of structure freaks. Beware of rules. Beware of it. Last meeting we decided. Don't go back. There was no last meeting. Don't go forward. There is nothing. Meetings are now. You are the meeting. We are now. Without meetings there is no community. Community is unity. Avoid gangbangs. Rape ideas, not people. Make love at all meetings. Meetings take a moment. Time is fantasy. Meetings take forever. There is no way to run a meeting. Use meetings to help you do your thing. Go naked to meetings. Go high to meetings. Be prepared. Prepare by meditation. Prepare by doing. Come prepared to drop out. Come prepared to stay forever. If you are not prepared, meetings are not your thing. Only do your thing. Many, tickle, up Harson. 22 Revolution for the Hello Fit. Once about 3 months ago, or 4 or 5, I got a call that there was trouble on the streets. There was a knock on the door and a nervous young kid whom I like stammered out things like 9th Precinct and arrests. I got dressed in my cowboy clothes and walked 3 blocks down to the 9th Precinct. The night air was chilly. It was Saturday night and the streets were teeming with the run-of-the-mill chaos. Paul, Anita, Barry, Phyllis, and I strode along. I was headed for a revolutionary encounter. Here we all go to the 9th Precinct, 9th Precinct, 9th Precinct. When we finally reached the station house entrance, all sorts of information was flying around the air. We had come on some issue regarding a rock band called Salvation that had got busted for something or other, or so Barry said, and Captain Fink concurred. Captain Fink and I are old friends. Friends, I had said to him, and he got nothing to do with it. Some of my best friends are enemies. He has a copy of a poem I wrote. He confessed to me he didn't understand Allen Ginsberg. Captain Fink is Jewish sometimes, just like me. Once I said to him what my relatives always said to me, "What's a nice Jewish guy like you doing in a place like this?" I like to talk Yiddish in front of him, especially if there are goy cops in Heretig distance. He doesn't understand Yiddish. I speak only a few lines, but he thinks I'm a Talmudic scholar. It's a funny little game. This time, however, I am here on business. The fact that Fink is here on Saturday night is heavy information. Other information is flying around the air. Lots of black people are running back and forth. I'm very interested in this because I'm trying to build links with people outside the system. I guess it's called being an organizer or a missing link. It seems, upon talking to a group of very young black kids, that 20 or so of their friends have just been arrested in a large pot bust. This is what I call bad news/good news. Bad news: cops bust black people. Hippies won't get busted when they smoke pot in large groups because of revolution for the hell of it. 23 Racism: blacks will be pissed at hippies. Cops manipulate intergroup frictions through politics. Good news: I'm there and there is a chance to play missing link, to join forces with blacks. I have a stage. While everybody is shaking their heads and advising and huddling and yelling, I lie down in front of the station house door. Nobody can get out of the police station. People, cops, spades, Captain Fink are all confused. Phyllis yells, "He's been stabbed." A tug of war develops between us and them, with me as the rope. I'm in meditation, just lying there smiling while the cops drag me into the station house. Fink confronts me. "Free, this isn't your business. They aren't hippies. Why don't you go home?" "What do you mean, hippie? I'm a nigger and I was smoking pot with them. Arrest me or let them go." The cops put me in the back room. I'm jiving with the spades. I bum a cigarette from one. We're all brothers. Most think I'm crazy, same as Fink and the cops, but one little kid they picked up, he must have been 12 years old, is smiling and winking. You know the smile I mean? Fink comes in and tries again to get MC to go born. I tell him I'm just doing my job and he'd better place me Tinder arrest before I burn down the police station. Lai walks out of the room, sweating. I'm getting restless. What is this bullshit? Am I under arrest or not? Asshole cops, you don't know your job. I follow Fink into the main lobby of the station. Everybody's farting around. Am I under arrest or not? I shout. Nobody answers. I raise my cowboy boot and kick in Captain Fink's trophy. 24 revolution for the Hello Fit case window. The glass flies all over the place and Fink, turning red in the face, shouts, "Yuri under arrest." "It's about fucking time," I respond. Even the cops are laughing at the 01 man, as they call him. I'm led away and booked. The rest is anticlimax. A night in the tombs. Court scene. Judge, do you realize that this leads to anarchy? People have asked me why I did what I did at the station house. I told them a story similar to the one I just told here, but it was all bullshit. I really did it because it was fun. That's what I tell my friends. To my brothers I tell the real truth, which is that I don't know why I did it. They smile because they know any explanation I give is made up. 2. The rising of the Pentagon. The rising of the Pentagon 27 spring is here and things are popping. On Easter Sunday there was a huge be-in in Central Park. There were probably 30,000 people that was in. It was hard to tell, it was all over the place. Everybody high on something, balloons, acid, bananas, kids, sky, flowers, dancing, kissing. I had a ball, totally zonked. People kept giving away things, free fruit, jelly beans, clothes, flowers, chicken, Easter eggs, poems. Leaving the park, I strolled down Fifth Avenue singing "In Your Easter Bonnet." And every once in a while yelling "Draft Cardinal Spellman." All of a sudden there it was, St. Patrick's Cathedral, a huge grey mouldering bastion, loudspeakers urging "Come in." I'm very calm now. Cross the street when it says walk, mount the steps and then "Hey you, buddy." A line of cops wiggling their index fingers. "You can't go in with that uniform." "Win it, officer." "You can go in with yours." "You can't go in the church with flowers in your hair." "It's the cardinal's orders." "It's my Easter suit, I want to go in the church." Assume the stance. Crowd gathers. Have to work tonight, freedom, goals, what's important? Silence. Staring. Keep your damn church, we got the park anyway. Angry at self, later chickened out, who knows? There's time to get them later. March 30th, 1967. 28 revolution for the Hello Fit / brigade. There we sat in a corner of Central Park going through all THC changes that you go through before direct action. 16 members of the Flower Brigade preparing to march in the Support Our Boys in Vietnam parade. Shit, I'm scared. I almost didn't make it up on the subway, says one kid. Joe Flaherty of the Village Voice drops by to tell us it's like walking into the lion's den. Jim Forate says he's definitely marching. Lai called the parade committee and was assured we were an officially designated group in the parade, and HC has this marvelous cherub look that says "Weget" to show them our love. The Daily News reporter comes by, "Where are all your members? They went AWOL," someone quips. "If Jim goes, I guess we all go." No one cops out. "Since I'm supposed to know about this stuff, I do my okay, I think we're gonna get the shit kicked out of us speech. It's a quickie on nonviolent defense, about removing earrings, protecting genitals and base of the head, staying together as a group, etc. Jim talks to THC cops. They are going to escort us to Lexington and 93rd, our assembly point. They try to talk us out of going. Some cops on a walkie-talkie, and orders are that we get no escort. Just then a patrol car rides by with a Super Tour Boys sticker on the windshield. We figure it's safer without the cops. Off come as many identifying items as possible. All we got are flowers. We march the 5 blocks without incident and form behind a Boy Scout group from Queens. It's sunny and we're really grooving. Glad there's no trouble. We wait for about an hour. Some bystanders. The rising of the Pentagon 29 who like what we're doing, buy us more flowers to carry. We all have American flags. Some guys have official Support Our Boys banners that they bought from vendors who came by. I have a beautifully colored cape that says freedom all over it. Anita is dressed in red, white and blue. 3 people have pink posters that say love on them. A few college hawknicks come by. One guy swings, wants to get laid, takes a flower and says he'll even march with us. The Boy Scouts are really digging us goofing around. Hey, they're kissing, look at that. The scout leaders are having a real time controlling the kids. They make them line up with their right arms extended 2 inches below Heil Hitler position. They order them to face front. Everything looks cool. We're all impatient to get going. The word goes out, we're a moving out. Okay. Left, right, left, left. Bite or right, left. The Boy Scouts are really showing us lip. We march a half block to Park Avenue. You can really hear AC petals flying all over like chicken feathers. A mother drops her baby 3 order to get in few well-placed kick punches. The baby's getting crushed along with the flower people. The baby's one of us, while mom does her patriotic thing. 2 girls are stomped oil. We swatted the retreat. Get hose bearded creeps. See, no one had a herd. Cowards, cowards. Go hack to the village. Cops ape a war. 30 revolution for the hello fit out of nowhere. There is a flying wedge. We are marched to 2nd Avenue and get a police escort to St. Mark's Place. The Flower Brigade lost its first battle, but watch out, America. We were poorly equipped with flowers from uptown florists. Already there is talk of growing our own. Plans are being made to mine the East River with daffodils. Dandelion chains are being wrapped around induction centers. Holes are being dug in street pavements with seeds dropped in and covered. The cry of flower power echoes through the land. We shall not wilt. Let 1,000 flowers bloom. April 29, 1967. Skullduggery. The Stigger phenomenon deserves a close examination by the peace movement. Not that these jottings will necessarily make things clearer. Clarity, alas, is not one of our goals. Confusion is mightier than the sword. First, it is important to distinguish between hippies and diggers. Both are myths, that is, there is no zero thr in one sense, a huge put on. Hippies, however, are a myth created by media, and as such they are forced to play certain media-oriented roles. They are media manipulated. Diggers too are myth, but a grassroots myth created from within. We have learned to manipulate media. Diggers are more politically oriented but at the same time bigger fight coughs. Diggers are Zen-like in that we have totally destroyed words and replaced them with doing. Action becomes the only reality. Like Lao Tzu, the way to do is to be. We cry, noon understands us, while at the same time The rising of the Pentagon 31 winking out of the corner of out eye, recognizing that if the straight world understood all this digger shit, it would render us impotent, because understanding is the first step to control and control is the secet to our extinction. This reluctance to define ourselves gives us glorious freedom in which to kick with the system. We become communist racist acid-headed freaks, holding flowers in one hand and bombs in the other. The old left says we work for the CIA. Ex-Marines stomp on us as pinkos. Newport police jail us as smut peddlers. Newark cops arrest us as riot inciters. So what the hell are we doing, you ask? We are dynamiting brain cells. We are putting people through changes. The key to the puzzle lies in theater. We are theater in the streets, total and committed. We aim to involve people and use any weapon we can find. The aim is not to earn the respect, admiration, and love of everybody, it's to get people to participate, whether positively or negatively. All is relevant, only the play's the thing. Stand on a street corner with 500 leaflets and explode. Give some to a sad-looking female. Tell guys that pass, hey, can you help her out? She can't do it by herself and her father's a communist cell leader and will beat her up if she doesn't pass them out. Recruit a peon to read tile leaflet aloud while all this distribution is going on. Run around tearing the leaflets, selling them, trading them. Rip one in half and give half to one person and half to another and tell them to make love. Do it all fast, like slapstick movies. Make sure everyone has a good time. People love to laugh, it's a riot. Riot, that's an interesting word game if you want to play it. Don't be for or against. Riots environmental and psychological are holy, so, only you call it everyone doing his thing. You let people decide, no strings attached. During the riots in Newark we smuggled in food, giving it to our underground soul brothers SNCC and NCUP. We brought a lot of canned goods, Tom, so the people can eat them or throw them at the cops. Like many of the people in the riot, we dug the scene. Had a ball passing out food. 7 truckloads in all. And that's another key to the riddle, dig what you're doing. Make war on paranoia. Don't be afraid. Don't get uptight. There's a war against property going on. I ask an old black woman in Newark, what's going on, and she tells me they stole her shoes and she's roaring with laughter. Spades and diggers are one. Digger serenigers. Both stand for the destruction of property. There are many ways to destroy property, to change is to destroy, give it away free. The free thing is the most revolutionary thing in America today. Free dances, free food, free theater, free stores, free bus rides, free dope, free housing, and most important, free money. Theater will capture the attention of the country, the destruction of the monetary system will bring it to its knees. Really stick with money. Burn it, smoke it to get high, trade with it, set up boxes of it in the streets marked free money, panhandle tea, steal it, throw it away. Scene, Washington Square Park. Actors, one very nicely dressed white liberal, one down and out looking digger. Audience, a huge crowd of similar liberals, of Barrio Us 5CXC5. The title of the play, Food for Newark Spades. Dig, sir, could you please spare $1 for some food for Negroes in Newark? Lib, gee, I'm sorry, I don't have much money on me. Dig, we're collecting food at the rising of the Pentagon 33 Liberty House. Degree, couldn't you buy $1's worth and bring it over? Lib, if I had $1, I certainly would. Dig, I think you're full of shit. Here's $10, go buy some food and bring it over to Liberty House. Lib, oh no, I couldn't take money from you. Dig, well, there it is on the ground, do something with it. The digger walks away dropping clues to understanding the street drama, Liberty House, black, Newark, food, free, money. The rumors begin to fly as rumors always do. Rumors have power. Like myths, people become involved in them, adding, subtracting, multiplying. Get them involved. Let them participate. If it's spelled out to the letter, there is no room for participation. Nobody participates in ideology. Never lie, diggers, never lie. Once committed in a street drama, never turn back. Be prepared to die if it's necessary to gain your point. I don't rely on words. Words are the absolute in horseshit. Rely on doing, go all the way every time. Move fast. If you Liberty House is what first brought me to New York. It was set up in the West Village to serve as a retail outlet for crafts made in cooperatives in Mississippi. It was a branch of the SNCC operations. Some of us under the leadership of Jesse Morris formed the Poor People's Corporation and quickly trained poor blacks in craft skills and busy mess management. We were told by all sorts of fancy economic experts that it was impossible to train these people, never mind giving them control of the businesses. The experts might be interested in knowing that the program not only has survived 3 years but has expanded quite successfully without help from the government and in an extremely hostile environment. This type of program is next best to free, and we are developing a similar one for the Lower East Side. If readers want to order catalogs of the products, they should write to Liberty House, 313 West Pascagoula Street, Jackson, Mississippi. 34 REVOIJJTIONFORTHEHEHELIOFIT. Spend too long on one play, it becomes boring to you and the audience. When they get bored, they are turned off. They are not receiving information. Get their attention, leave a few clues and vanish. Change your costume, use the props around you. Each morning begin naked. Destroy your name, become tin-listed, go underground. Find brothers. Soul brothers. Black people, Puerto Ricans, dropouts, flowery bums. Find out where they're at. Don't hick with their thing. P.R.S. Dig manhood, don't play sissy. Black people dig pot, don't give them acid. Dropouts dig flowers, don't give them IF stone weeklies. Bowery bums dig wine, don't give them Bibles. Become aware of the most effective props. On the Lower East Side, pot is an effective prop, it is the least common denominator. It makes us all outlaws, brothers, niggers. Smoke it in public. It really has an effect on P.R.S., really challenges their concept of courage. Haman, you're brave enough to kill someone, and not brave enough to smoke pot in the park. That kind of thing is a good deal more effective than sermons on the holiness of passive resistance. Use nonverbal props and media. Music is another denominator. Conga rock, get together. The Diggers and Pee Wee's Gang threw a large dance at the Cheetah, a discotheque, on August 15th. Conga rock. Something for everybody. Do your thing. Don't give speeches. Don't have meetings. Don't have panel shows. They are all dead. Drama is anything you can get away with. Remember that last peace demonstration? Do you recall the speeches or the bread and puppet theater and Stokelyville? Thurige, hell no, we won't go. That was drama, not explanation. The point is nobody gives a shit anymore about troop strength, escalation, crying over napalm. A peace rally speech to me is like reading the National Guardian. VHCH is like watching the TV reports on highway fatalities, which is like pray for riots to end, which is like bullshit. Herbert Marcuse says flower children have the answer. He smoked hashish at the big world happening in London in early August. Pray tell, what is a good Marxist to do? The rising of the Pentagon. 35 Accept contradictions, that's what life is all about. Have a good time. Scrawled on the wall of the American Pavilion at Expo 67 is our slogan in bright day GB, it is the duty of all revolutionists to make love. Do weird things. Coe piety, sabotage and monkey warfare. John Roche, who is now intellectual in residence FMK at the White House, once said that if Hitler had been captured in 1937, brought to Trafalgar Square, and had his pants pulled down, he could never have risen to power. Every time he tried one of those spectacular speeches, the people would have just laughed at him because the image of Mainfy Irer with his pants down around his ankles would have been too much. Think about it. 36 Revolution for the HelloFit DRMNG Temple. At first I thought throwing out money at the stock exchange was just a minor bit of theater. I had more important things to do, like raising bail money for a busted brother. Reluctantly, I called up and made arrangements for a tour under the name of George Miteski, chairman of East Side Service Organization. We didn't even bother to call the press. About 18 of us showed tip. When we went, the guards immediately confronted us. "You're hippies here to have a demonstration and we cannot allow that in the stock exchange." "Who is a hippie? I'm Jewish and besides we don't do demonstrations, see we have no picket sign." I shot back. The guards decided it was not a good idea to keep a Jew out of the stock exchange, so they agreed we could go in. We stood in line with all the other tourists, exchanging stories. When the line moved around the corner, we saw more newsmen than I've ever seen in such a small area. We started clowning. Eating money, kissing and hugging, and that sort of stuff. The newsmen were told by the guards that they could not enter the gallery with us. We were ushered in and immediately started throwing money over the railing. The big ticker tape stopped and the brokers let out a mighty cheer. The guards started pushing us and the brokers booed. When we got out, I carried on in front of the press. "Were you? I am Cardinal Spellman." "Where did you get the money?" "I am Cardinal Spellman, you don't ask me where I get my money." "How much did you throw out?" "The rising of the Pentagon, $37,000 in small bills." "How many of you are there?" 2,3, we don't even exist." "We don't even exist." We danced in front of the stock exchange, celebrating the end of money. I burned a flyer. Some guy said it was disgusting and I agreed with him, calling my comrades filthy commies. The TV show that night was fantastic. It went all over the world. TV news shows always have a pattern. First the serious news, all knead up, of course, a few commercials, often constructed better than the news, then the stock market report. Then the upswing human interest story to keep everybody happy as cows. Our thing came after the stock market report, it was a natural. CBS, which is the most creative network, left in references to Cardinal Spellman. I was surprised at that. Every news report differed. Some said we threw out monopoly money, some said $20-30, some said over $100, some said the bills were all ripped up first. It was a perfect mythical event, since every reporter, not being allowed to actually witness the scene, had to make up his own fantasy. Some had interesting fantasies, some boring. One tourist who joined the exorcism got the point. "I'm from Missouri and I've been throwing away money in New York for 5 days now. This is sure a hell of a lot quicker and more fun." May 20th, 1967 trip to Denton OAND the Diggers. Last week we went to a new Left Old Left conference in Denton, Michigan. Paul Krasner, Jim Forate, Keith Lamp. 38 Revolution for the HelloFit Bob O'Keen and I. We were met by San Francisco Diggers Emmett Grogan, Peter Berg, Billy Tumbleweed, and a beautiful cat who just played a tambourine and smiled. It was a monumental meeting, probably never to be repeated. Jim and I were the only outwardly identifiable hippies from New York. Jim in his beautiful Goldilocks hair and purple pants, I in beads, boots, beel bottoms, and a cocky Mexican cowboy hat. Sitting in the Kalamazoo airport you sense the vibrations. Hippies are the new minority group. Iggers. I'm getting to understand what a black person goes through on a level not even reached by getting kicked around in the civil rights movement for 4 years. Anita and I were 3 times square the other night in costume. We panhandled a few cigarettes, which is really a gas. Panhandling really blows the mind when it's carried on by middle-class dropouts. A little guy full of Daily News bitterness shakes his fist at me. "You fucking coward, won't defend our country, won't go and fight, You cocksucker. I didn't even have one teeny weeny peace button. He knew. The sides are drawn. When you meet another hippie in the street, especially outside the village, you smile and say hello, a kind of comradeship that I've seen black people show when they are alone in the white world. Back to the meeting, as we entered you could sense the vibrations as very mixed. You just have to walk around freaky looking and you can't tell where PEOPLNS heads are. Tom Ilayden was speaking. Lai was talking of the hard decision that faced NCUP over whether or it to 10,111 the poverty program in Newark. Lai carefully outlined the pros and cons and said that in the end there was no correct answer, there was no ideology you could turn to for reference. Then in came the diggers. Tom is finished and all hell breaks out. We are hugging the diggers. Grogan's veiling Onavus is in the call. Is there a fuck-IG lawyer here? What tile hell you faggots looking at, get off your asses, we need help. They grab some fat cat who identifies himself as a lawyer and go off to the local pokey to bail out fellow digger. Peter Berg, ex-C. Freischisco. The Rising of the Pentagon 39 mime trooper, founder of the Digger Free Store, Trip Without a Ticket, starts to talk. He looks like a young angry sitting bull, only different. Unique, a white snake nigger. Rambling on wow. It's pouring out like honey and vinegar, all mixed up. Scatological. He's on a trip. Holy shit. Excitement, drama, revolution. The message, property is the enemy, burn it, destroy it, give it away. Don't let them make a machine out of you, get out of the system, do your thing. Don't organize students, teachers, Negroes, organize your head. Find out where you are, what you want to do and go out and do it. Johnson's a commie, the Kremlin is more fucked up than Alabama. Get out. Don't organize the schools, burn them. Leave them, they will rot. The kids are getting stoned. We're all talking now. Lots of resistance. Kid says to me, I like what you're saying and I'm going to drop out in a year. What the hell you waiting for? Well, I want to finish school first. Reminded me of an SDS picket line I saw on a campus last year, protesting the tests used to determine draft status. Most of the demonstrators put their signs down and went in to take the test. These are the potential revolutionists. Ike Meir a revolution. Grogan re-enters, reconvenes the meeting single-handed. He climbs L1 on the table. Starts slow, sucks everyone 3 by answering a few questions. FM sitting eyed to him, sleepy from sitting on my ass in Kalamazoo. All of a sudden he erupts and kicks the fucky 8th table over. Lai knocks down a girl, slapping SDSERS right and left. Faggots, fags. Take off your ties, they are chains around your necks. You haven't got the balls to go mad. You're gonna make a revolution? You'll piss in your pants when the violence erupts. You, Spade, you're a nigger, what are you doing here? Your people need you. There's a war on. They got fucking concentration camps ready, the world's going to end any day. Shut up and listen, I'll read a poem. It's funny, I'd always thought that word meant in small pieces like scattered, but Krasner told me it meant dirty. I think it fits both ways. 40 REVOLUTIONFORTHEHEUOFIR Day of Judgment Upon Us, Gary Snyder, read by Elmer Gantry. Now we're all into it. The old left is very uptight. They say we are sent by the CIA. The kids laugh. Why don't you guys give away acid the way you do food? Well, we gave out 5,000 capsules at the BCN last month. The old left is shitting, really scared of acid. They are losing control. Marx with flowers in his hair, can't deal with contradictory stimuli, simultaneous bombardment. Marxism is irrelevant to the USA, as irrelevant as capitalism. The diggers left after we had talked the whole night. The SDSERS slept all night very soundly. They had nothing to talk about in those wee morning hours when you rap on and a dialogue of nonverbal vibrations begins. You relate. You plan. You think. You get stoned. You feel. And SDS sleeps in beds with clean sheets they have brought because they know how to do conferences. The old left snoozes in the best beds in the house. They have to get their sleep so they can run back to their nice fat system jobs, burrowing from within, asking the Negroes to do it for them, the Negroes, the students, the workers, anybody but them. They want to discuss Yankee imperialism. All the old Jewish leftists are a little nervous about the Middle East business. It was obvious by the way it was avoided. Lost a lot of Jewish pacifists in the last few weeks. The seminars drag on. A total bore. Jim and I are avoided, except by a small group. They do socialism, we blow pot in the grass, they do imperialism, we go swimming, they do racism, we do flowers for everybody and clean up the rooms. Back to the conference, Hayden asked, how do you make it stick, how do you prevent cooptatio too? I thought he said copulation. I answered that you build a better system. Assume America is already dead, dead for those kids who are flocking to the Lower East Side and Haight-Ashbury, and give them the rising of the Pentagon 41 new, positive, authentic frame of reference. If it's done effectively they won't go back. What is there to go back to? And the kids are flocking in or dropping out by the droves, on their way to San Francisco, on their way to New York. The media does it for us. Wow. If IOLIRC going to San Francisco, be sure to wear a flower in your hair. That's number I in the country. The media is the message. Use it. No free drazing. No full-page ads in the NY Times, no press releases. Just do your thing, the press eats it lip. Make news. Quote, pot feels good, it's fine to turn on. They print it, not aware of the disruption they cause. The press spreads the word, tells them where the action is and they leave America. They stream to its two shores, can't go any further. Lee, against the ocean, what to do, down and out. There's a new world somewhere, if you will only hold my hand, sings the radio just as I write this line. Man, it's all around us. Total bombardment. Can it lead to total commitment? New forms emerge. SF and NY become the schools. The streets are the classrooms, religions in your head. WC sit on the trill, Al council, India circle, incense burning, soft lights. The first person speaks for as bug as he wants, then the next, no interruptions, consensus is reached, respect for other heads is achieved, we can be community. There are no problems, only things to do. Tribes give inner guidance, activists give helping hands to newcomers. We grow, we multiply, we build on the ashes of the old. The structure of the meeting gives a clue to where its collective head is at. Ours is a circle, respect, love, trust, delicate. A black meeting image, sweat, yelling, stomping, burn Abbie, burn. 2 nights ago spoke at the Catholic Worker. Loved it, converts to be one, dialogue to be opened. Structure sloppy, irregular tables, people on floor, 01, tables, image dedication, doing, primitive. Dorothy I is a digger. Last night at Hudson Institute think tank. IURI Econs brain session, long. 42 revolution for the HelloFit tables arranged in a square panel. We sit apart in the back of the room niggers to the end. Angry at myself for going. Collaborating with the enemy for ego purposes. They want to know how strong we are, we put them on, we are ridiculous, ignore us, Herman Kahn. Look how freaky we are with our flowers and bells. We know we're right. One of the members confesses to me, we're glad you brought your girlfriends. They are a lot prettier than ours. Of course they are beautiful women, We are beautiful men. You guys are fags, machines. We end up at a drive-in movie digging Elvis Presley. June 24, 1967 TWAI gets you 5 on time riding on the run, or rather fly, as I speed back from San Francisco across America. John Wayne in El Dorado just ended and my mind is filled with guns, long guns, shotguns, derringers, machine guns. You better get yourself a gun, boy. Rap Brown, John Wayne, diggers. Even Marvin Garson got himself a rifle, and he points it out in the bay at huge aircraft carriers filled with death bound for the war out there. Is there really a war out there? I sit in this airplane on imitation leather seats, looking up plastic stewardesses' skirts, at executive playing out his fantasy in the Wall Street Journal, at triple chins of tight-assed old hag who gobbles her dietary ulcer lunch. You bet your ass this country is involved in an evil war. I'd never have to leave the seat to know that, never have to read a newspaper. We are throwing everything we've got at the Pentagon evil hulk that sits like a cancerous death trap on the beautiful Po. The Rising of the Pentagon 43 Tomac. An exorcism to cast out the evil spirits on October 21st. The Pentagon shall not survive, neither for that matter will the fag-ridden peace movement. Ring around the Pentagon a pocket full of pot. Wrote a beautiful poem that I lost last week when Marty Carey and I got arrested there. Met a digger in San Francisco who went to the Chicago New Politics mess. He sat on the stage with a flute in one hand and a tire iron in the other, drawing an imaginary circle around himself. I declare this area a liberated zone. Anyone enters and I'll kill him. A total political stance. I am ready for the struggle. As far as the revolution goes, it started when I was born. Broke with the Mobilization Coalition for Washington. At one meeting I declared, "The truth lies through insanity." They are scared shitless of the mystery. They suppressed an article by Keith Lamp because of the word "susic." My lord, what fucking prudes. Our suck magic is much too strong medicine for the middle-class peace movement. Many wild happenings are planned in preparation: circling of Washington Monument, Empire State Building, Make Love Day orgy leading up to October 2 LST. On Columbus Day a mighty caravan of wagons will roll east out of San Francisco to rediscover America, complete with real live Indian scouts, compliments of Chief Rolling Thunder of the Shoshone. Junk cars, stolen buses, motorcycles, rock bands, flower banners, dope, incense, and enough food for the long journey. Wagon train east. Yahoo! We will dye the Potomac red, burn the cherry trees, panhandle embassies, attack with water pistols, marbles, bubble gum wrappers, bazookas. Girls will run naked and piss on the Pentagon walls. Sorcerers, swamis, witches, voodoo, warlocks, medicine men, and speed freaks will hurl their magic at the faded brown walls. Rock bands will bomb out with Joshua at the Battle of Jericho. We will dance and sing and chant the mighty OM. We will fuck on the grass and beat ourselves against the doors. Everyone will scream, "Vote for me." We shall raise the flag of nothingness over the 44 revolution for the hello-fit Pentagon, and a mighty cheer of liberation will echo through the land. We're free, great God Almighty, free at last. School children will rip out their desks and throw ink at student instructors, office secretaries will disrobe and rim into the streets, newsboys will rip up their newspapers and sit on the curbstones masturbating, storekeepers will throw open their doors making everything free, accountants will all collapse in one mighty heart attack, soldiers will throw down their guns. The war is over. Let's get some ass. No permits, no NY Times ads, no mailing lists, no meetings. It will happen because the time is ripe. Come to the day of judgment. Forget about degrees, they are useless scraps of paper. Turn them into litter art. Don't hold back. Let the baby Beatles shut your mouth and open your mind. On October 6 the diggers in SF will present the death of the hippie and the birth of the free man. SF will become the first free city extending the boundaries of the Haight-Ashbury ghetto. Extend all boundaries, blow your mind. Conversation between me and other, what do you want? Me, to win. Other, to win what? Me, fuck you. Skullduggery shoots up the media. Chaos. Riots, earthquakes, black men grabbed in Philadelphia with AF poison for 4,000 people or cops, digger hurls pie at Colonel at University of California. Splash. Last night at the Straight Theater in Haight-Ashbury, sheer beauty of mind-body dancers act amid out fears of paranoid America, huddled in a corner amid casual as can be they take their clothes off and continue the, people are stuffing flowers in rifle barrels, protesters throw tear gas at each other. A girl unzips an M-piece fly and Sergeant Pepper asks the band to play the Star-Spangled Banner. They lay down their Viet Cong flags and pick up their instruments. Oh, say. Can, /oi1sc, punch a marshal, jump a wall, do a dance, sing a song, paint the building, blow it up, charge and get inside. Flashback, 67-68-69-70- What do you think you guys are doing? Measuring the Pentagon. We have to see how many people will need to form a ring around it. Yuri what? It's very simple. You see, the Pentagon is a symbol of evil in most religions. You're religious, aren't you? Well, the only way to exorcise the evil spirits here is to form a circle around the Pentagon. 87-88-89. The two scouts are soon surrounded by a corps of guards, FBI agents, soldiers, and some mighty impressive brass. 112-113-114- Are you guys serious? It's against the law to measure the Pentagon. Are you guys serious? Show us the law. 237-238-239-240. That does it? Colonel, how much is 240 times 5? 48 revolution for the hell of it. What the hell's going on here? 12 UU, answers Bruce, an impressive-looking agent who tells us later he works in a security department that doesn't even have a name yet. We show them our exorcism flyers. They bust us for littering. Shade us off Alice's restaurant. Are you guys kidding? That ain't litter, it's art. Litter. Art. Litter. How about litter art, says Bruce after 2 hours. We are free to go, but have to be very sneaky and ditch Bruce somewhere inside the Pentagon maze so he won't find the Acapulco gold in the car. The magic is beginning to work, but the media must be convinced. You simply cannot call them tip and say, pardon me, but the Pentagon will rise through the air on October 21 st. You've got to show them. Friday, the 13th, Village Theater. Warlocks, witches, speed freaks, thugs, and assorted kooks plus one non-believer named Krasner. Out. Demons, out, and, zip, up goes the mock Pentagon. Higher, higher, higher. We burn the model and will use its ashes on Big Daddy the following week. Media is free. Use it. Don't pay for it. Don't buy ads. Make news. Flashback, give 'em the city desk. Hello. I've defected from the diggers because they have this new sex drug called lace. They plan to use it at the Pentagon. It's against my morals to use it on people against their will, so I want to confess. It's got LSD and DMSO, a penetrating agent. It's lysergic acid cryptoethylene and it's purple. Why don't you come over and I'll show you how it works. The press conference is at 8 p.m. Two couples sit on the rising of the Pentagon 49 couch. The four are squirted with the purple liquid. It disappears into their skin. They look to 7 CD. Like robots they slowly peel off their clothes. The reporters pant. Like non-robots they begin to fuck. After a half hour the drug has worn off. Any questions, gentlemen? Lace, the flu-love drug, goes to the Pentagon. This exorcism business is getting pretty exciting. Let's see progressive labor match lace. The Pentagon happening transcended the issue of the war. The war is over, sings Phil Oakes, and the protest becomes directed to the entire fabric of a restrictive, dull, brutal society. The protesters become total political animals. A totality emerges that renders the word political meaningless. The war is over. Everybody's yelling and screaming. Someone writes LBJ loves Ho Chi Minh on the wall, ring around the Pentagon, a pocket full of pot 4 and 20 generals all begin to rot. All the evil spirits start to tumble out. Now the war is over, we all begin to shout. The soldiers have a choice. Join us. Join us. The cry goes up. 3 do. Drop their helmets and guns and break ranks. They are caught by the marshals and dragged away into oblivion and the third degree. It's the 6th hour of my trip. A super one, helped by large doses of revolution, no food or water, and a small purple tablet popped in my mouth by Charlie from the San Francisco Oracle. A sense of integration possesses me that comes from pissing on the Pentagon, combining biological necessity with emotional feeling. Baby and I retreat to the bowels of DC and grab a night's sleep after an Orgavillian epigny poured from an MP's helmet. It sure is one hell of a revolution. Worried parents call the Defense Department to see if their children have been arrested and are given the number of the National Mobilizations Office. 50 Revolution for the Hello Fit. We come prepared to give our lives and debate the morality of parking on a crosswalk. Flashback, Sunday at the Pentagon is a different scene. A mind trip working oil the troops. Ex-soldiers talk to MPs. So do girls, college kids, and priests, for 12 long hours. Talking, singing, sharing, contrasting free America versus the uniformed machine. At midnight the Pentagon speaks after 2 days of silence. Your permit has expired. If you do not leave the area you will be arrested. All demonstrators are requested to leave the area at once. This is a recorded announcement. Fuck you, Pentagon. I'm not a demonstrator. I'm a tourist. Everybody is herded into vans. The door slams shut but the lock doesn't work. The new Action Army sure is a pisser. The MPs laugh and finally get the bolt in place. Off we go to Occoquan and jail land. Carrying back to 01 Virginie. I hate jail. I try to chew my way through the van door and am doing pretty well when some of the girls get scared. I get processed through as free digger. I'm a girl, I insist when one of the marshals gives me the clue. A matron peeks and discovers differently. No honey, I'm just flat-chested, honest. Jail is a goof. Easiest jailing of all time. The army is into brainwashing. Clean sheets, good breakfast, propaganda radio station. We call the guard and demand to be treated as prisoners of war. He listens patiently as we ask for the International Red Cross and other courtesies accorded under the Geneva Convention. He scratches his head and walks away. 3 guys begin to dig a tunnel. Everybody's trying to remember Stalag 17. At 4 o'clock I'm let out, meet my baby and we go to court. The family that disobeys together stays together. Even the judge laughs, says $10 each and we're free. The rising of the Pentagon 51. Everybody's making the sign of the V. The battle is over. The question everyone's asking is when's the next happening? Small battles will occur in countless communities around the country, most centered at local induction centers. 2 days after the Pentagon, 3 clergymen walk into the induction center in Baltimore and dump blood in the files. Blood? Yo, I bet your ass that's what war's about, isn't it? New York treated Dean Riesk to a bloodbath on November 14 at the Hilton Hotel. Organized by the newly formed protesters, troublemakers, and anarchists. Headlines blare, cops bust up PTA meeting. Jesus visits St. Patrick's Cathedral. How about running Shirley Temple for Congress again? Pickets at Bellevue shout free LBJ. A scenario at campus recruiting tables might include a tent with soft music and girls in bikinis. That's a real alternative. Oh. By the WA. January is Alien Registration Month. See you at the post office. Get ready for a big event at the Democratic National Convention 3 Chicago next August. How about a truly open convention? Thousands of Vote For Me buttons, everybody prints his own campaign literature and distributes pictures of themselves. Then we all rush the convention, get to the rostrum and nominate ourselves. After all, it seems the only cat who lives for nothing in this country is LBJ. I've never met anyone who has ever seen him pay for anything. He doesn't even have a wallet. So if you want to live free, stand up proudly on that convention platform, but don't start your speech with "my friends, come, let us reason together or you'll lose the election." November 18, 1967. 52 Revolution for the Hello 15 race comes to town. I'm sitting here in room 219, 100 Center Street waiting to go to trial. I've been here so often, the security guards call me by my first name. It's the usual I-Jordan courtroom scene, 90-year-old judge hunched over the bench, lawyers scuttling around the pit with paper and briefcases, all got brown suits. The pews are filled with the usual number of Puerto Ricans, black people, and a scattering of long hairs. The wall behind the judge says, in gold letters in GOL, "We hust." Yesterday down the hall Allen Ginsberg read a blistering poem, to the disgust of the cops and the cheers of the peace demonstrators, pickpockets, prostitutes, dope pushers, and card hustlers. In Newark I hear they go one better and the judge reads the defendant's poetry to me. After waiting 6 hours for a hearing I get a poem I 1T because the judge came 2 hours late to court. I'm in no hurry. The charge is hitting a cop with a bottle. It is a CHLE night. 1. Eaii Rusk has quiet to town. We rendezvous at 57th Street and 7th Avenue, blocks away from the Hilton. Some of us recognize each other. Demonstrations always have a reunion atmosphere. Most people go army jackets, there are more long hairs than I expected. Everybody's got a prop, plastic bags filled with blood, smoke bombs, flares. Scouts run down the block scouting the enemy's position, and report back. There are about 100 of us now, and the scouts also report hands of rovers at 3 or 4 other intersections. We decide to hit the intersection at 6 sharp. The rising of the Pentagon 53 someone suggests attacking only limousines and Cadillacs. Suddenly the intersection erupts. Cars jam up. Horns beep. Smoke bombs go off. Flares are lit. A straight couple ask me what's going on. I shout, "There's a war on. Can't you see?" A long black limousine has blood splattered on its window and "Peace in DGB" letters sprayed on its trunk lid. "Let's get out of here," someone yells. Everyone runs towards 6th Avenue. It's a wild scene. Cops charging people, demonstrators, Christmas shoppers, people going to hear deal, Rusk. Cops in formation wading into crowds, Club a league away. The crowd retreats to the sidewalk and cops on horses move right in on them. Crunch. Kids lying in the street bleeding all over. One's out colder than a mackerel. We rush out to pull him in when out of nowhere this guy grabs me from behind. I think he is a right-wing heckler, and we're having a fist fight when the Blue Boys arrive. It seems he is a plainclothes man. Before I know it standing 3 the 16th precinct, and badge number 26,466, who has missed some of the action, kicks me in the nuts. In the back room 3 cops are working over one demonstrator who has his arms handcuffed behind his back. They beat him for a good 10 minutes with fists and clubs. All the cops are aching for blood. One is yelling how his brother got killed in Vietnam and challenges anybody to a fight in the back alley. They call us scumbags and fairies and Jew bastards and commies, and one says, "You pull these guys' pallets off and they ain't got no pecker, just a little piece of flesh." There are other swears that I couldn't even recognize because of the culture gap, but it seems they sure got the sex hang up. Pretty soon we're all herded into a van. All except the guy who got beat up real bad. They want to clean him tip a bit before sending him down. In the tombs we are put in a special block with other demonstrators. It's Old Home Week and everybody's cheering and making the V sign and singing old freedom songs and Beatle tunes. I'm sitting next to a 17-year-old kid. 54 revolution for the heliofit, what they grab you for? Breaking a window. I just jumped up on this Cadillac and kicked in the window. That's pretty far out. You go to the Pentagon. No, this is my first demonstration. I kind of nodded and leaned my aching head back against the wall. Ron Carver, from Columbia SDS, was leading an old one, We'll Never Turn Back. It sort of separates the veterans from the newcomers, it being the theme song of the Mississippi Project and all that. It sure made a body reminisce. I knew Ron in SNCC and then up in a peace campaign in Massachusetts in '66. He's like about 100 other veterans I know who are still active. We rarely see each other except at demonstrations. This isn't some vast organized conspiracy, like most people think, just a lot of guys whose heads are the same place but with different styles. Ron and I talk with our eyes. We're brothers. We've been through this so many times it's routine. We're both working out the strategy for our EX street scene even as we finish the sad We'll Never Turn Back and swing into this little light of mine. Your hair's getting longer, he jokes. Yeah, I'm a flower child. December 10, 1967. 3. The New Niggers. The New Niggers 57 February 16, 1968 Stokely, it's been a year since I last saw you in Washington and a lot has happened. I have left Liberty House to others. It is going well, but PPC has just been able to hold its own in Mississippi. Living on the Lower East Side, I was naturally aware of this whole Illippi business AID started to organize around here, bail funds, free stores, smoke-ins, be-ins. We threw out money at the stock exchange in a wild event I'm sure you heard about. We threw soot on Con Ed executives and dumped smoke bombs in their lobby. Exorcised the Pentagon of its evil spirits, back to New York, and a bloodbath for Dean Husk in which we threw 17 gallons of blood at cops, Rusk, limousines. Lots of other things. I'm enclosing an article for you to read and maybe comment on. We are working on a huge youth festival 3 Chicago at the time of the Democratic Convention. I hope I get to participate. I'm currently on trial for supposedly hitting a cop with a bottle in a demonstration. I can't imagine what they are talking about, me being a flower child and all that. I am also working on getting a group of long hairs along with a rock band to visit Cuba. I hear Castro is interested. I have been reading a good deal about Cuba and having talks with its UN embassy. I would very much like to go. Julius Lester and I talked the other night. OLLT it. I see Mid Sampstein every once in a while, but he has a job as a cal driver. It isn't involved in the movement ally more. I saw OU in a movie by Peter Brook last night. It was a rotten movie, very boring. Nothing like Planet of Tile Apes, which is a trip and a half. I was in Washington last week, we busted up McCarthy's talk with some guerrilla theater. I tried to call on, but you are hard to find. I thought our book was hla compared to some exciting shots of your talk in France with a Ouija photo of CBEL, Elefold you. I heard Wand Emmett Grogan didn't get along too well in England. That's too bad if it's true, cause Grogy is okay. I see Timothy Lear a lot. He has. 58 Revolution for the Hellofit has just done a whole turnabout. He's supporting Gregory for president and joining us in bringing people to Chicago. His little dropout shelter in Millbrook gets busted about once a week by the cops, and it's had an effect in getting him involved. I would like very much to talk to you if you come to New York. Maybe a get-together down here. I got some fantastic stuff that a friend brought back from Vietnam and it AIIT napalm. It'll make your ears F all off. In Freedom, Garbage Lynn House, ex-editor of Inner Space, once Seattle that you could tell a good deal about people by what they did with their garbage. On a chilly night last December, a demonstration was going on at the 9th Precinct. In 1 week 4 digger-sponsored crash pads were busted by the cops. Without search warrants, the police kicked in the doors and grabbed anyone who looked under 18. No search warrants were needed because these were not really arrests, since runaways are returned to their parents or sent to a youth house. This night 4 people were being held captive and everyone agreed to walk into the police station confessing that they too were runaways and demand that the police call their parents. The police would have no part of this, though, and after arresting a few souls threw everyone out of the station. People started to shout and sing and someone wrote "Cop Susik" on a police car, and when the police started to push everyone away, people ran tip 2nd Avenue throwing trash cans into the street. In 10 minutes 2nd Avenue was covered under a sea of garbage. The new niggers 59. The intriguing element of this act was that these were the same merry souls who just 8 months ago were participating in a huge sweep in just 2 blocks south of the same precinct. In both cases the garbage was used as a theatrical prop in making a statement. In the sweep-in we were saying, if you include an element of joy, people will be willing to show some interest in their community, and they will perform tasks the society considers menial, for free. It also says something about a city government that can let over 30 tons of garbage go unnoticed on a street 6 blocks long. When tile garbage was thrown in the street, the message was the opposite: you mess with us and we'll mess with you. Both acts were acts of love. Both acts are saying we have a community. Similar circumstances exist at public events. For example, it makes perfectly good sense to pick up the trash at the Monterey Pops Festival and leave it on the ground at the Pentagon demonstration. There is creative construction, but there is also creative destruction. A community not prepared to pick up its garbage cannot survive, and neither can a community not prepared to defend itself. 0. Talking in my sleep, an exercise in self-criticism, a mythical interview of questions that are asked and answers that are given. Interviews are always going on. Here's one with myself. Asterisk as I write this. 100,000 tons of garbage are piled up on the streets of New York. I have a vision of the country being totally inundated under THF's massive garbage pile. Future historians would write that America was destroyed by a nuclear attack when in actuality the people just stopped picking up their trash. 60. Revolution for the Hello Fit. Do you have an ideology? No. Ideology is a brain disease. Do you have a movement? Yes. It's called dancing. Isn't that a put-on? No. Can you explain that? Suppose we start the loyalty becomes more repressive, we must become Castros. If it becomes more tolerant, we must one, ecom Vargiles. Do you see the country becoming more repressive? Well, Jay, it's very hard to be objective about that. The co-5 around here are certain Jai, a bunch of bastards. It's winter now, and traditional Jai, that's a time of paranoia because it's a time of less action than the summer. Everything has always been geared to the 64 Revelatone for the Hello Fit summer. Skoys out. People in the streets. More action. When you are involved you don't get paranoid. It's when you sit back and try to figure out what's going on, or what you should do. The winter is the hardest time for revolutionists in this country. We probably should hibernate. Everything builds toward the summer. This year it seems more so. Every day we talk of Chicago and the festival. Every day the news carries a prediction of the long hot summer. The other day I saw a report from Detroit. People, one white line, one black line, lining tip at a gun shop. Meanwhile the mayor is trying to cool things with a nice friendly speech on brotherhood. It was some contrast. Every day has a new report on some new Pogis weapon system. Then there is uncertainty and the tendency to re-examine your tactics. Right now I feel like Dwight Eisenhower on an acid trip. On one hand this, on the other hand that. I think it's a case of information overload. See, I am conditioned to perform well in chaos, actual chaos. Say a riot. In a riot I know exactly what to do. I'm not good for the winter. This is my last winter in the north. I have to live in total summer if I am to survive. Will the summer action bring on more repression? Oh, I suppose so. I see this country as getting simultaneously more repressive and more tolerant. People run off to Hanoi to collaborate with the enemy. Everybody's smoking pot on the streets. People go on TV and radio shows and spell out in detail plans of sabotage. And simultaneously there is repression. The combination of the two is going to produce highly volatile conditions, and that's why many different tactics are needed. Right now a revolution is anything you can get away with. It has to be that way because of the nature of the opposition. What is going to accelerate that process? Well, Vietnam, the Black Revolution, and most importantly, we are. All three present this system with more unsolved problems than it can deal with. You see, there is no solution to the new niggers 65 Vietnam War. To leave or to stay is a defeat. No matter what the government does in the ghettos, it loses. More aid programs increase the appetite for more dem.ins. More repression produces more anger and defensive violence. The same with the young. I know a girl, Peggy Dobbins, who was a teacher at Brooklyn College. She let the students determine the curriculum. Before you knew it, the students wanted to grade them javes. She agreed to go Asiawaig and of course got the axe from the administration. The more you get, the more you want. The more you are prevented from getting what you want, the more you fight to get it. These are trends that are irreversible, because the government cannot deal with these problems. I mean, the government deals with problems rather than solving them. That's pretty political in its analysis. It's new left in its wording. Well, it's a regression. I haven't presented any new ideas. But, well, that's the point. The ideas are in and have been for some time. I guess I just rap on that from force of habit. I was once in the new left but I outgrew it. Or perhaps it outgrew me. We differ on many things. Like what? Fun. I think fun and leisure are great. I don't like the concept of a movement built on sacrifice, dedication, responsibility, anger, frustration, and guilt. Those down things. I would say, look, you want to have more fun, you want to get laid more, you want to turn on with friends, you want an outlet for your creativity, then get out of school, quit your job. Come on out and help build and defend the society you want. Stop trying to organize everybody but yourself. Begin to live your vision. For example, the other night I was at a benefit for a peace group. Great music, light shows, friends all over the place. It was a good time. Some of the money raised goes to arrange rallies at which speakers give boring political speeches. People think it's a drag, but that's the sacrifice to get out the politically. 66 Revolution for the hell of it relevant statement. The point is, nobody listens to political relevant statements. In Chicago we 1L have a huge free music festival. Everyone already knows our feelings on the issues because we are there. It will have a tremendous impact if we can also project the image that we are having all the fun too. When I say fun, I mean an experience so intense that you actualize your Fujipodi Aishije. You become life. Life is fun. Political irrelevance is more effective than political relevance. I notice as we get further into the interview that your answers get more linear and longer. You're observant. I'm getting tired. A few more. I hear you're writing a book. What's it about? Well, it's called Revolution for the hell of it. Sometimes I think I'm writing it just to see that title on a book jacket. Actually, if I have my way, the book jacket won't have the title on it. The book jacket will have two sleeves, a col jar, buttons down at the front, and the word book on the back. Why are you writing it? Well, 'cause I have no idea how to make a movie. It has some parts I like, but the book form is difficult and I write on the run. There is also the time gap. You know, months of delay before it comes out. By then it's a whole new BAJI game. As far as the medium of print is concerned, I would say I like free street leaflets the best. Which medium do you like the best of all? Making love. Anything else? Well, I like to experience pleasure, to have fun. I enjoy blowing people's minds. You know, walking up to somebody and saying, "Would you hold this dollar for me while I go in that store and steal something?" The crazier the better. I like being crazy. The new niggers 67 letting go. Losing control. Just doing what pops into my mind. I trust my impulses. I find the less I try to think through a situation, the better it comes off. I've seen things you've written under other names. Is that part of the put on? I do that a lot. It is fun because I really get pleasure in doing the act or hedging to see it come off. Using false names or other POPs makes sense to me. I'm not so sure about it now. You get known. As soon as you do anything in this country you become a celebrity. It's not really the same as being a leader. You can only stimulate actions. Stopping them or controlling them is something leaders can do. I'm not a leader. Nobody is Tinder my command. I haven't the vaguest idea how to stop a demonstration, say, except to go home. I'm really not interested in stopping anything, so I'm not a leader. But this celebrity thing has certain problems. Using false names just tends to increase the myth after a while. Sometimes I do now, and sometimes I don't. 3 can get away with it, I do. Will you use a false name on the book? If I can get away with it? Isn't this celebrity or star system alien to your visions of a new society? Most definitely. I find as you get more and more well known you get less personage freedom. You spend more time doing other people's things than your own. You know, people calling in the midst of the night with their problems. Imagine this scene, you are trying to steal some groceries and some old lady comes tip and says how much she likes what you're doing. That's why I use disguises, so I can keep in shape by having to hustle without the myth. The day I can't shoplift, panhandle, or pass out leaflets on my own is the day I'll retire. The myth, like everything EJ's, is free. Anybody can claim he is it and use it to hustle. 68 Revolution for the Hello Fit. What's the solution? Is there any to the celebrity game? I don't know. I envision a new life after Chicago. I don't intend to deal with symbolic confrontations. I'm interested in just living with a few friends and building a community. If there is to be confrontation, let it be with the Ioka J Sheriff rather than LJ3J. Maybe this is just a fantasy, though. Maybe it won't happen. I guess everyone dreams of a peaceful life in the country. Especially in the winter. You're planning to drop out? Well, dropping out is a continual process. I don't see anything really definite in the future. I just don't want to get boxed into playing a predetermined role. Let's say, so much of what we do is theater in life. I just don't want to get caught in a Broadway show that lasts 5 years, even if it is a success. The celebrity bag is another form of careerism. But you see, celebrity status is very helpful in working with media. It's my problem and I'll deal with it just like any other problem. I'll do the best I can. Is that why the yippies were created? To manipulate the media? Exactly. You see, we are faced with this task of getting huge numbers of POPJE to come to Chicago along with hundreds of performers, artists, theater groups, engineers. Essentially, people involved in trying to work out to society. How do you do this starting from scratch, with no organization, no money, nothing? The answer is that you create a myth. Something that people can PJ a role in, can relate to. This is a special true of media POPJE. I'll give you an example. A reporter was interviewing us once and he liked what we were doing. He said, I'm going to TEJI what good ideas you guys really have. I'm going to tell the truth about the yippies we said, thought one T help a bit. Lie about IIS it doesn't matter as long as he gets yippee. And Chicago linked together in a magical way. The myth is about life vs. EATI1. That's why we are headed for a powerful clash. The new niggers 69. You don't want the truth told? Well Jay, I don't want to get philosophical, but there is really no such animal. Especially when one talks of creating a myth. How can you have a true myth? When newspapers distort a story, they become participants in the creation of the myth. We love distortions. Those papers that claim to be accurate, i.e., the New York Times, Village Voice, RJM Parts, The Nation, Commentary, that whole academic word scene is a total bore. In the end they probably distort things more than the Daily News. The New York Times is the American establishment, not the Daily News. The Daily News creates a living style. You know, pot-smoking dirty, beatnik, pinko, sex-crazy, beatnik, so-called yippies. Compare that to the New York Times, members of the newly formed Youth International Party. The New York Times is death. The DDLY News is the closest thing to TV. Look at its front page, always a big picture. It looks like a TV set. I could go on and on about this. It's a very important point. Distortion is essential to myth-making. Are you saying that you actually like the Daily News? Not exactly, but I don't consider it the enemy, in the same way that I don't consider George Wallace the enemy. Corporate liberalism, Robert Kennedy, Xerox, David Susskind, the New York Times, Harvard University, that is where the real power in America lies, and it is the rejection of those institutions and symbols that distinguishes radicals. That is not to say that I love the Daily News, but that I consider it more honest than the New York Times. I wanted to start a newspaper called the New York LKJR. It would be the most honest paper in the country. I would sit in a dark C-Joe set and write all the news. The paper would be printed with lemon juice, which is invisible until you heat it with an iron, hence involving the reader. I would write about events without ever leaving the closet. The point is, we all live in dark C-Joe sets. We all see things through a closet darkly. 70 revolution for the hello fit, that's some fantasy. Of course. It'll come true, though. Fantasy is the only truth. Once we had a demonstration at the Daily News building. About 300 people smoked pot, danced, sprayed the reporters with body deodorant, burned money, handed out leaflets to all the employees that began, "Dear fellow member of the communist conspiracy." We called it an alternative fantasy. It worked great. What do you mean, it worked great? Nobody understood it? That is, nobody could explain what it all meant, yet everyone was fascinated. It was pure information, pure imagery, which in the end is truth. You see, the New York Times can get into very theoretical discussions on the criticage level of what we are doing. The Daily News responds on a gut level. That's it? The New York Times has no guts. Then being understood is not your goal? Of course not. The only way you can understand is to join, to become involved. Our goal is to remain a mystery. Pure theater. Free, with no boundaries except your own. Throwing money onto the floor of the stock exchange is pure information. It needs IIO explanation. It says more than thousands of anti-capitalist tracts and essays. It's so obvious that I hesitate to discuss it, since everyone ready this already has an image of what happened there. I respect their images. Anything I said would come on like expertise. Now this is what really happened. In point of fact, nothing happened. Neither we nor the stock exchange exist. We are both rumors. That's it? That's what happened that day. Two different rumors collided. Can you think of people in theater that influence you? W.C. Fields, E.I.I.I.I.E. Kovacs, C.H. Guevara, Antonin Artaud, Alfred Hitchcock, Lenny Bruce, the Marx Brothers. Probably the Beatles have the most influence. I think they have the perfect model for the new Famigi. They have unlimited creativity. The new niggers 71, they are a continual process, always changing, always burying the old Beatles, always dropping out. Can you pursue that a little? Well, the Beatles are a new family group. They are organized around the way they create. They are communal art. They are brothers and, along with their wives and girlfriends, form a family unit that is horizontal rather than vertical, in that it extends across a peer group rather than descending vertically like grandparents' parents' children. More than horizontal, it's circular with the four Beatles the inner circle, then their wives and kids and friends. The Beatles are a small circle of friends, a tribe. They are far more than simply a musical band. Let's say, if you want to begin to understand our culture, you can start by comparing Frank Sinatra and the Beatles. It wouldn't be perfect, but it would be a good beginning. Music is always a good place to start. Why is that? Well, a revolution always has rhythm. Whether it's songs of the Lincoln Brigade, black soul music, Cuban love songs by Jose Marti, or white psychedelic rock. I once heard songs of the Algerian rebels that consisted mostly of people beating guns on wooden cases. It was fantastic. Jihad is the music of the system. Kate Smith singing the national anthem. Maybe that's camp, but it's not soul. What about dancing? There too. Athua Murray. Dance lessons. What a joke. If you need lessons, you haven't got the message. Dancing for us is doing anything you want. You have to see a huge throbbing light rock show. Especially that is free, because the freest people only go to free events. You will see people doing all sorts of fantastic dances. Frenzied and smooth. Butterflies and antelopes. Indians and spiders. Swimming and jumping. Lots of people just sit or lie on the floor, which is a nice step too. No. 72 Revolution for the Hello Fit Body takes lessons. In fact, if you liked the way somebody danced and asked them where they learned to do it, they would laugh. Dance schools are about as outmoded as public schools, which really are archaic. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised to find out that Arthur Murray was U.S. Commissioner of Education, and high school was just a training ground for millions of foxtrotters. You can see the difference if you look at one of those silly dance books with the shoe prints. 1 2 3, 1 2 3. You know. It would be funny to make one for the new dances, which, by the way, don't have names anymore. I think about 2 years ago dances stopped having names. Anyway, one of those books would have shoe prints all over the walls and ceilings. A possible title for this book I'm working on could be The 3 Basic Steps in Modern Dance. 1 2 free. 1 3 T. 0. Netwo. 10 9 8 7 6 5 4 3 2 1 now? That's it? Now you've got it? Turn your motor on and fly. You can go forever. Forever. Haven't you heard of nuclear energy? Yes, you can dance forever. That's the Beatles' message. That's why I said before that our movement was called dancing. Doesn't all this dancing present a problem for society? Not for ours, but for the parent culture, the one decaying, most definitely. The cops hate us. How do you feel about cops? Cops are our enemy. Not each one as a person, naked, say. We're all brothers when we are naked. Did you ever see a fight in a steam bath? But cops in uniform are a different story. Actually, all uniforms are enemies. Just another extension of machine living. The way we dress to costumes is in direct opposition to a uniform culture. Costumes are the opposite of uniforms. Since the cops' uniforms also include clubs, handcuffs, guns, etc., they are particularly baited uniforms. I should also. The new Niggers 73 add that I've been arrested 17 times and beaten by police on at least 5 occasions. I would no more think of asking a cop for help than shooting arsenic to get high. Who would you ask for help? My brothers. None of my brothers are cops. You see, a cop's principal role is to protect private property. Our goal is the abolition of property. How could I ever call a cop? Don't they do more than protect property? Yeah, they kick the shit out of people who have none. Listen. You should have seen Grand Central Station last week during the Yip-In. Picture this, thousands, maybe 10,000 people, dancing, singing, throwing balloons in the air. Some people decided to climb on top of the information booth. While they were up there they pulled the hands off the clock. This triggered a police riot, with maybe 200 cops swinging nightsticks charging into people. No warning. No order to clear. About 100 people were hospitalized, including my wife and me, and over 60 people arrested. There were the police lined up around the clock, guarding it while others smashed shills. One kid, Ron Shea, tried to come to my rescue while I was being beaten. Lie was thrown through a glass door and had both hands broken. He may never be able to use one again. Which hands and held 50 days before they even had a trial. Kids arrested in Indiana get their hair cut and then are thrown out of the jail without even going to trial. In Florida a head shop was smashed by the police and the owners were told bluntly, "We don't want your kind around here. Get your ass out of town." Anyone who takes to the road going cross-country literally takes his life in his hands. Here in enlightened New York things are not much better. The block I live on, St. Mark's Place, is patrolled by no less than 20 cops at a time. Undercover agents in plain clothes slouch against the building waiting for trouble. Kids being searched and asked to produce identification is a normal occurrence. Communes are raided by the week in a massive hunt for America's young runaways. Pot, long used as a method of busting black people, is now being used as a means of eliminating young white activists. There are, I am told, over 30,000 people currently in 76 Revolution for the Hellofit prison for smoking pot. On the Lower East Side pot is more common than cigarettes. Public smoke-ins in Tompkins Square Park last summer attracted 5,000 heads each time. The police had just about thrown in the towel and concentrated on eliminating major dealers. That was true at least up until a month ago. Jerry Rubin is a well-known activist on the Lower East Side. A confirmed radical, Jerry was active in the Berkeley Free Speech Movement, the Vietnam Day Committee, project director of October's siege at the Pentagon, a key figure in Yippee, and an architect of plans for demonstrations at the Democratic National Convention in Chicago. Detectives from the narcotics squad raided his apartment, ripped a poster of Castro off the wall, searched his IFEs and phone book for information, and forced him up against the wall, demanding information on Yippee. Plans for Chicago. All this was under the pretext of a pot bust. The pot, however, was not as interesting to the cops as Jerry's politics, and for not talking Jerry received a few slugs and a kick in the back which resulted in a fractured coccyx. Jerry is on trial now and could receive up to 15 years in prison for something which I'm sure we all do, namely take a puff on a harmless flower. A simple weed that grows wild and has been used by people for thousands of years seems to be causing some fuss. I have no friend who has not been in jail. Jail for even one night can be a learning experience equal to a year in college. Did you know, for example, that you can commit suicide by stuffing cigarette filters in your mouth? Only cops could think that one up. Filters are cut off all your cigarettes in jail. Did you ever have your ass searched? I always wonder what they are looking for. Machine guns. Supreme Court decisions. Civil rights? The Supreme Court is a long way from the 9th Precinct and the 9th Precinct is a longer way still from the cop on the beat. People down here are arrested for passing out leaflets, standing on the corner, handing out free food, not carrying identify. The New Niggers 77 Cation, and a variety of similar offenses. Recently 6 armed cops arrested a long hair on charges of conspiracy. It was never explained how one person can commit conspiracy. All these cases are now being thrown out of the courts by puzzled judges, but looking out the window on St. Mark's Place one wonders how long it will take before people will be put away for long terms in prison for such activities. Paranoids are prophets down here. I was recently busted for standing on the corner of my block. In the police station, a TPF cop threatened to gouge my eyes out with his fingers if I didn't stop smiling. He had assured me he was proficient at such tasks. He gave me a punch in the head just to let me know he knew some other tricks besides eye gouging. It is this reality we are bringing to Chicago with us, the reality of our daily lives. Runaways, the slave revolt. About 8 months ago I was picking my way through the garbage-strewn streets between Avenues B and C when a mite of a girl bumped into me. She must have been about 13 or so and was off to St. Mark's Place to practice her trade. She was a panhandler. She was barefoot, her dungarees were at least 3 sizes too big, and her long yellow hair was tangled in the silver beads she had around her neck. We struck up a conversation. She was from Ohio. She had been down here 3 weeks and found the going tough. After about 15 minutes of listening to problems like finding a decent crash pad. The number of times you get burned down here. My parents got me on a permanent paranoid trip and the like. 78 revolution for the hello fit suggested, why don't you go home? She got very indignant. Assuming a pose even Bonnie Parker would have dug, she pointed her finger in my face and spat out, why don't you? I went to school on that. It was the last time I ever considered it an alternative for anyone. Runaways are the backbone of the youth revolution. We are all runaways, age is irrelevant. A 15-year-old kid who takes off from middle-class American life is an escaped slave crossing the Mason-Dixon line. They are hunted down by professional bounty hunters, fidgety relatives, and the law, because it is against the law to leave home until you have finished your servitude. Many a stool has been known for turning in a known runaway when the reward became big enough. One media legend hippie made a practice out of using his free crash pad as a trap for runaways newly arrived on the scene. It's a fast-growing business, and with the runaway figure for the United States up 18% from a year ago, it looks like its future is assured. It's really quite interesting to stand on the corner of Avenue A and 10th Street and watch the scores of relatives with puzzled expressions on their faces, scurrying to and fro. Here and there is a bounty hunter or plainclothesman querying the local gossips. The parents are really a sight, plowing through incense-burning, rock-blasting psychedelic shops. Please Mary, won't you come home, we all love you. About 2 sets of parents a week make their way to my apartment. Somehow I have this reputation for being in the know. They are referred by the police or shopkeepers. We talk a little. Sometimes I get personal. What drugs was she using? Oh, Janie would never think of taking drugs. There never was a parent who believes his kid uses drugs, and I've never met a kid in the Lower East Side who didn't use drugs before he got here. It seems America has a failure of communication going. It seems America has lost her children. They come down here or to Tlaitashkuri or to the stops in between. An underground railroad exists. The runaways are hidden in crash pads, communes, apartments, in the new niggers 79 country communities. They let their hair grow, change their style of DS, and vanish. The pictures that are stuck on police station walls, printed in underground newspapers, or thrown in my wastebasket, are of different people. A nice school photo. Girl with lipstick, pert dress with white collar. Boy with tweedy sports jacket, Windsor knot in his tie, hair parted on the right side. Where have all the neckties gone? Are the runaways going back? I don't know. Ask them. I'll tell you one thing I sure as bell ain't, they'll have to kill me first. Calm before it's a sunny day on the Boston Common. Couples lie on the grass, the swan boats flutter in the pond, kids playing frisbee and catch. One big happy scene. America the beautiful. You can snap a neat Kodachrome in your mind and send it all over the world. A young girl with long hair, beads, and sandals winks at you and hands you a leaflet. Last night on the Boston Common the cops smashed Abbie in. They brought out the dogs. They clubbed and tear-gassed us and arrested 65. Tonight we assemble again. Don't let the pigs take our park. The streets belong to the people. The girl moves on, handing out the leaflets in a very selective manner that looks ever so casual. A leaflet to a black couple. One hesitatingly for the frisbee players. A leaflet and a hug for two long-hair guys, one playing a flute. About a fourth of the people in the area got leaflets. Comrades being gathered for the Second American Revolution. No leaflets for the Tories. The girl had ripped the Kodachrome in two. The eyes blinked and one saw two pictures. Them US. And then more. 80 Revolution for the Hello Fit muskets, redcoats, and freedom rides, bells, blue noses, fuck naked bodies in the pool. Statues all moldy. State Capitol on the hill. And childhood reminiscence, for Boston was home. The girl and the two long-hair guys are transformed, they are Crispus Attucks, they are kneeling praying in a Birmingham church when a bomb comes flying through the window. A heavy voice from behind me smirks up out of the leaflet and drawls, "Hey boy, you people better not start anything tonight, we don't like your kind in Boston." Yasuh, it was coon huntin' season all over again. The United States of Mississippi had found themselves another nigger. July 21, 1968. 4 Yippee. The media myth. Yippee, the media myth 83 blank space as communication. It is a preview. Have you ever noticed how movie previews are done? They are done by the best minds in Hollywood. TV ads, as of lately, have the same effectiveness. They create a dynamism. The viewer becomes involved. Expectations are built up. Needs are addressed. They are totally absorbing with all the quick cuts, slogans, flashing images, and exciting tempos. Movie previews and TV ads are written by our modern poets. They know how to create the blank space into which the viewer, guerrilla theater, Democrats. Each story is told in a different way. There is mass participation in the yippee myth. Can we change an H to a Y? Can myths involve people to the extent that they will make the journey to far-off Chicago? Can magic media succeed where organizing has failed? Why not? Blank space is the transmission of information whereby the viewer has an opportunity. 86 Revolution for the Hello Fit to become involved as a participant. In Saigon, the newspapers are censored. Various pages have sections of blank news articles. There is more information in those blank articles than you might suspect. I go on television and make a point of swearing. I know the little Vickers don't get through, but the image of me blabbing away with the enthusiasm and excitement of a future would better than this while being sliced up by the puritanical, sterile culture of the establishment is information worth conveying. Words can be used to create. TV trip after King got it. Whitney Young is obviously alive and well in America. I see him every 2 minutes on channel control. And there is Johnson. Wow. Look at him, saggy old LBJ calling for nonviolence. Funny, General Westmoreland didn't mention sit-ins in the Mekong Delta as part of the Army's new tactics. It's yippee, the media myth 87 funny to see panel shows on where do we go from here, and know the country is burning down. Marty walks to the corner and pulls the fire alarm. Within minutes the fire engines have arrived and Marty, sitting on the curb licking a butter almond cone from Gem Spa, looks up and says the country is burning. They slap the kid and call the cops who take him to Bellevue. Where the hell is Eldridge Cleaver? Someone high up obviously decided the guy was too hot on the same Sunday that he gets shot by an asshole cop in Oakland. Too bad. David Susskind won't let Eldridge on to do his thing. There are limits to freedom of speech. On a snowy night in December you can go on the telly and yell burn, baby, burn, but not this Sunday night as you lie wounded in San Quentin Penitentiary. So instead we get Percy Sutton and argue whether or not he's white or black or gay or toupeed. An old friend, a priest, calls drunk and crying and blurting out lines from We Shall Overcome, saying we gotta go to Memphis, like the old days, and I tell him I ain't marching anymore and especially not with George Meany. He asks what he should do and I tell him to fuck a nun. Hey LBJ's on, come on in. I hang up on my old friend, singing this little light of mine, I'm gonna let it shine, click. Oh, is that what that song meant, I wonder as Washington burns in the living room. Because of rather unusual circumstances the Cherry Blossom Festival has been cancelled. Tourists are being met at the Gits and advised to visit Arlington, Virginia or maybe go back to Williamsburg. Gee Mary, I know we've come ill this way to see the cherry blossoms and the Capitol, but the troops say it's too danger oils. Can we go back to Baltimore? No, they say there are 4,000 troops there now and more due in. The kids are getting cranky, Marvin, what are we going to do? We can't go back to Pittsburgh, that's a mess. 88 Revolution for the hell of, I can understand why they don't shoot all those niggers. Frank, that's not nice to say, especially not so soon after King got killed. The nice family spent the night at a Lauer. Julius Lester told me of a trip he was on with him in the Tibon countryside. When the helicopter landed with the newspapers from Hlave, Fidel quickly turned to the baseball scores and then threw the paper into the trash barrel. Cuba SI, Yankee no. Up in Boston we would yell the same sort of thing from the bleachers in Fenway Park. How the hell would'd anybody ever beat the Yankees? The Cubans finally did, and last year so did the Red Sox. Even New Yorkers now abandon the old beaten men of the Yankees and root for the Mets. In those days of Yankee might we would go out to Fenway Park just to see Jim Pearsall sit down in the middle of the game or get in a fight with the umpire. All the umpires secretly worked for the Yankees. Jim Pearsall lives and so does the revolution. Vince Ramos. Up against the wall, Mickey Mantle. April 11, 2001. The only pure revolution in the end is technology. Yet that is the same as the revolution in consciousness. Funny, one thing. Yippee, the media myth 91 just buttons, light bulbs, needles and thread. The other totally internal, spiritual, personal, emotional al. It is in the fusion of that and endless other dichotomies that the road to revolution lies. The movie Cinerama 2001 on LSD is a revolutionary breakthrough. Not that other movies do not have things to say, but 2001 has things to feel in it, and it's fascinating how all the human emotions, joy, sadness, love, anxiety, jealousy, hatred, on, come through so clearly in a film that on its surface seems to deal so much with machines and the mastery of them. I mean, way the fiak are the tits and ass that we have been conditioned to see as dealing with the emotional side of man. Here is the blood. Here is the pain? No, 2001 takes us beyond all that earthly stuff and truly gives us a glimpse of the future. The future, where is that? Someone rips a ticket in half, guides you to a plush chair, the light dims and soon you are out there. In fact, at times way out there, 2001 beyond, the Earth speedo flight, you realize the future race, Broadway, flashing lights, soot yacht cars crunching from brakes that need lubrication, abegarasks foranicle and do realize the future race N0V. 2001 is the apex of technological communication this civilization has reached. Of course, when you are suspended, one might say a flower contains all one needs to know. Today was a typical day. Today everything happened. The moon is full, an Aries moon, I'm told by revolutionary astrologem, and in 3 days the yip out and thousands upon thousands will gather together in Central Park and meet each other and smile, and some will ask why they are there and others will know. Some will tell others. Others will nod. Skeptics meet true believers. Left meets right. Mao Zedong of the People's Republic of China will bump into Cousin Clyde of the Hells Angels. Lead 1,000 flowers bloom messages like to blow minds. Abbie is an emotional united NA. 92 Revolution for the Hello Fictions. It works where the intellectual 110 blocks to the east enclosed in glass and concrete fails today. I ask Joel, the perpetual runaway, scared kid, to go and buy 3 flowers, one chrysanthemum, one daffodil, and one daisy, and he did and returned with the change. We had a technological problem. The flowers would be best suited to throw out of an airplane into the yip out. This was a problem, if you had visions of 10,000 stem sans blossoms descending on 50,000 bewildered heads. So up the 12 flights of stairs I trudged, 3 flowers 3 hand, exhausted, puffing, out of breath as if I had climbed the Himalayas. Up on the roof the sun shone brightly, pigeons were flying about. To the right lay the street, with dutiful Joel waiting to see which flower stood up the est. There were 2 men on the roof. 2 old men, one in his late 40s, the other about 65. Old Italian men with old ways and old hats feeding pigeons, hundreds of them. It was their thing. "You can't come up here," one started screaming. It was weird, they started yelling all kinds of hit like the landlord said, and "You can't come here." And calling me all kinds of names, you people, and I got mad and started yelling things like "Alive in this fucking building, what do you mean you people?" And there they were defending their territory, birds, governments, who knows what. We did not speak the same language, and one old man ran into a little wooden shed on the roof and came out with a butcher knife, and the younger one restrained me as I stood with 3 flowers raised over my head ready to attack. And after we had all shouted, I went down the stairs. There was Joel staring upward, and I said, "Joel, we'll try it from across the street." I climbed 6 flights to the roof of the electric circus, signaled to Joel, and threw the flowers down. First the chrysanthemum, then the daffodil, and finally the white daisy. Kinch, clunch, clunch. Each hit the sidewalk intact. I ran down the stairs, and Joel, puffing, met me halfway and said, "A kid stole the chrysanthemum and somebody stepped on the daffodil." He was. Yippee, the media myth 93, clutching a white daisy in 1-0 hands. He was smiling. The scientific method leads to joy. Daisies would make it to the yip out. That wasn't all that happened today. Today Anita and I applied for passports. Just in case. That wasn't all either. Today was 10,000 years wide. Getting it all out there: America is racist. America is imperialistic. Police are uridal. Mass media distort. Ha bali flab ba bafla ba ba bali sheep talking rhetoric. People on the left spend most of their time telling each other things like that. The point is, everybody already knows, so call it rhetoric. The left masturbates conscientiously because it is essentially rooted in an academic tradition. Asterisk, it is the rhetoric of the left, its insistence on ideological exactness rather than action, that has held the revolution back in this country as much as the actions of the people in power. The left has the same smugness as the New York Times. I remember about 4 months ago attending a mobilization meeting as part of Yippee. They did not want to include us in their coalition because they said we had no real constituency. VE didn't even request to be included and made a point of asterisk. This, of course, wasn't true of the left movement in the 30s, when it was rooted in the labor movement. Dock workers don't waste time at conferences and ideological debates. They are also ready to use any means necessary. That's how they got what they wanted. 94 Revolution for the Hello Fit asking them not to support us. We just wanted to let people know we would be there. For 2 days the M013 debated whether or not they should go to Chicago in August. VE laughed at them, but not in a hostile way, sort of like J3 Uddis smiling in the corner. While they argued back and forth, we got stoned, made love to all the pretty girls, offered resolutions, like demanding an end to pay toilets and support of the Polish student rebellion, refused to pay for our meals, and in general carried on like bad, crazy niggers. After 2 days of bullshit they postponed a decision until sometime in July. We came into the hail and passed out huge posters. VE gave everyone a yippee button. All free, of course. Then we left, knowing full well they'd all be in Chicago anyway. There was no point meeting with them again, and we didn't. No constituency. Ha! The Five of Us degree represented the most important underground magazine, the two most important figures on the NY hippie scene, the most important movement radio personality, and the hero of the Pentagon. VE had on our team the most dynamic people in the white dropout movement, Leary, Ginsberg, and more importantly the rock musicians and most of the underground editors, especially Liberation News Service, the most exciting figures in guerrilla theater as well as the most original people on Broadway, and even more. Essentially what we had was information control, tremendous ability to manipulate the media, and enough balls to break every rule in the book. VE could act like Buddhas. We had in 6 weeks already told the whole world we were going to the Democratic Convention. The night before we had come from the Grand Central Station massacre of the Yippies. In 1 week, on $15 cash, we had attracted 5 to myself, Jim Forate, Paul Krasner, Jerry Bubin, and Bob Fess. Yippee, the media myth 8,000 people to a party at midnight, for no reason, in Grand Central Station. It is debatable whether or not the Grand Central Massacre helped or hurt our chances in Chicago. I maintain it helped tremendously. It put Yippee on the map. I know that sounds cold-blooded. Revolutionists are cold-blooded bastards. I can say this honestly because I run the same, if not more risks, than anyone. I was knocked unconscious by some dumb pig in Grand Central. Besides, nobody was under orders to come. Besides, I was the only one who tried to cool out the scene. I asked the head cops and the mayor's assistant, Barry Gutierrez, to let me use the PA system. Like dumb cops they refused, in fact they refused even to use it themselves. The mayor's assistant had an interesting response. "You're not our police," he replied. Asking to use the PA system was a very difficult decision which very few people in this country can even begin to comprehend. It means a conscious, deliberate attempt to assert leadership. It's nice in a sense that the cops, as they did later in Chicago, always take over the leadership at such critical moments. "The pigs are our leaders" is the kind of information that is truer than true. Anyway, a revolutionary artist, which is shorthand for either revolutionist or artist, just does it. Life actors, all play their roles according to their backgrounds, talents, costumes, and props. The Grand Central Station massacre knocked out the hippie image of Chicago and let the whole world know there would be blood on the streets of Chicago. It didn't matter what we predicted, what story we made up, how much we talked of fun and games. The medium is the message, and the message was theater of needlety. The rumor of Grand Central Station and the statements of Shoot to Kill Daley and Sheriff Joe Woods were powerful enough magic to separate the hippies from the yippies. 96 Revolution. For the hell of it, no one who came to Chicago because of our influence had any doubts that they were risking their life. I don't know about McCarthy kids, to use a mother team, they were not our responsibility. The hippie end of our mythical coalition dropped out. They failed to trust the yippie myth. There was a lot of name-calling, but in the end it didn't matter. Almost all the original hippies could be found on the streets of Chicago, and they were all fighting in the style of their choice, all stoned out of their heads and all having a ball. The reason for this is that the energy centers that gravitated to the center of the myth were tough as all hell. Also, a myth has a tendency to always pick the right symbols and strategy. It is in a real sense self-perpetuating. For example, we held only one formal press conference until Chicago actually happened. It was arranged by one of the country's best publicists, held in the Americana Hotel, and only the stars spoke: Ginsberg, Judy Collins, Phil Oakes, Jacques Levy, Joe Bird, Al Cooper, Bob Fass, Michael Goldstein, Paul Krasner, and Ed Sanders. Jerry Rubin and I did not speak. Except for Paul and Ed, all the others later dropped out of Yippee. Until the festival began. Some played secondary roles, not the least of which was to criticize Yippee. Maybe for this reason the press conference got very little coverage in the media. Maybe it was because of the Americana setting, maybe because of other news that day. By the rules, This press conference should have gotten into every paper in the country and on every TV station. It didn't, and it didn't precisely because it wasn't right. It didn't fit the truth of what would happen in Chicago. The media in a real sense never lie when you relate to them in a nonlinear mythical manner. In similar fashion, the Yip Out on Easter Sunday, with over 40,000 people in Central Park and 15 rock groups and flowers from the sky, didn't fit the myth and was soon forgotten. It was Grand Central Station that stuck, and talk of not telling the truth is pig shit, for a myth always tells the truth. Yippee, the media myth 97. Another case in point is the pig. Introduced fairly early in the game by Hugh Romney, spiritual leader of the Hog Farm, a commune outside Los Angeles, the pig gravitated to the center of the myth. It took a long time, probably because of Hugh's vacillation about coming, and the fact that he was bringing the pig probably held the myth back. The week before the thing happened, we noticed the media picking up on the pig. With the cold-bloodedness of Madison Avenue, we rammed in the pig shit. It took only 4 days. When I went out to get the pig on some Americae farm in northern Illinois, the pig had already become famous. This particular pig was finally rejected by the myth with a good deal of help from Jerry Rubin and Stu Albert. The meeting at which this decision was made was quite heated and actually our only meeting in Chicago. They wanted a meaner pig. I thought it didn't matter, sort of like the pig we had, was worried about the technical problems of managing a large pig, and had doubts that Jerry, Stu, and Phil Oakes could find another pig in time. They were not the resource people, who were all three my gang by that time. Jerry degree and I had a huge fight and didn't speak to each other the rest of the time. Which upset everybody except probably Jerry and me, since we were both so determined to make our Chicago in our own style. VE would not let a personal fight upset anything. I3E sides, we were both so dedicated that I, at least, realized that Jerry would cry at my funeral and make the right speech, and that I would do. Hugh never made it to Chicago. Even though when it started he called, saying he would be there with high traveling show in a day if we could wire him $500, which, of course, we yelled and would not even if we'd had the money. Speaking of coincidences, the farm where we got Mrs. Pig was in Belvidere, Illinois, home of the current Miss America. I even remember Jerry remarking, "10 anybody burn any dollars?" We had no money at all. Even our half of the benefit with the mob on Thursday night we gave to them. I don't think we know what to do with money. 98 Revolution for the hello fit the same at his. But I deliberately told my police tale and everyone else except the reporters about the fight we had. I wanted to destroy a charge of conspiracy and thought this was the best way. It fitted my pattern of not getting caught. Even though we fought, we were all together. The first blood I saw in Chicago was the blood of Stu Albert, Jerry's closest friend. It happened in the first Sunday afternoon police riot in Lincoln Park. I embraced Stu, crying and swearing, sharing his blood. I went up to the cops and shook my fist. I made a haranguing speech, standing between rows of pig cops and scared spectators of the music festival, which of course by now was over. That kind of unity that Stu and I have, even though he is a Marxist-Leninist and I am a fuck-off, is impossible to explain. We are united in our determination to smash the system by using any means at our disposal and build a new world. In any event, it didn't matter. Jerry's big pig hit the Civic Center and Mrs. Pig was let loose in the park hours later, screaming that her 30 sons would avenge her husband's arrest. I dropped the hint that we were considering running a lion. In the end, thousands of pigs were used, real pigs, pig buttons, nice pigs like Mr. and Mrs. Pig, and bad pigs like the cops, Daley, Humphrey, and the politicians. It was shades of Animal Farm, and you couldn't tell the pigs from the farmers or the farmers from the pigs. On the last day, I knew we had won when I saw Humphrey and Daley on TV and in photos. Everyone could see they were coming up pig as all hell. As a familiar chant, one that I had never heard at any demonstration, put it, "The whole world is watching." The whole world is watching. Thanks again to Mayor Daley for heating up Walter Cronkite. Myths work the way the section was written. They just go. The next section will also be called Getting It All Out There to make some more non-points. Anyway, repetition is the key to advertising. Drink revolution and see. Yippee, the media myth 99. Getting it all out there. America is racist. America is imperialistic. Police are brutal. Mass media distort. Fla ba bali I 3 off lab ba fla ba ba. Here we go again. None of these phrases contains information. I never once accused the police of being brutal, for example. It was not my role. There were enough liberals to do that. Degree. I applauded the police performance. They were major life actors, performed brilliantly and never let us get away without a proper cop response. They were pigs through and through. Those that weren't, played different roles. You didn't have to worry about them, anyway. They weren't performing for the whole world. Uid. Besides, they were only worried about keeping their jobs and not about killing you and your brothers. I have a certain hesitancy about the term pig in reference to police. Don't get me wrong, the term is perfect but not enough of an insult if that's your message. Cops like to be called pigs and Nazis and fascists and killers. It lends itself to zero as I write this. For example, I know damn well that I'll pick up the New York Tiny Sunday edition tomorrow and find a fill page ad in the News of the Week 3 review section, sponsored by some ad hoc concerned city ends for a calm Chicago attacking the police for their brutality. Galbraith, McDonald, Howe, maybe even Arthur Goldberg and John Lindsay. It will cost over $6,000. Aid is the liberals' way of burning money, relieving their guilt and getting their name in the paper. As far as I'm concerned, it's a waste. That's the nice thing about liberals, though, even though you tell them to fuck off, they'll still be around. If you don't believe me, read tomorrow's Times. 100 Revolution. For the hell of it, the image of masculinity they try to preserve. When I get pissed at cops, it goes something like this: you fucking fag ass cocksuckers. You commie pimps. You Jew bastard fags. You get your fucking paws off me, you bunch of cowards. I can kick your fucking ass in. I'll bet you fuck each other up the ass. How come you guys never get laid? That's cop talk. That spooks them. You can hurt their feelings. Establish rapport. Scare them or get your ass kicked some more. Psychic jujitsu always has its risks, but you always get the message through. I use it every day to stay alive. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Scene packed jail cell, generally called the tank in cop talk. The last stop on my tour of Chicago jails, only a door and a thin corrugated metal wall separate us from the courtroom. Actors: me. One naked guy named Brother Michael, whom they caught running bare ass through the loop. Iron Mike sits in the lotus position in the corner and never speaks. 20 to 25 pacifists, all professionals, dressed in calm, well-groomed Quaker meeting hall clothes. They all look like Stoughton Lind. They were arrested in a vigil near the amphitheater. I knew it without even asking. One fat pig, who keeps opening the door to the courtroom, calling a name and always correcting the pronunciation himself. Conflict. I don't want to fuck up the pacifists' theater, yet I still want to do my own play. I keep meeting them halfway, explaining what I'm doing. I'm talking. Yippee, the media myth 101. With one of them, a guy who looks the model of a successful young doctor, calm, well-groomed. I'm explaining theater and getting it all out there, though my voice is hoarse from explaining and tear-ga. Each time the door opens with fat pig on the doorknob, a shy kid says something like, "Please sir, can we have some water?" or "Please sir, can we make a call, it's been 10 hours. Hey kid, you ain't getting through. Don't you see that? It's just like your silly-ass vigil. You're begging an America that won't listen. Besides, it's not even good begging. You could use a lesson from the St. Mark's panhandlers. Iron Mike over there in the corner is saying more than you, and he ain't saying nothing. Watch, I'll show you how to beg, and then I'll do my thing without physical violence, 'cause I know you are pacifists. Hang on. The play begins, the door opens, and there is fat pig. I dash across the cell, throw myself at his feet, clutching his pants. Sir, sir. I plead, we have no food. We have no water. Please, sir. Fat Pig is really shook. He pushes me with his legs, not a real kick but a push. I jump up. You motherfucker fag. Come on in here, I'll kick the shit out of you. You fat bastard. I got a black belt in karate and I prove it by doing some fancy chops that I saw in some movie, yelling yeah, yeah. Wash hoy. Wash hoy. Fat Pig is totally astonished. He shouts, you coward. You coward. He must be confusing me with the pacifists. Anyway, I know I've got him when he sinks to my level of rationality. Coward. He's 3 times my size. But that doesn't matter, I can kick the shit out of him anytime I want cause I ain't afraid to die and he's afraid of losing his job. I don't know if the pacifists got the point. I didn't even ask them. When you're an artist, your art is the point as well as the reason you keep going. Applause, boos, analysts, critics are all irrelevant. That's one reason I never respond to criticism and always suspect those that do, for example, Norman Mailer. Those that respond are politicians, they want everyone to love them. Artists never need 102 revolution for the hello fit love. I learned this from Saul Alinsky, radical street organizer, whom I consider a fantastically great artist. He told me once about 3 years ago, as we sat in a Boston hotel room drinking scotch and discussing organizing, never respond to criticism or else you'll be doing everybody's thing but your own. I picked Alinsky's brain clean that night. 5 On to Chicago. On to Chicago 105 Festival of Life August 25-30 Chicago produced by Marshall McLuhan directed by Mayor Daley and Antonin Artaud. The medium is the mess. Marshall McLuhan the policeman isn't there to create disorder. He's there to preserve disorder. Mayor R1 CNAIDJ Daley, Press Conference, September 10, 1968 Theater of Cruelty proposes to resort to a mass spectacle, to seek in the agitation of tremendous masses, convulsed and hurled against each other, a little of that poetry of festivals and crowds when, all too rarely nowadays, the people pour out into the streets. The theater must give us everything that is in crime, love, war, or madness if it wants to recover its necessity. We want to create a believable reality which gives the heart and senses that kind of concrete bite which all true sensation requires. We wish to address the entire organism through an intensive mobilization of objects, gestures, and signs, used in a new spirit. The theater of cruelty has been created in order to restore a passionate and convulsive conception of life, and it is in the sense of violent rigor and extreme condensation of scenic elements that the cruelty on which it is based must be understood. This cruelty, which will be bloody when necessary but not systematically so, can thus be identified with a kind of severe moral purity which is not afraid to pay life the price it must be paid. And zero nin Artaud, the theater, and its double. 106 Revolution for the Hello Fit. The Yippies are going to Chicago. Last December a group of us in New York conceived the Yip Pie idea. We had 4 main objectives. 1. The blending of pot and politics into a political grass leaves movement across fertilization of the hippie and new left philosophies. 2. A connecting link that would tie together as much of the underground as was willing into some gigantic national get-together. 3. The development of a model for an alternative society. 4. The need to make some statement, especially in revolutionary action theater terms, about LBJ, the Democratic Party, electoral politics, and the state of the nation. To accomplish these tasks required the construction of a vast myth, for through the notion of myth large numbers of people could get turned on and, in that process of getting turned on, begin to participate in Yippee. And start to focus on Chicago. Precision was sacrificed for a greater degree of suggestion. POP took off in all directions in the most sensational manner possible. We'll burn Chicago to the ground. We'll fuck on the beaches. Wademan the politics of ecstasy. Acid for all. Abandoned creeping meatball. And, all the time, yippee, Chicago August 25-30. Reporters would play their preconceived roles. What's the difference between a hippie and a yippee? 100 different answers would fly out, forcing the reporter to make up his own. On to Chicago 107 answers, to distort. And distortion became the lifeblood of the yippies. Yippee was in the eye of the beholder. Perhaps Marshall McLuhan can help. This is taken from an interview in the current Columbia University yearbook. McLuhan, myth is the mode of simultaneous awareness of a complex group of causes and effects. We hear sounds from everywhere, without ever having to focus. Where a visual space is an organized continuum of a uniform connected kind, the ear world is a world of simultaneous relationships. Electric circuitry confers a mythic dimension on our ordinary individual and group actions. Our technology forces us to live mythically, but we continue to think fragmentarily, and on single, separate planes. Interviewer, what do you mean by myth? MCE.Uian, myth means putting on the audience, putting on one's environment. The Beatles do this. They are a group of people who suddenly were able to put on their audience and the English language with musical effects, putting on a whole vesture, a whole time, a zeit. Interviewer, so it doesn't matter that the Pentagon didn't actually levitate. MCLIIIAN, young people are looking for a formula for putting on the universe participation mystique. They do not look for detached patterns for ways of relating themselves to the world, i.e. 19th century. So there you have it, or rather have it suggested, because myth can never have the precision of a well-oiled machine, which would allow it to be trapped and molded. It must have the action of participation and the magic of mystique. It must have a high element of risk, drama, excitement, and bullshit. Let's return to history. Remember a guy named Lyndon Johnson? He was so predictable when yippee began. And then pow! He really fucked us. He did the one thing no one had. 108 revolution for the hello fit counted on. He dropped out. My God, we exclaimed. Lyndonese outflanking us on our hippie side? Then co-clean for Gene and Hollywood Bobby. Well, Gene wasn't much. One could secretly cheer for him the way you cheer for the Mets. It's easy, knowing he can never win. But Bobby, there was the real threat. A direct challenge to our theater in the streets, a challenge to the charisma of yippee. Remember Bobby's Christmas card, psychedelic blank space with a big question mark sent in '68. Remember Bobby on television stuttering at certain questions, leaving room for the audience to jump in and help him agonize, to battle the cold interviewer who knew all the questions and never made a mistake. Come on, Bobby said. Join the mystery battle against the television machine. Participation mystique. Theater in the streets. He played it to the hilt. And what was worse, Bobby had the money and power to build the stage. We had to steal ours. It was no contest. Yippee stock went down quicker than the money we had dumped on the stock exchange floor. Every night we would turn on the TV set and there was the young knight with long hair, holding out his hand. Give me your hand, it is a long road ahead. When young long hairs told you how they'd heard that Bobby turned on, you knew yippee was really in trouble. We took to drinking and praying for LBJ to strike back, but he kept melting. Then Hubert came along exclaiming the politic softjoy and yippee passed into a state of catatonia which resulted in near permanent brain damage. Yippee grew irrelevant. National action seemed meaningless. Everybody began the tough task of developing new battlegrounds. Columbia, the Lower East Side, Free City in San Francisco. Local action became the focus, and by the end of May we had decided to disband yippee and cancel the Chicago Festival. On to Chicago 109. It took 2 full weeks of debate to arrive at a method of dropping out which would not further demoralize the troops. The statement was all ready when up stepped Sirhan, and in 10 seconds he made it a whole new ball game. We postponed calling off Chicago and tried to make some sense out of what the hell had just happened. It was not easy to think clearly. Yippee, still in a state of critical shock because of LBJ's pullout, hovered close to death somewhere between the 50-50th state of Andy Warhol and the 0/0 state of Bobby Kennedy. The United States political system was proving more insane than Yippee. Reality and unreality had in 6 months switched sides. It was America that was on a trip, we were just standing still. How could we pull our pants down? America was already naked. What could we disrupt? America was falling apart at the seams. Yet Chicago seemed more relevant than ever. Hubert had a lock on the convention, it was more closed than ever. Even the squares who vote in primaries had expressed a mandate for change. Hubert canned the politics of joy and instituted the politics of hope, some switch but none of the slogans mattered. We were back to power politics, the politics of big city machines and backroom deals. The Democrats had finally got their thing together by hook or crook, and there it was for all to see, fat, ugly, and full of shit. The calls began pouring into our office. They wanted to know only one thing: when do we leave for Chicago? What we need now, however, is the direct opposite approach from the one we began with. We must sacrifice suggestion for a greater degree of precision. We need a reality in the face of the American political myth. We have to kill Yippee. And still bring huge numbers to Chicago. If you have any Yippee buttons, posters, stickers, or sweat 110 REVOLUTIONFORTHEHEAOFIT shirts, bring them to Chicago. We will end Yippee. In a huge orgasm of destruction atop a giant media altar. We will in Chicago begin the task of building free America on the ashes of the old and from the inside out. A constitutional convention is being planned. A convention of visionary mind-benders who will for 5 long days and nights address themselves to the task of formulating the goals and means of the new society. It will be a blend of technologists and poets, of artists and community organizers, of anyone who has a vision. We will try to develop a community of consciousness. There will be a huge rock folk festival for free. Contrary to rumor, no groups originally committed to Chicago have dropped out. In fact, additional ones have agreed to participate. In all, about 30 groups and performers will be there. Theater groups from all over the country are pledged to come. They are an integral part of the activities, and a large amount of funds raised from here on in will go for the transportation of street theater groups. Workshops in a variety of subjects such as draft resistance, drugs, commune development, guerrilla theater, and underground media will be set up. The workshops will be oriented around problem solving while the Constitutional Convention works to developing the overall philosophical framework. There will probably be a huge march across town to haunt the Democrats. People come to Chicago should begin preparations for 5 days of energy exchange. Do not come prepared to sit and watch and be fed and cared for. It just won't happen that way. It is time to become a life actor. The days of the audience died with the old America. If you don't have a thing to do, stay home, you'll only get in the way. All of these plans are contingent on our getting a permit, and it is toward that goal that we have been working. A permit is a definite contradiction in philosophy since we do not recognize. On to Chicago 111 is the authority of the old order, but tactically it is a necessity. We are negotiating, with the Chicago city government, a 6-day treaty. All of the Chicago newspapers as well as various pressure groups have urged the city of Chicago to grant the permit. They recognize full well the huge social problem they face if we are forced to use the streets of Chicago for our action. They have tentatively offered us use of Soldiers Field Stadium or Navy Pier for our convention. We have had several meetings, principally with David Stahl, Deputy Mayor of Chicago, and there remains but to iron out the terms of the treaty, suspension of curfew laws, regulations pertaining to sleeping on the beach, etc. For us to have a bona fide permit in our hands. The possibility of violence will be greatly reduced. There is no guarantee that it will be entirely eliminated. This is the United States, 1968, remember. If you are afraid of violence you shouldn't have crossed the border. This matter of a permit is a cat and mouse game. The Chicago authorities do not wish to grant it too early, knowing this would increase the number of people that descend on the city. They can ill afford to wait too late, for that will inhibit planning on our part and create more chaos. It is not our wish to take on superior armed troops who outnumber us on unfamiliar enemy territory. It is not their wish to have a Democrat nominated amidst a major bloodbath. The treaty will work for both sides. There is a further complicating factor, the possibility of the convention being moved out of Chicago. Presently there are two major strikes taking place by bus drivers and telephone and electrical repairmen, in addition to a taxi strike scheduled to begin on the eve of the convention. If the convention is moved out of Chicago we will have to adjust our plans. The best we can say is, keep your powder dry. 112 Revolution for the Hello Fit and start preparing. A good idea is to begin raising money to outfit a used bus that you can buy for about $300, and use locally before and after Chicago. Prepare a street theater skit or bring something to distribute, such as food, poems, or music. Get sleeping bags and other camping equipment. We will sleep on the beaches. If you have any free money we can channel this into energy groups already committed. We are fantastically broke and in need of funds. In Chicago contact the Seed, 837 North LaSalle Street, in New York, the Youth International Party, 32 Union Square. East. Chicago has rooming facilities for 25 organizers. Write us of your plans and watch the underground papers for the latest developments. The point is, you can use Chicago as a means of pulling your local community together. It can serve to open up a dialogue between political radicals and those who might be considered hippies. The radical will say to the hippie, get together and fight, you are getting the shit kicked out of you. The hippie will say to the radical, your protest is so narrow, your rhetoric so boring, your ideological power plays so old-fashioned. Each can help the other, and Chicago, like the Pentagon demonstration before it, might well offer the medium to put forth that message. Postscript: the preceding article, borrowed from The Realist, July 7, 1968, is the only article I wrote about Chicago prior to the convention. It was quoted by Jack Mabley of the Chicago American as proof of my serious revolutionary goals. It was also quoted in On to Chicago 113, a subsequent article in the Chicago Sun-Times, entitled Cops Watch Top Yippies, an article which showed only that they watched what we wrote in the underground press. Both news articles quote the opening section of my piece. The part with the numbers. Structure is more important than content in the transmission of information. It is the same as saying thematium is the message. The fact that they quoted the section with the numbers reminds me of how I used to bull my way through college exams. If I didn't know the answer to a question such as when did the Tasmanian Empire collapse, I made a point of structuring the answer in the following manner: economically, the Tasmanian Empire suffered from bureaucratic excesses. I knew we had smashed the Democrats' chances and destroyed the two-party system in this country and perhaps with it electoral politics. Nixon Agnew vs. Humphrey Muskie. 4 deuces. Ha. Ha. Losers all. There was no doubt in my C. McLuhan's brilliant article in a recent Saturday Evening Post entitled A11 The Candidates Are Asleep. On to Chicago 119. Mind when I saw that acceptance speech that we had won. There would be a pig in the White House in 69. I went out for champagne, brought it up to the mob office, and toasted the revolution. Put on my dark glasses, tucked my hair under my hat, pasted on my mustache, and called my wife. Told her to ditch the Chicago police tailing us and pick me up. I checked my phony identification cards and my youth ticket. In a half hour we were at O'Hare Airport, 2 hours later back on the Lower East Side. All the way on the plane I kept wondering what the fuck we would have clone if they had let us stay in Lincoln Park at night. As usual the cops took care of the difficult decisions. The concept of the pig as our leader was truer than reality. It was the perfect symbol. We love the pig. We hate the pig. Everything is pig. Chicago is total garbage and the pigs ate like politicians. The pigs that attacked us in the park lived in the zoo, housed in the Lincoln Cultural and Arts Center. One of the pigs that killed Dean Johnson, a 17-year-old Indian brother from Sioux City, our only martyr, in what was allegedly self-defense, was called Officer Manley. Asterisk the liberal schmuck deputy mayor who stalled for 4 months on our permit application was named David Stahl. The federal judge who was to hear our lawsuit was named Lynch. The names and coincidences were beyond belief. Symbols and myths is what it's all about. Headlines: National Guard vs. the hippies at Conrad Hilton. My God, the overground press looked like the East Village Other. It was impossible to tell who was who. A perfect and total mess. The cops drove us out in the street each night, teaching us how to survive and fight. How could city yippies totally unorganized * Mayor Daley's unbelievable 70-page whitewash of what happened in Chicago states, Noon was killed or seriously injured. There seemed to be a number of realities floating around. 120 Revolution for the Hello-Fit take on superior armed forces in unfamiliar territory resembling the countryside. We had to leave but we never retreated. Let us make that point crystal clear. We dispersed. We persisted in fighting for our right to stay in the park the total time we were in Chicago. 3 Fact we were really fighting for our right to be in Grant Park, which was our original intention. 4 It was Grant Park, right across from the headquarters of the Chief Pigs, the Conrad Hitler, largest hotel in the world, that was Circus Ring number 1. 15 days ago I was left in Chicago by the other troublemakers who had things to put together in New York before heading back. I had $1 in my pocket, which I ceremoniously burned in the seat office, and said, now I am ready for the battle. I bummed a few bucks from Abe Peck, the editor, and was off and running. I bought a little red book in Woolworth's which incidentally fell apart, revealing scraps of Chinese newspapers which I later showed to police to prove conclusively that the yippies were linked directly to Red China. By the time I was through I had the home phone numbers of the chief of police, deputy mayor, Hubert Humphrey's credit card number and information on all the key people in yippie, mob, press, police, and resource people. I had a lot of information. Information is the key to survival. Information is what the struggle is all about. As long as I knew what I was doing better than the people I encountered knew what they were doing, I would survive. If not, I would die. I had no doubts about that. Knowing what to do was the way not to get caught. As I said to the cops who came to arrest me Wednesday as I was sitting in the Lincoln Hotel restaurant waiting for breakfast, the first duty of a revolutionist is to get away with it. The second duty is to eat breakfast. I ain't going. It was a bust written by a Hollywood. On to Chicago 121 screenwriter. I had painted the word fuck on my forehead as part of my costume. I didn't feel like having my picture in the mass media that day, and that is the only way to do it and still be able to do your thing. Especially if your thing is heavy. My hat was drawn low over the word because I didn't feel like pissing off the waitress. 2 cops came in and said, "We have a tip, you have something under your hat, will you please remove it?" I'm going to eat. Want to join us? They had a conference. You guys better call Commander Brash. They left. Soon they returned with 6 other cops. Outside were 4 patrol cars. Out came their guns. Take off your hat. I lifted the gray Ranger hat, one of the 100 different disguises I had used that week, and shouted bang bang. Krasner went hysterical, even my wife, who usually worries, was smiling. The cops reached over and pulled me out across the table, with me clutching a slice of bacon, dragged me out of the restaurant, slammed me against a car, handcuffed me, and took me in. I was kept incommunicado for 13 hours with no phone calls, no lawyers, no food. I was transported from precinct house to precinct house while fat dumb cops beat the shit out of me. One cop, Officer Henley, showed me a gold bullet that he said had my name on it. I fired back, "Have your name on a silver bullet and I'm the Lone Ranger." Throughout the beatings I kept laughing hysterically, "Whipped you fucking pigs, we whipped your asses. You cocksuckers are afraid to lose your jobs and we ain't afraid to die." The courtroom scene was a shambles. I swore at the ACLU lawyer and told him to get his liberal lawyers for a sit-in and forget about defending me. In the hall I ripped up the arrest papers with all the 122 Revolution for the Hello Fit charges. It was all catch-22 bullshit anyway. I was really mad though because they had succeeded in keeping me out of the Battle of Michigan Avenue. Actually I had worked out a perfect plan not to get caught and still do my thing. At midnight the night before, a girl with a brown cowboy hat covered with blood was supposed to have run into the Lincoln Park area, screaming that I had been killed. It would have worked too. Lincoln Park at midnight just before the tear gas hit was the best place in the country to begin that sort of spook story. It was the hour of paranoid's delight. Anyway, the girl didn't do it. Later she told me it was one of the toughest decisions she ever made. She, more than most, realized the power of myth. Anyway, the next day I really was flying. It was the best. I rapped in Lincoln Park thanking Ho Chi Minh for bringing the medical supplies, thanking Bob Dylan for playing in the park, thanking Chairman Mao for the secret plans. I thanked Marshal Mi Lujan for bringing his television set. I thanked the Chicago cops and Mayor Daley, the founders of the Yippies, for without their help none of this would have been possible. I rapped about how leaders were full of shit, how the mob marshals were all cops, and how the politicians, McCarthy included, who came to the park to speak were fake prophets. I told them the only way we could get to the amphitheater was to go as a community, to just ask the guy next to you how to get there, if they didn't already know, and put your arm around his shoulder and go with him. About 5,000 of us just headed for the amphitheater down Michigan Avenue. No leader, nothing. Just people. It was beautiful. Then the chicken shit marshals took over. They are always the ones who, on to Chicago 123, bring the megaphones and should never be trusted. In fact, if I ever see Eric Weinberger again I'm going to slice not only his megaphone but his throat as well. About 10 blocks down Michigan Avenue the troops came out. It was unbelievable. Out comes the biggest fucking tank I ever saw. Me and this spade cat were in the middle of the block about then. I said to Frankie, my spade buddy, let's go up and fuck around. Erie was up there pissing his pants, telling the people to sit down, which of course is the worst advice possible. I said, Eric, put someone on the bullhorn who is hot afraid to die, you are panicking people. I showed him. I went up and stretched out in front of tile tank with one finger up 3 tile air laughing like a son of a bitch, while Frankie Spade slapped his thighs and roared asterisk. Then I shouted out over the bullhorn, you cops out there, cool it, you hear? We just sent for the head cop and he'll be here in 5 minutes. You guys don't want to lose your jobs, do you? Eric, even while I was speaking, would not give up the mic. Meanwhile Dick Gregory was having a most difficult time. He's a very funny guy but his politics are for shit and his street strategy is worse. I knew what was in his head all along. You know, front of the line, easy bust, suffer jail, we shall overcome fast, bullshit, masochistic theater, very manipulative. Because he only came out after the battle and also after he had tried his damnedest to scare people out of coming. I like him a lot but he's not ready for any means necessary, at least not now on Michigan Avenue. I told him the rap to the cops was a bluff and my strategy was to get the head cop down here, grab him, and get us through. The other pigs wouldn't touch us. He said, what if they did? I replied I would kill the top pig, and I meant it. In 3 minutes, lo and behold, a black limousine pulls up in the center of the asterisk. A mistake. Better theater would have been to punch the tank or at least stand up roaring with laughter. I got co-opted by the pacifists. 124 Revolution for the Hello Fit crowd. I go up and say I want to see Chief Lynsky right away, or there will be more blood spilled here than in all the other days together. A pig said, I am Lynsky's boss. I wasn't sure, but he sure had a lot of gold braid on. Pig Rochefort was his name. He tried to get me to go with him in the car and discuss this rationally. Oh no, I'm no leader. I'm just a wise-ass punk. We all have to go or nobody goes. Meanwhile Eric hustles the big pig to the mic, announcing, we can go back to the park. The chief pig and Eric are arm in arm, leading the sheep back to the meadow. I'm going crazy, but I think I can still win. I run back to the park and hustle another bullhorn. Frankie Spade is the only guy I can count on, but he's passed out on the grass from the super honey that came from our underground lab. So there we are on the hilltop, Eric and the chief pig explaining very chummy how we can all stay in the park, and me announcing publicly the plan to kidnap the head pig and snuff him if they touch us. I'm also yelling for the motherfuckers, because when the chips are really down, it's the motherfuckers who would have the balls to do it. Of course Gregory won out. He worked a deal with the chief, invited everyone up to his house, walking on the sidewalk. He got control of the bullhorns and monitors as fat as cops had the people line up in threes. He put himself in front with delegates from the convention and marched the sheep off to his house. I ran up and down the line laughing at the sheep, telling them they were being taken for a ride, they'd get in trouble following leaders, especially politicians. Even Gregory's a politician. That's why he's running for president and not voting for the pig. I panhandled $80 in 20 minutes from the sheep, telling them it was for dope. Actually the money was to fly out of Chicago, cause it was over for me. I third seen that theater piece before. Leaders with press buzzing around like flies get helped into the paddy wagons just before the sheep get slaughtered. As I walked away, a kid said, "You afraid to join us?" "You bet your ass I am. Besides, my leader is the pig. I'll see you at the inauguration." Are the yippies going? I doubt it. There never were any yippies and there never will be. It was a slogan, yippee. And that exclamation point was what it was all about. It was the biggest put on of all time. If you believe yippies existed, you are nothing but a sheep. The brothers and sisters who came and fought and made love weren't hustled. Everyone's Chicago came true. You know how I knew? Nobody was disappointed Bob Dylan didn't show up. You know he did, though it was just that the fucking pigs wouldn't let him play in the park. I saw him. Sunday night we sat up in a tree near the Church of the Free Spirit in Lincoln Park smoking grass. If you don't believe me, go up to Woodstock and ask him. September 1st, 1968 The NY Times and entering the myth. The NY Times is death on yippee. I realized that last year when I participated in a press conference run by the mobilization to announce plans for the Pentagon demonstration. There we were, a whole panel of people with me sitting on the end. 126 Revolution for the Hello Fit. Each person did his rap in the style of his choice. My rap on the exorcism was featured on all the television news shows. When the Times came out, there was a picture of the panel. I was cut out of the picture. I went to school on that for a long time. Why was it so good for television and so rotten for the Times? Chicago was, as I have stated before, a perfect mess. In a perfect mess everyone gets what he wants. Asterisk in a perfect mess only the system suffers. The road into Chicago begins and ends in your own head. Daley and the FBI will enter by finding a conspiracy. Jack Newlield will enter through his friend Tom Hayden. Richard Goldstein through me. Marvin Garson and the West Coast through Jerry Rubin. Paul Krasner will enter it through his own mind, as will Jerry Rubin, Allen Ginsberg, and Ed Sanders. Teen magazines will enter through interviews with young yippie girls. Julius Lester will get it right. He always did. The Guardian will enter it through SDS, as will NCTV Left Notes. Ramparts will be mixed, but its emphasis will be on politics rather than theater. The John Birch Society will enter it through Lester Maddox. The National Student Association will enter it through the McCarthy kids. Jean Genet's article for Esquire will be fascinating because Genet does not understand English. He will get it right. Rolling Stone will ignore it. EVO will enter it through the Lower East Side. Theodore White won't be able to enter it at all. Meet the Press will enter it through people like Allard Lowenstein, Muskie, McCarthy, and Dave Dellinger. Most interesting will be the way in which the Chicago Seed enters the myth. The overground press in Chicago will whitewash what happened as soon as the blood is cleaned from the Even Daily, who, I think, wanted to show the world he was a tough Irish politician who wouldn't budge an inch once he had his mind set, got what he wanted. ****, I highly recommend Julius' book, Look Out Witty. Black Powers Can't Get Your Mama. On to Chicago 127 streets. They have to live with Mayor Daley, not the yippies. The National Enquirer will enter it through its own sexual fantasies. Playboy will enter it through Hugh Hefner, who got beaten one night. Television news shows will enter it through Yippee. And the New York Times will enter it through the national mobilization to end the war in Vietnam. There was enough of a perfect mess for everyone to get a share of the garbage. The festival begins, Sunday, August 25, 1968. Jerry Rubin was the chief ideologist or scenario designer for the Festival of Life. My task was to design the symbols and gather up the props. We spoke recently about Chicago, and again it was an argument about whose trip occurred. My position was that everyone's trip occurred. It was a do-your-own-thing theatrical mess. Jerry feels nothing happened in the park. I claim the park gave the movement its soul, its spiritual quality. I claim everything happened that is on the schedule I prepared, with the possible exception of the beach party because it was cold. The beach. The Yippee. Olympics might not have happened, but that was Krasner's idea, anyway. I have toils of garbage to prove my position, and I am sure Jerry has tons to prove his. Our differences stem from our personalities and our attitude toward words. Maybe it's a debate between the red and the black. Jerry is much more serious. Ours might prove to be the greatest debate at this point in the movement. Jerry wants to show the clenched fist. I want to show the asterisk. See page 168 in Sonic Props Used. 128 Revolution for the Hello Fit clenched fist and the smile. He wants the gun. I want the git and the flower. It's interesting, for example, that he thinks the music festival did not occur on Sunday as the schedule indicates. Incidentally, the Ramparts Daily wall poster and the Guardian also stated that it did not occur. In truth, MC5 from Detroit played fantastic music for over an hour, and Ginsberg followed with chiding, and a guerrilla theater group did a mock rally with our own LBJ and Hump. At this point the fight over the truck ensued. I was for immediately bringing the truck, which was to serve as the stage, into the park despite police orders to the contrary. Ed Sanders was for sticking with what we had, namely, the band on the ground. My general approach was to try to use every prop that I had found. I hate waste. The guy who owned the truck was against bringing it in. I had to use a lawyer, a pretty girl, myself, and a lot of other tricks to convince him that not much could happen to the truck if the police confiscated it. He finally agreed. Ed Siders had passed out from too much honey. I rounded up Super Joel, who was dressed like a race car driver with crash helmet and overalls. He had already been busted twice and was the guy who stuck the flower in a paratrooper's rifle at the Pentagon. He was perfect. I gave him the key to the truck, and as it changed hands I knew he'd do it right. Peter Rabbit, a non-existent yippie from the Lower East Side, climbed on the back with about 70 other yippies. A whole crowd swarmed around fences and the truck. Police formed their first pig wall. I immediately called for the head cop. We were standing next to the front of the truck with Stu Albert. I explained the situation. Pop lean the back of the crowd can't see the musicians. The band has to be elevated. The people will all bunch up to the front and crush each other. It will be a very dangerous social problem. Well, Chief Lynsky will have to settle this, he replied. He's got 5 minutes to get down here. On to Chicago 129 shot back. Stu loved it. Meanwhile, the truck was allowed to go as close as it could get to the bandstand area, and two things occurred that were important. First, MC5 wanted to pack their equipment and leave because of the trouble they saw coming. Then, while I was working on that deal, I heard on my walkie-talkie that the cops were entering the park in the area south of the Free Zoo area. The first Battle of Lincoln Park had begun. The rest of the night was a series of forays by the cops into groups in the park. The official music festival was over. Police anarchy really broke loose. For example, about 9 p.it. That night I was training a group of 7 yippies in developing gang strategy and unity when I saw a crowd of people getting smashed near the Flayed House. I went over to investigate, only to be clubbed and kicked by 2 cops. I returned to my original location and sent a runner to find Commander Brash, head of the 18th Precinct and currently on duty in the park. He came back telling me that Brash wanted to meet me at the communication center. I told him to go back and tell Brash to come over here. 2 minutes later, Brash appeared. I said, "We have a legal right to be in the park until 11 p.m., isn't that correct?" "Yes," he replied. "Well, what the fuck are all these cops doing smashy so soon? Can't you wait 2 hours? Where the hell's law and order 3 this town?" He agreed to pull the cops back until 11. 20 minutes later a group of cops came charging around the fecal house and pushed and kicked us, ordering us out of the park. This was only one case of police anarchy. Either the cop in charge always broke his word or he never had control over his men. It made no difference, every agreement was broken. It made Chicago a moral as well as strategic victory for us. I considered it much better strategy to have the cops drive us out of the park each night. SDS and other groups which support confrontation politics rather than being politics tried to get people out in the streets sooner. Patience was at times a virtue. 130 revolution for the hell of it anyway. My strategy was to fight for every inch. That was the only way you could find out what was possible in Chicago. We had a 2-hour fight, which we won, over plugging the electrical cable into the refreshment stand, and finally there was music. Each little battle was exciting. The electric cable fight was a big victory. Only the day before Chief Lynsky himself in the pig station had sworn there would be no music in the park. He also swore that he would arrest me if I did anything wrong. He challenged me to kick him in the shins and I replied, "On, in front of NBC." I also gave a pep talk to the cops in the headquarters, saying, "Don't let the National Guard steal your thunder." As I walked out of the building with my 2 cocktails, I told them that all high-level cops were phony liberals and full of shit. What I didn't tell them was 2 pieces of information that I picked up on this trip. 1. The cops were in a total state of disarray, walkie-talkies didn't work, they all had trouble with their different signals. I knew we would have better communication than they even if all our walkie-talkies were busted. 2. When I entered the police station, I noticed it was directly opposite 2100 North Lincoln Avenue. Up till then that building had been an ace in the hole. It had an interesting history. 4 years ago the millionaire who had just renovated it went bankrupt. The apartment building was tied up in a court fight. It was totally empty and I had examined it through a cellar 5 nights before in a very straight disguise. There was no electricity, the elevators didn't work, but it was totally habitable. It had one chain lock on the front door, which could be cut in 10 seconds. It could hold, counting the halls and everything, about 50,000 people, I estimated. There were 2 possible scenarios. 1, grab it if it rained, which of course it never did. 2, grab it on the last day and turn it over to the poor people of Chicago, making a statement about free rent. However, I saw now that the location of the police headquarters rendered the building useless and I never thought about it again. I guess we were discussing whether or not Jerry's trip or. On to Chicago 131. My trip happened. Jerry's original article spelled yippee. Thus, the button I designed spelled it yippee. Let the people decide. It sure will be a hell of a debate. Jerry's a tough son of a bitch. He's got a hell of a fucking ego. Almost as big as mine but not quite. The debate will go on in print only, for Jerry is a writer. I know I can whip him publicly because I'll use any means necessary. I also know he reads his speeches. It's knowing shit like that which makes me such a cocky punk. Also knowing that I have a flower in my fist helps. Hustling and myth-making scene, press conference held by mob on Tuesday morning. I buzzed in with karate jacket, helmet, and heavy club made from the branch of a tree. I announced to the press that we are arming the yippies and whatever the pigs dish into the park, we'll dish out. I keep slamming the club against my other palm. Reporter, are you armed? Me, I'm always armed. Reporter, is that your weapon? Me, this is part of a tree. It symbolizes my love for nature. The week before Chicago happened I did a sidewalk press conference as Frankie Abbott and rapped about our schedule. Very gay until Wednesday night. Then I dropped the bomb, we have an action planned for Wednesday night. We will announce it at a later date. The next day Jack Mabley of the Chicago American, who wrote brilliantly about us, headlined his column Yippee Leader a put on flood underneath dead serious. Some of the proof he used is interesting and I've discussed it in the postscript to the article in The Realist. Another way I enjoyed heightening the tension was in a response to an often asked question, reporter, how many yippies are in Chicago? Me, 4. But we are bringing in 4 more on Wednesday. This method of manipulating the media by using suspense to heighten the tension is extremely effective. Some say I'm only in this for the publicity, which I have said jokingly too at times. I'll drop a clue, though, to fuck up their minds a little. Jack Lawrence of CBS TV wanted to do an hour special on a day in my life, which I rejected as impossible unless I was also producer and director and could say fuck. The point is, that's a big commitment and a pain in the ass. Besides, a day in my life is not WILH cameras and lights buzzing around. I know the hour is out there hanging, though, ready to be hustled for more. I constantly hustle the media. I make them pay as much as possible. 4 eases of beer, limousine service, free dinner, press credentials. Once Channel 2 in Boston gave me a blank airplane ticket to fly back to New York. I filled in Chicago and got off at New York. I gave the ticket to Ellen, who was running Liberty House, to cash in on the difference. I suggested to Life magazine that they could get some great photos if they threw 10,000 flowers out of a helicopter into Lincoln Park. They loved the idea. Then the bomb, we'll only let you do it if you take one of our newsreel degree people up with you. They agreed. The flowers never showed though, but I think it was because the newsreel team I gave the newsreel is a New York-based operation designed to cover events as we see them happen. It is an integral part of our alternative society. On to Chicago 133. The information and contact to didn't follow it up. The Life guy was a good guy. Very young and sensitive. One of us, really. Let me live oil his expense account. I refused 2 interviews with CBS because they wouldn't give me $500 I needed for 10,000 hot dogs I had located with some help from Abe Feenglass, vice president of the United Meat Packers Union. I had met him through an old college friend when I was hustling for Liberty House in Mississippi. His son, Bobby, who also worked in Mississippi, and I were close friends. Abe and I talked about him at length. The truth of it is I never met Bob Feenglass, but what the hell, we probably would have been friends anyway. Contrary to rumors, I do not collect my press clippings. However, I'll save the one I saw yesterday in the New York Post. Here is a part of it. Yip was born October 21, 1967, with the March on the Pentagon, the event being heralded by a press release by Free, whose personal fame has grown with the movement. Free says he advocates LSD as a cure-all. Last year the 29-year-old radical led a hippie raid on the New York Stock Exchange, and wed his bride in a hippie ceremony in Central Park. In earlier years, he marched on Washington and Selma, Allah, was an East Coast leader of the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee, and has been arrested several times for civil rights and anti-war action. At the last moment before the Democratic Convention opened, when word had come of Mayor Daley's defense setup, Free pleaded with the yippies to stay home. Whether most of the 100,000 stayed home out of fear or whether a contingent that large ever really existed is debatable. Other yippie leaders include Jerry Clyde Rubin, 29, of Berkeley, California, a student at the University of California in the Mario Savio era, and active in the free speech movement. In 1965 he became a stall member of the National Coordinating Committee against the war in Vietnam. Dressed as a Revolutionary War soldier, he attended and was arrested at a meeting of the House Un-American Activities Committee in 1966. 134 Revolution for the Hello Fit Ed Sanders, 29, father of a daughter, and a poet, pacifist, vegetarian leader of the folk rock group called the Fugs and editor of a Magi.ilie with all unpriltal, le name. Like came to New York from Kansas City in 1957, enrolled at NYU. Dropped out, and opened the Peace II OK store at Tompkins Square in the East Village. In 1962 bevusserized for taking part in a sit-in at the Atomic Energy Commission to protest the dangers of nuclear testing. They are leaders, 1, UT in quotation marks, because it is debatable whether tile yippies are a movement. In Grant Park Thursday afternoon Paul Kradotzner, editor of The Realist, declared the yips and never marched 3 the Selma March, although I've been in Selma 4 times and econs the figure and the remaining painting the groan. The dry debate lasts about 50 minutes of the 60 allotted to the show. The other 10 minutes are devoted to previews of the shows, station identification, and most importantly, commercials. Notice the way this 10 minutes is treated as compared to the other 50 minutes. Notice the camera angles, cuts, flashes, zooms. Notice the play to the viewer's needs. Notice the appeal to do what you've always wanted. The commercial is information. The program is rhetoric. The commercial is the figure. The program is the ground. What happens at the end of the program? Do you think any one of the millions of people watching the show switched from being a liberal to a conservative or vice versa? I doubt it. One thing is certain, though. A lot of people are going to buy that fucking soap or whatever else they were pushing in the commercial. What would happen if a whole hour were filled with a soap commercial? That's a very interesting question, and I will speculate that it would not work as well, which means that not as much information would be conveyed, that not much soap would be sold. It's only when you establish a figure-ground relationship that you can convey information. It is the only perceptual dynamic that involves the spectator. Our actions 3 Chicago estab 1 the brilliant figure-ground relationship. The rhetoric of the convention was allotted the 138 Revolution for the Hello Fit 50 minutes of the hour. We were given the 10 or less usually reserved for the commercials. We were an advertisement for revolution. We were a high degree of involvement played out against the dull field of establishment rhetoric. Watching the convention play out its boring drama, one could not help but be conscious of the revolution being played out in the streets. That underlying tension builds up and the viewer becomes totally involved with what we are doing even if he cannot see or experience it directly. He makes up what's going on in the streets, like creates the yippies, cops, and other participants in his own image. He constructs his own play. He fabricates his own myth. Even if the media had decided on a total blackout of our activities, our message would have gotten through, and perhaps with even more power. All people had to know was that America's children were getting slaughtered in the streets of Chicago and the networks were refusing to show it. We can never be shut out. Not only would the public rebel against that form of censorship but also against the attempt to impose a dull ground upon an exciting figure. I'm sure what pissed oil a good number of viewers was the fact that they were being forced to watch a dull, meet the press, Democratic convention when, in fact, what they wanted to see was the cops vs. Yippies football game taking place on the streets of Chicago. On to Chicago 139. Key to the puzzle tile. Key to organizing an alternative society is to organize people around what they can do and more importantly what they want to do. It is this principle that differentiates Yippie from IBM and from the mobilization as well. There is 110 ideology except that which each individual feeling that lie created the myth in his own image. He will also recognize that outlier have created it in their image and that through reality the myth becomes a gestalt. The myth is greater till sum of its parts. Energy centers that originate or gravitate to the center of the myth have to trust not only the myth, but also the vast numbers of participants who weigh it to acid their garbage to the pile. If it is bad garbage it will quickly rot, if it is good garbage it will help transform the pile into a shrine of holiness. The best article I read on Yippie was written in a sex magazine called Jaguar and titled An Interview with the Queen of the Yippies. Most of us think it was totally fictitious, which, of course, makes it accurate. In Chicago we never really had an office although we used the Seed, Chicago's underground newspaper, as a coordination point, and the Free Theater on North Lincoln Street as another center. After Sunday night, the Free Theater was turned into the Communication Center, Hospital, Sleeping Area, Music Theater, and F2EE5TOEE on a 24-hour basis. Paul Sills, its director, told me how the whole experience has changed his ideas. If I ever go back to Chicago it will only be to see what's going on at the Free Theater. The concept of free is one of the chief differences we had. 154 REVOLUTIONFORTHEHEHELLOFRR with the mob. Tuesday night we had a benefit at the Coliseum. We were to split the profits but we gave our share to the mob. We would have burned it anyway. If I met people with money I would just ask them to come out to the park and dig what was happening. Some gave money, which we immediately burned. Thursday morning I visited the mob office and found 20,000 copies of the Rat newspaper still wrapped up in one of the rooms. I asked this guy Lee what the fuck they were still doing there. Want to sell them, he replied. Tohu? The whole thing's almost over. Why don't you just give them away? How do you give them away? He queried. Slapping my forehead, I exclaimed, just throw them out the window. Late that night, just before I left Chicago, I stopped at the mob office with the champagne. The newspapers were still there and for all I know still are. The free store lies at the center of our revolutionary vision. It is the key to organizing long hairs on the Lower East Side. Today there are hundreds who will fight to defend it, tomorrow there will be thousands. It breaks all the rules because it has only one, thou shalt not steal from the free store. Everything is given away free at the free store and so it is inundated with garbage. When you open a free store America cleans out her cellar and dumps it in front of your door. America calls this charity and a free store is not about charity. A free STO floe accepts no garbage. Return all garbage to its original owner with a map to the earliest garbage dump. Old clothes and free is the revolution. 155 books are garbage. Accept old clothes only if you have facilities to turn the garbage into art. A free store dispenses art, it does not dispense politics and it does not dispense garbage. For that you can always shop next door. Everyone asks, Horans the FEEF store? There can only be one answer, what do you want? If you can help the customer then respond, run the free store. If you cannot help the customer then respond, you're on the free store. There should be art on the windows and walls. The front should be particularly beautiful, to attract new customers. Making the store beautiful is the first order of business, keeping it beautiful is the second. The store can be called heaven. Heaven is where you get whatever you want. You don't spit on the floor in a fountain. Paint stars on the ceiling, suspend fluffy clouds from the walls. Construct planets in the aisles. There should always be a supply of sandals, robes, wings and harps for those who wish to play clerk. Use mylar on the walls. When you look at mylar walls you look into your soul and smile. Cover the front with phosphorescent paint. It absorbs light and will glow at night. When people ask how the store is run, tell them by the rays of the sun. In a free 5TO2F there are no problems, there are only things to do. It is a free forum of theater in which the forces of art battle the forces of garbage. Who wins in unimportant, for the FEEFSTORF is a school and the student is repeatedly forced by the vacuum to choose sides. Which side are you on? Are you a garbage collector or are you an artist? The choice is always yours in a free store. ********** The F2EE5TOE is expanding in a variety of ways. We are currently redesigning the Astor Place subway station, constructing a park, and establishing a number of rent-free communes. In addition, craft training programs are being set up in the building next door. In time we plan to liberate the whole Lower East Side and turn it into a free city. It will be the living model of the future. If the free store fails. 156 Revolution for the hell of it, we will carry the vision in our heads and try it again. VE will never try what has succeeded in the past, for in point of fact nothing has. 7 Free advice to the brothers. Free advice to the brothers. 159 Messages to the brothers. Maintain a sense of humor. People who take themselves too seriously are our crally. If they win it will be haircuts for all. Beware oi power freaks. **********. Always use tile symbols, props, dress, and language of the people you are working with. Never impose your language on people you wish to reach. If you are working on the street, do not talk of imperialism, participatory democracy, or affinity groups. Save that for college seminars. Talk to the guys about getting flicked by the boss, having a say in things, getting laid, and gangs. How would you like to be known as the kid who got kicked out of your affinity group? *********. In a revolution, as in pool hustling, one should use only as much force as is necessary to prove one's point, no more, no less. The reason the US government will lose in Vietnam and that Daley lost in Chicago is because they overact. As the militarist's wall of a cop exists a naked human being. Cops don't like to work, and have sex hang-ups just like everybody else. Ask one why he bothers working for a wife and kids that don't respect him. Ask him if he's getting laid enough. Take a lesson from Tokyo Rose, she was a damn good pool hustler. When you are trying to turn people onto the free society, the first question you ask, even if you don't verbalize it, is, what do you want? What if the person answers, I want to kick the shit out of kids like you. I three-wheeled him a boxing ring. Free advice to the brothers. 161 Never explain what you are doing. This wastes a good deal of time and rarely gets through. Show them through your action. If they don't understand it, maybe you'll hook them with the next action. Run, don't walk, to the nearest revolution. Wear out your shoes, get used to being exhausted. Eat only what you need and stay healthy if possible. When you meet a brother, never preach to him. Only exchange information such as date, time, place, and so on. Always respect the style of a brother. If he is doing your thing, you should not even waste time talking to him. Never preach to the already committed. Always create art and destroy property. Become a work of art. Art is the only thing worth dying for. Never forget that ours is the battle against a machine, not against people. If, however, people behave like machines, treat them as such. If a machine slips on a banana peel, we all cooing. If a person slips a banana peel, we help him oil the grolnid. Our job is to line the streets of the country with banana peels. Remember that tile people you are trying to reach often knov more than you. Learn from them. Last winter I spoke at a high school in Port Washington, New York. 2 kids from junior high school, age 14 and 15, snuck I at the room to listen to the rap. At the end the kids came up and told me I didn't know much. I asked them what they OC into. We sleep outside each night preparing ourselves for guerrilla fighting in the suburbs, they responded. One of the kids had been arrested 4 times in demonstrations and was about to be suspended for refusing to get a haircut. I went to school that day in Port Washington. 162 Revolution for the hell of it. Free advice to the brothers. 163 Plans for the destruction of the universities. Last fall I spoke at Cornell and announced, the food here is free, and 20 of us walked into the cafeteria, loaded our trays with ham biddages, cokes, and pies and walked out without paying. We sat in the locational coordinates Tennessee RM number 11, Palmer House State and Monroe Streets RM number 14, RA 6 to 7500 A1 Abbie Parlor B South Carolina RMFR 6, Ness Jersey RM *5, Florida RM number 17, Ness Mexico DRM *7 and 8 Massachusetts RMFR 9, New York 11th floor, Exhibition Hall Sheraton Chicago Hotel, 505 N Michigan WA 4 to 4100 California 18th floor, El Sol Hotel Rooms J, K, El Missouri El Sol Hotla Tennessee Housing Pennsylvania Sherman House Ohio SME as Penn Illinois same as Penn and Ohio Clark and Randolph Streets, FR 2-2100 Break-in Break TN Break-in Break it in Break-in 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 Security precautions taken by Corninchan Big WIGS Airy Farce. Emergencies do happen and we're all actors in the play of life. Bill Roberts is the assistant to Bill Henry, Ho the Charman, 1968 Political Co. Rado and Tee Coity in Washington. Tom Jarrell is on general assignment for ABC. ABC is Ho. Said at the Ambassador, the Astor to Sir, the Drake, Mid-America Inn, Oxford House Motor Hotel and Seneca HTE1. Freak do JT O mamo ho 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 he he ha 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 action sites Thuriel Washington and Clark STS. Electric Theater, 4812 NCLA, K784-1700 Police HQ, 1121 5. State Street IND Auction Center, 615 W Van Bree, Mayor Daley's Pad, 3536 5. Low Knickerbocker Hotel 163 E Walton Cultural Exploiters, Pick Congress Hotel, Congress Park Achita Aragon Ballroom 1106 W Elzar. 561-8558 and Michigan Streets Buy the rat sell the seed sell the rat buy the seed buy sell sell buy money information note, dear reader, detailed maps of the Chicago Loop showing locations and Delegate U.O. can be found in the convention special issue of Rat. Get it? Seed phone modality list diog is 337 26 23 337 2623. Yippee Telecommunications Center contact coordinates, 943-5282. We need chicks s ho can type, cats s ho ha wheels and sand to do a digger trip to feed the masses. Corn oath warning. Local cops are armed and considered dangerous. Some props used 173 realistic demand impossible. Revolution towards a free society, YIPPIET by a Yippee 1. An immediate end to the war in Vietnam and a restructuring of our foreign policy. Dali eliminates aspects of military, economic, and cultural imperialism. The old Dracol of all foreign-based troops and Thai abolition of the military draft. 2. Immediate freedom for Huey Nguyen of the Black Panthers and all other bloc people. Adoption of the community control concept in our ghetto areas. An end to the cultural and economic domination of minority groups. 3. The legalization of marijuana and all other psychedelic drugs. The freeing of all prisoners currently in prison on narc*LCS charges. 4. A prison system based on the concept of rehabilitation rather than punishment. 5. A judicial system which works toward the abolition of all laws related to crimes without victims. That is, retention only of laws relating to crimes in which there is an unwilling inured party, i.e. murder, rape, assault. 6. The TC*al disarmament of all the people beginning with the police. This includes not only guns, but such brutal devices as leer gas, mace, electric prods, blackjacks, billy clubs, and the like. 7. The abolition of money. The abolition of pay housing, pay media, pay transportation, pay food, pay education, pay clothing, pay medical help, and pay toilets. 8. A society which works toward and actively promotes the concept of full unemployment. A society in which people are free from the drudgery of work. Adoption of the concept "let machines do it." This is a personal statement. There are no spokesman for the Yipples. We suggest to all reporters that they ask each and every Yipple in Lincoln Park why they hair come to Chicago. We're all our own leaders. We realize this list of demands is inconclusio, they are not really demands. For people to make demands of the Democratic Party is an exercise in wasted WLSH foolment. If we hear a demand, it is simply and emphatically that they, along with their fellow inmates in the Republican Party, cease to exist. We demand a society built along the alternatals community in Lincoln Park, a society based on humanitarian cooperation and equality, a society which allows and promotes the creativity present in all people and especially our youth. 174 Revolution for the Hello Fit 9. A CO000 Nation program geared towards preserving entre natural resources and decontinue to the elimination of pollution from our air and seeder. 10. A program of ecological denlopioiet that unil pronidlensentals es for the decentralization of our crowded cities and encourage rural lining. 1I. A program ahic pronides not only free birth control and maiden and diasis but also abortions ABCs desired. 12. A restructured educational system which permeates the student power to determine the course of study not allows for student participation in or all policy planning. Also an educational system which breaks down its barriers between school and community. A system which uses the surrounding community as a classroom so that students may learn directly the problems of the people. 13. The open and free use of the media. A program that actively supports and promotes cable television as a thought of increasing the selection of channel soluble to the sciencer. 14. An end one nelstgin snake deo clog, karate, non and blio set defios. Il jorn utbohut h in pork. August 24 Ilpal Mayor Arthili presents Floroworks 00 Lake Melkilgan. August 25 Welkan Iog of the Deoakrital Delegotes dos Tuco Hotels Music Festival Bocalo Purk August 76 Woak Shop to Drug Pro les percent Yoat Ergrano on N Unj Rutbos, Hawk to Tine FTCE, Guerrilla Theater, Sif Defios, Draft Ries Sacre, Ron Nuos, etc. A. Scenario Seslus to Plantin Tall Group Actnel August 26 Brad a party on the lake across Frontly Oran Perry, Foixloglug, Har Hecuas, Solzes Slag, Lone Sacklog August 27 Poetry, Snaetras, Relk Disisaresui. August 27 Workshops Aod Scenario Sessions. FLLN, Show Song ASD Solod Stidiacalize Zaste, August 27 BOE Fit Rosert Kalsus 1513 Swahash Rally Aod Nasanatlan of Plagosis Anti-LBJ Birthday Party Ilberolk Park. August 28 Poetry Aod Folkslaglug August 28 Ilpal OL9 SSPLCS, Miss Ilpi Contest, Catch the Cat Deedit, PLO the Tail on the Donkey, PLO the Ruher on the PTWASD Other Orzal, Hul Thy Gozes. August 28 Plots to Bayonenst at a later date. 4 p.m. Mal Lizatlan Rally scheduled for Grant Path. March 00 the Kono Iatlu. August 29 to 30th and its scheduled DPOD on Wednesday sits. Retort to park for sleeping. Directions to Lincoln Park sub ca Jackson ph or Englewood traits to Clark aod Duneltion oath ta tbot Clark so the park 13 Ulsulazai to Loner Drilo aod North aoeoue. Bublosun Melkelgo solas ald co aod North aouk. Degree Clark Street, 22, so Clark aod North. Brado I-36 to Clark aod Waikuspo Liola Wabish to Liakalo ASD Wells 1800 o. Aran El Tajaz Jo to Arstidaj ASD Walls North Aoeoue has east to North Aod La Saue. Orth or Sooth on Lakeshore Drine to North Aoeoue Cold. Raft St. Loria Cao Ado Lake Micgohead Sooth. Picnic Faculties Cotard 943-5282 BR Ilpilo for Statlon. Earlier props can be stored at the Theater 1846, North Wells across from Lincoln Park. 178 Revolution for the HelloFit. 9 Extra quotes, bits and pieces. Extra quotes. Bits and pieces 181. Now we have some interesting quotations to lend a certain respectability to the book. There are also bits and pieces of garbage that you can add or discard. You can cut along the lines and paste them where you feel comfortable. If you want to read the books you have to look for them. I would have liked to include excerpts from rock music but unfortunately my record player is broken. I would have also used parts of Norman Mailer's brilliant book Armies of the Night but I gave my copy away. Here, as always, the principle is use what you have available. I can think of 3 M's that would prove very helpful. The first 2 were my teachers at Brandeis, the third I've never met but I watch him on television. Maslow Marcuse McLuhan. Then of course there are the Marx brothers, Karl included. The only way out of the dilemma of our society is to say that in the short run, everyone is entitled to a guaranteed income and this is the very short run, and then very rapidly move into a society in which you simply go into a store and take what you want. Robert Tyeobold, Los Angeles Free Press, September 29, 1967. Learning karate on the run. Pick up a move here, a move there. Practicing on the streets. I tried to close down this bad news commune on 11th Street run by Spade Charlie, a real amphetamine, VD, clap headquarters. I stormed in the door screaming cleaned he place tip. I gave some girl huddled in the corner $2 and told her to go home. Spade Charlie, 250 pounds of blubber, dropped his amphetamine snort and picked up a bread knife in a rage. Who said that? Eat it, motherfucker. It worked. He backed down. 182 Revolution for the HelloFit. Little guy'll whop a big guy every time long as the little guy's in the right and keeps a comin'. Terry Southern. The Magic Christian 2 days 3 New Hampshire at Marty's. LSD naked in the woods. God, it was beautiful. We lost our suitcase on the bus coming back because we got out at Hartford to get a cup of coffee and the bus left without us. There we were, Anita AML1, in the middle of Ijartfords. What does that mean anyway, seeing as how there were people lit here for quite some time. Poets don't count in this country, that's why they are so free, of course. Artistic freedom is really alt insult here. Take Russia or an East European culty like Poland, they all scarrel shitless of poets. That's why they ban a lot of anti-government stuff, because they respect a poet's power. Can you imagine the US government trying to buy off Allen Ginsberg? Only when they go abroad does that happen, because people out there, those foreign kooks, listen to poets. Here in Tile USA the extra quotes, bits and pieces 183. Don't care what poets say cause nobody listens to them anyway. Poet revolutionaries are the most dangerous of all. As long as there are no myths accepted by the masses, one may go on talking of revolts indefinitely, without ever provoking any revolutionary movement. George Sorrell, Reflections on Violence. Now I ask you, what can be expected of man since he is a being endowed with such strange qualities? Shower upon him every earthly blessing, drown him in a sea of happiness, so that nothing but bubbles of bliss can be seen on the surface, give him economic prosperity such that he should have nothing else to do but sleep, eat cakes, and busy himself with the continuation of his species, and even then out of sheer ingratitude, sheer spite, man would play you some nasty trick. He would even risk his cakes and would deliberately desire the most fatal rubbish, the most uneconomical absurdity, simply to introduce into all this positive good sense his fatal fantastic element. It is just his fantastic dreams, his vulgar folly, that he will desire to retain, simply in order to prove to himself as though that were so necessary that men still are men and not the keys of a piano, which the laws of nature threaten to control so completely that soon one will be able to desire nothing but by the calendar. And that is not all, even if man really were nothing but a piano key, even if this were proved to him by natural science and mathematics, even then he would not become reasonable, but would purposely do something perverse out of simple ingratitude, simply to gain his point. And if he does not find means he will contrive destruction and chaos, will contrive sufferings of all sorts, only to gain his point. He will launch a curse upon the world, and as only man can curse it MWB by his curse alone he will attain his object, that is, convince himself that he is a man and not a piano key. Fyodor R. Dostoevsky, Notes from Underground. 184 Revolution for the hell of it. It is up to us to create God. He is not the creator. That is the whole history of Christianity. For we have but one way of creating God, which is to become Him. Camus, Notebooks 1942-1951. On his first missionary visit to Antioch in Asia Minor, the Apostle Paul and those with him found many persons that were unreceptive to the good news that they preached. They were even mobbed out of town by these people, but this unpleasant experience did not cause them to develop the wrong mental attitude toward their work and thus cause it to lose its joy. Acts 13:52. As interpreted by the Watchtower, this country with its constitution belongs to those who live in it. Whenever they shall grow weary of the existing government they shall exercise their constitutional rights of amending it or their revolutionary right to dismember or overthrow it. Abraham Lincoln. The other day somebody gave me a picture book called This America by Lyndon I. Ains Johnson. Can you imagine fucking up a picture book, a book like, say, Family of Man or Personally Yours? Impossible, But not for Lyndon. The very first photo, 2 full pages, is a black and white, desolate landscape, looks like the other side of the moon, cold, sterile, not a living, breathing thing. The caption reads, "For this is what America is all about." Interviewer, Mr. Shankar, what do you think of all the swamis running around New York? Ravi Shankar, well, I hope they're not all phonies. There are a lot of phony swamis in India. My girl and I went up to the UN today to watch the debate. After a while it seemed so ridiculous and disgusting, my girl and I began to make love in the gallery. They threw us out but... Extra quotes. Bits and pieces 185. I still think what we were doing was more valid than what those clowns were into. Teenager Oflo VBAIFM. When sheep walk into the den of the wolves they should be as harmless as doves and as cunning as snakes. Jesus, observe how many poor hands and how many good hands show up. This will give you an idea of what to expect other players to hold in an actual game. Learn the rules on various poker games and get advice from skillful players. Most important of all, play poker in actual games. No amount of study compares with actual play for learning a game. Albert Moore 1 IEAD, How to Become a Good Poker Player. The man who owned the bookstore was not magic. He was not a three-legged crow on the dandelion side of the mountain. Richard I III Rodigan, Trout Fishing in America. There is a brilliant dialogue sequence in the Beatles' Hard Day's Night. Remember the scene with the Beatles jumping around a grassy lot playing all sorts of games. A very tough landlord type appears. Landlord, UMO, this is private property, don't you? Beatles, we just wanted to have a little fun. The revolution as myth is the definitive revolution. Camus, Notebooks 1942-1951. Alice, yes, but where do I begin? Cheshire Cat, why, my dear, you begin at the beginning. Lewis Carroll, Alice in Wonderland. Everything derives from the fact that those who have the 188 revolution for the responsibility of speaking for the masses don't have, never have, a real concern for liberty. Camus, Notebooks 1942-1951. Can the individual choose the moment when he can die for truth? Paran. The idea that no solution exists never occurs to them, and in this lies their strength. Rana. Once when Rabbi Pinhas entered the house of study, he saw that his disciples, who had been talking busily, stopped and stared at his coming. He asked them, "What were you talking about?" "Rabbi," they said, "we are saying how afraid we are that the evil urge will pursue us." "Don't worry," he replied. "You have not gotten high enough for it to pursue you. For the time being you are still pursuing it." Martin I. 3 Ubeh, Tales of Hasidim. I have doubts about today and about ourselves. You would laugh, Dario, if I told you this aloud. You would say, spreading your great Jackie, brotherly, strong hands, "Me, I feel able to win all the way. All the way." This is how we all feel, immortal, right up to the moment when we feel nothing at all anymore. And life goes on after our little drop of water has flowed back into the ocean. In this sense my confidence is one with yours. Tomorrow is great. We will not have prepared this conquest in vain. The city will be won, if not by our hands, at least by hands like ours, only stronger, perhaps stronger by being better toughened through our very weakness. If we are beaten, other men infinitely like us will come down this ramble on an evening like this, in 10 years, 20 years, it matters not, planning the same conquest. Perhaps they will be thinking of the blood we. Extra quotes. Bits and pieces 187 shed, more likely not. Even now I think I can see them. I am thinking of their blood which will also flow. But they will win the city. Victor Serge, Memoirs of a Revolutionary Freedom will cure most things. A.S. Neal, Sumacryl a Psycholoc 1 Cal Utopia. This would almost surely be a highly anarchistic group, a laissez-faire but loving culture, in which people would have much more free choice than we are used to, and in which wishes would be respected much more than they are in our society. People would not bother each other so much as we do, would be much less prone to press opinions or religions or philosophies or tastes in clothes or food or art or women on their neighbors. In a word, the inhabitants of Upsychia would tend to be permissive, wish-respecting, attitude-gratifying, would frustrate only under certain conditions that I have not attempted to describe, and would permit people to make free choices wherever possible. Under such conditions, the deepest layers of human nature could show themselves with great ease. Maslow, motivation and personality. Whereas in the mechanical age of fragmentation leisure had been the absence of work, or mere idleness, the reverse is true in the electric age. As the age of information demands the simultaneous use of all our faculties, we discover that we are most at leisure when we are most intensely involved, very much as with the artists in all ages. Marshall McLuhan, in Robert Theobald, The Guaranteed Income. What we call jobs represent a relatively recent pattern of work. When a man is using all his faculties we think he is at leisure or at play. The artist doesn't have a job because he uses 188 revolution for the fit AFL his powers at once. Were he to pause to work out his income tax, he would be using only a few of his powers. That would be a job. A mother doesn't have a job because she has to do 40 jobs at once. So with a top executive or surgeon. Under conditions of electric circuitry all the fragmented job patterns tend to blend once more into involving and demanding forms of work that more and more resemble teaching and learning and human service in its older sense of dedicated loyalty. MC Luian in The Guaranteed Income. The headline of the Daily News today reads I3 Runat stabbed to death. Underneath in lowercase letters, 6,000 killed in Iranian earthquake. I wonder what color hair they had. What happened in Chicago can be viewed in teams of a game. Football serves as the best model. Cops vs. Yippies, Yip vs. Mob, Cops vs. Newsman, Newsman vs. Yippies. I would have loved to see the headline Cops. National Guard. My money would have been on the Guard. One night in Chicago I heard part of a live broadcast of a football game. THIRD smashed through the center, Taylor is now running around and, he's really flying smash. They nailed him good. It's a fumble. I listened for about 2 minutes before I realized it wasn't the Battle of Michigan Avenue they were describing. The only things I own are my boots and a silver wedding ring. Anita bought me a portable tape recorder for our wedding. A month later I gave the tape recorder to Tom Hayden during the Newark Revolt when we brought over the truckloads of food. Anita never said a word. In a way, I guess we still have it. Once in Japan there existed a group of warriors called the No Swordsmen. A samurai and a no swordsman were riding on a extra quotes. Bits and Pieces 189 raft with some people when the samurai challenged the no swordsman to a duel. The no swordsman replied, "Let's jump out when we get to the next island rather than fight on the raft and possibly hurt the others." When the raft drifted by an island, the samurai jumped out. The no swordsman didn't and the raft moved on. I wonder who won the duel? Funny about the word duel, if you change one letter it becomes duet. And so you ask, what about the innocent bystanders? But we are in a time of revolution. If you are a bystander, you are not innocent. When can I go into the supermarket and buy what I need with my good looks? Allen Ginsberg, America Guerrilla Theater is only a transitional step in the development of total life actors. Life actors never rehearse and need no script. A life actor tices whatever he has available, nothing more, nothing less. Guns are an interesting prop. 5 months ago I got my first gun from a Hell's Angel friend. It was a .22 caliber pearl-handled pistol. I shot it into the wall of my living room. It made a hell of a racket. I kept it loaded under the bureau. When Jerry got busted I got rid of it along with the dope, fireworks, fuses, and various other assorted props. Although I admire the revolutionary art of the Black Panthers, I feel guns alone will never change the system. You don't use a gun on an IBM computer. You pull the plug out. A yippie believes only what he sees with his own 2 eyes, he accepts the rest as bullshit. A yippie should examine his eyes once a month. We are the people our parents warned us against. Nick von Hoffman. 190 Revolution for the Hello Fit. Choose your weapons, guns or flowers. Flowers shoot rotten bullets, guns make lousy flower pots. A famous Digger poem. Today is the first day of the rest of your life. The best way to educate oneself is to become part of the revolution. C.H. Guevara. On the Friday before the Sunday, with borrowed Life magazine credentials I got into the International Amphitheater. I was stunned by the contrast between their stage and ours in Lincoln Park. The artwork was by Howard Johnson, it had an unbelievable smell of decay and shit. ********. The Lord of the Flies hung on the stick like a black ball. The flies had found the figure too. The little life movement would scare them off for a moment so that they made a dark cloud round the head. Then as the blue material of the parachute collapsed the corpulent figure would bow forward, sighing, and the flies settle once more. William Golfing, Lord of the Flies. One night before it all happened I rode out to Bridgeport to see where Mayor Daley lived. It was a simple, sturdy bungalow no different from the others on the block, except for the guards. On the corner of the block, not 50 feet from Daley's house. Extra quotes. Bits of Pieces 191 was a huge, dull building with a sign over the door that said Police Headquarters. After seeing the rugged way he lived, there was no doubt in my mind that we would ever get a permit for anything. A yippie is a hippie who's been busted is a PAID assassin has permanent crow mo so me damage has bad breath has no problems has no underwear has no money never asks what shappening never sleeps is almost always full of shit. This hook is dedicated to all the Buffalo imprisoned in concentration camps in San Francisco and throughout America. It is also dedicated to the proposition that it is the obligation of all free men and women to do all they can to free those Buffalo wire cutters. Cost $1.98. They could be your last purchase. Charles Perkle, the Buffalo Man, Buffalo City. One of my favorite quotes appeared in the Chicago Tribune on the Thursday before the Sunday, according to Colonel Jack Riley, the man chiefly responsible for the defense and security. 192 Revolution. For the Hello Fit of Chicago and the convention, there are no groups planning demonstrations during convention week. The problem is not what to do in the revolution but what to do in between the revolution. Remembering about how you won the Battle of Chicago is not going to win the war. Fred Hushin, because of our actions in Chicago, Richard Nixon will be elected president. Furthermore, Nixon will end the war in Vietnam. He will not only have a better chance than Humphrey but even than McCarthy of achieving a solution. Nixon will find it easier to deal with the National Liberation Front in Vietnam than to deal with the American Liberation Front here at home. A month ago I interviewed the three heads of youth for Wallace in Wallace's New York headquarters in Queens. I like Wallace, he is a true American. The opening of the interview went like this: me, how many niggers work in the campaign? Them, we don't use that word. Me, what word? Them, nigger. Me, what do you say? Them, Negro, 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 Negro. I sort of wish they hadn't practiced on me. We present America with her most difficult problem. For America to burn innocent countries abroad is no problem, for America to commit genocide on the blacks that live in her cellar is no problem, for America to kill her children, that is her most difficult problem. We have often been accused of being media-oriented. As with all criticism, it is both true and not true. The mobilization had extra quotes. Bits 8 pieces 193 5 times the number of press conferences that we did, but we received 5 times the amount of coverage. The impression that we are media freaks is created by our ability to make news. Media is communication. The concept of getting it all out there applies whether you are speaking to one person or 200 million. We are printing 20,000 buttons that say yippee. Leader. I believe in compulsory cannibalism. If people were forced to eat what they killed, there would be no more wars. I read in the New York Post today that my bail bond has been increased to $5,000 and a warrant issued for my arrest, all this because of a naughty 4-letter word. The honka that tried to kill me, with an unregistered, loaded pistol, was held only 3 hours and released on $300 bail. I guess America is getting more prepared for guns than fucking. The street has always been an intriguing symbol in middle-class American life. It was always the place to avoid. There is violence in the streets, bad people in the streets, and dang air in the streets. It was always let's keep the kids off the streets as honky America rushed from inside to inside. It is in the streets that we will make our struggle. The streets belong to the people. Long live the flower kong of the gutters. The FBI visited me this morning. As usual I bummed cigarettes, breakfast, and information. I found out they were having a difficult time proving conspiracy charges because of the Chicago police's mishandling of the situation. I also discovered their names, the fact that they have my phone tapped, and other valuable information. I told them I needed $20,000 to help me get to Prague, and inquired why they never asked if I was clubbed by cops, which is what the papers said they were investigating. I gave them an analysis of J. Edgar Hoover's latent homosexuality and other important information. Never be afraid to talk to your enemy. If you are good, you 194 Revolution. For the Hello Fit can always find out more about them than they can about you. If you are not good, keep your mouth shut. When the FBI visits you, they already know the answers to the questions anyway. Never attribute more intelligence to your enemy than to yourself and your brothers. Always trust your brothers and yourself. The only persons who should use the word we are kings, editors, and people with tapeworms. Mark Twain. The only way to support a revolution is to make your own. Catch-22 says they have a right to do anything we can't stop them from doing. Joseph Heller. Catch-22 The ground you are standing on is a liberated zone, defend it. I have just visited the future. One cannot really talk of revolution without visiting Man and His World in Montreal. It is fantastic on a weekday morning when there are few tourists. It's magic to walk the mahogany boardwalks, ride streamlined tramways and flashing escalators. All day gloss, purples, pinks, and greens. Twisting copper cobwebs, stretches of steel pillars, flowing concrete wings, and plastic tunnels. Cubes, triangles, bubbles, spaghetti nets, circles of light, fountains of energy, these are the shapes of things to come. One cannot tell the church from the fun house. Is this the roller coaster or the subway, sir? It is a perfect blend of harmony and excitement. I watched the people carefully as they laughed and danced through Future City. No one threw his garbage on the floor. Extra quotes, bits 8 pieces 195 poll of Democrats finds many hawks I backed _McCarthy employee of Democratic voters in New Hampshire before the presidential primary Tuesday showed that more than half those interviewed did not know where Senator Eugene J. McCarthy stood on the Vietnam War. The poll also indicated that the more the voters knew the Minnesota Democrat was a dove on the war, the less likely they were to vote for him. Senator McCarthy received about 42% of the primary vote and, according to an analysis of the earlier survey, many of these votes came from people who were hawks on the war. The sampling of Democratic primary voters was conducted throughout New Hampshire on February 23 and 24 when 300 voters were interviewed by Oliver Key, E&Co, Inc., a public opinion survey company in Bronxville, NY. The survey was made for the National Broadcasting Company. Both NBC and the Survey One company concluded that the Democratic vote in New Hampshire was a vote of dissatisfaction with the Vietnam War but not a vote for a dovish stand. NBC said it believed the heavy vote for Senator M.C.J. McCarthy was not a vote against President Johnson's Vietnam policy but against Mr. Johnson himself. The president received about 48% of the vote in a write-in campaign. The image is more involving than the issue. We will defend ourselves by any means necessary. 196 Revolution for the Hello Fit Everything is News. Extra quotes. Bits and pieces 197 One's bulletproof class and dot encloses Cali / at stock. The New York Stock Change last night installed night prui glastnidal prij wo panela and a visitors gate exceeding on. Exchange spole for what reasons Esm said it is the gallery was licked TFL 1938 except for AI foot rally between CRC on T work to foot. Haj places desks clerks or to Yang AE 33 opiated befx degree to opening bell, days IO2 of or from the FL and event the XY visitor tossing T1 in GS on myths have more power than reality. One night in Chicago I called David Stahl, deputy mayor. Dave, I just read that you have all these troops guarding reservoirs and water filtration plants against LSD. I guess you did see wild in the streets, huh? I'll give you 2 secrets. First, we never started that rumor and second, it can't be done. Why don't you ask your scientists? You must have some on the payroll. Stahl responded, weren't taking any chances, anyway, the troops are still out there. Probably. Sunnyvale, California. A naked youth who may have been suffering a babe left his window down. Drug reaction was shot dead as Light tried to talk to Brown. To the street after tatking a Brown thrust his sword at policeman with a sword here rake, who lumped out the Christmas earlier ruin. Another door policeman was accidentally shot. Os the Byrar incident. Vini, who was yelling at TLTE killed was Daniel Bruce at Vancrode on Tulilviri, who Brown 19, who he'd with hacked away from slot, and 5,151 parents. Mr. and Mrs. Th4 Mao Brown told author. Small town Fenra. LTL their son had taken LSI, pre-onslebni that they didn't know if he had taken lie shouted at Biosin or any before Ha sallied forth morn. Brown hagged at BBS naked, brandishing a corned with 10 award. Ulriclog his 40-inch owned. Pollen said it. E. James K. and Resard me jobs I answered shot, and as Brown kept a call a sloth freen coming he fired Lorloy or Brown's item. Not ears times. 3 Buellist hit relied up SI. Squad caught window brown, felling slot. 0 and 4 bullet when the nude brown whitened the front of their car, verb ida ond. When a third firer. Lee Lion with Sin Gun Shoruf SND. GW Rake, arrived. Brim saw T4 Alv Lonel got out of their teentered and he owned div cars and began to close in on a barged. Brown on foot. Unlike Brine and MSLVLNL, Brown then yearnriddle to Mel. Swordsman to stop, J. Brown stom bled backward ever a promise I. I place P. Selt Lokeo Malvin I tired a warning hit Brim in the side. Brown wu dead on Arliot at a hospital, Salai degree BTFTR was reported in good kindi. Malvio's sword wound was revelatone 0 the Hofit degree W, underscore 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 4 Rs law 4 naked, sword waving at TRFOLLT Belvoir. Virginia, October our youth shot by police control tactics and equipped him netting Manrioloville. USA. A mock-up of a city IASIS swept by disorder. While about 3,000 persons observed from bleachers, a Fayetteville rook made up of soldiers dressed as hippies are set fire to buildings. Overrode 2 cars and looted stores. Then, with bayonets find. Troops WSAC black rubber gas masks arrived on the scene and controlled the knob with tear gas and so it has come to this. Extra quotes, sits a pieces 199 in passing, class coffins Atlanta on the Lower East Side. VE spend most of our time in a bed we built 7 feet off the floor. There are no ratings on the bed. Our love is strong enough to keep us suspended even if the bed collapsed. Love is doing what you want to do, it's not all that give and take horseshit we were taught to believe. Anita has a master's in psychology, once she entered Dorian Gray into a mental hospital. Now she spends most of her time stringing beads. I felt in love with her when she told me she didn't want to do anything. She is a true dropout, a dropout that could have made it, and made it big in the other world. Thursday afternoon in Chicago, Ron, Anita, and I walked along Michigan Avenue in front of the Conrad Hitler Hotel. I said I was going to march to the amphitheater. Anita, who would rather sleep than march, said she was going back to the apartment. We kissed and parted. Ron came with me, reluctantly though, he didn't want to go on the march. He criticized me for not having more regard for Anita's feelings. Ron, I said, the reason you and I are just friends and Anita and I are in love, is that Anita and I both do what we ego tripping 205 want. I think he finally understood because he left me and I didn't see him again that day. Degree pool hustling and bragging. I've done a lot of things in my time, but it's funny, I always used to get to be second best. That is, I'd keep challenging people better than me until I met someone I knew I couldn't beat, then I'd switch to something else. The switching helped me learn an awful lot about a lot of things. At 11 I could deal off the bottom of the deck in poker, by 13 I didn't have to, I was so good. I have beaten everyone I played in gin rummy. For a few years I used to pite the horses every day and I still occasionally glance at the Morning Telegraph, one of the best papers in America. I've been in 6-day crap games, where you develop a certain pacing that helps in situations like Chicago. I tossed in Las Vegas, though. Gambling for high stakes, free and loose, taught me that money is only a prop, only a stake in the game. I guess ATI diggers are gamblers. At 15 I learned how to steal cars. I have always been good at shoplifting. At 17 I got thrown out of high school for hitting a teacher and got stabbed in the leg in a gang fight. It was sort of weird, being a nice Jewish boy and degree. This is the only section of the book I am dissatisfied with. I am tempted to discard it, but I won't. Love is the one thing easiest to do and the neost difficult to talk about. Few readers can understand the difficulties of being married to a revolutionist. Anita is a rare one indeed. 206 revolution for the hell of it all. Then I went to prep school and later Brandeis and Berkeley, where I think I got a master's in psychology. At least I got the credits to become a state psychologist in Massachusetts. I did testing and research in a mental hospital for 2 years. I experienced a bum marriage which produced 2 beautiful kids. I am a natural cook, which means I don't use a measuring cup. I have been a drug salesman, ghetto organizer, campaign coordinator, SNCC field worker, movie theater manager, grinder in an airplane factory, camp counselor, cook. I came to New York to start Liberty House in the West Village, which I designed, hustled the bread for, painted, and got sore fingers banging in the nails. I worked there 7 days a week for $40. I was always better at games than working. I was a Duncan yo-yo champion. My parents' house is cluttered with trophies from bowling, tennis, ping pong, and auto car racing. I was captain of the tennis team in Kodalj, member of the wrestling team, and a member of a modern dance class. I played halfback on the junior varsity football team at Worcester Academy, and at 135 pounds that was an accomplishment. I broke my arm in 1 game. I did the Mississippi and Georgia tour of duty. I can roller skate fantastically as well as dance and fuck like no one I've ever met. I am good at golf, chess, bridge, basketball, and baseball. I have burned my draft card. I can pitch very good softball and play third base well. Last year in Newark I played tackle football with some black guys without any equipment and knew I ego tripping 207 was a hot shit. I can do all sorts of somersaults and acrobatic things, no party tricks galore, and can hypnotize almost anyone. I have run with the bulls in Pamplona. I wear out 6 pairs of heels on my boots each year. I can ride a motorcycle. I never sit still, and contrary to rumor don't use speed. I run on piss and vinegar. This is my form of meditation. I studied French for about 7 years, including 3 weeks at the Institut d'études français, and I can speak practically none at ATT. I took music lessons on a variety of instruments each for about a week and can't play a one. The group Image used to let me get up on stage and sing with Sheila Shelby, but now they want to make money. The Doors are my favorite rock group. They are the only group I can sit and listen to, the rest require dancing. I get bored at concerts and plays, and only movies keep me totally absorbed. Some movies like Viking Queen, Rosemary's Baby, 2001, The Prophecy, Wild in the Streets, Battle of Algiers I find fantastically compelling. I walked out of La Chinoise and in general find American movies better than foreign ones except for Fellini. I have been disappointed with Truffaut and Bergman lately. I love going to movies at the St. Mark's Theatre, where you can see 2 for 70 cents and yell, hiss, and get stoned on inhaling. There are so many people turning on. Bob Dylan and the Beatles are so great I hesitate to even mention them. I don't care for Joan Baez. One of my favorite groups is called the Lower East Side. They are led by Dave Peel and sing in the streets for free. I have what psychologists call eidetic imagery and an IQ of 78, resulting from over 70 LSD trips. I love Marvel Comics and Moxie is my favorite drink, but unfortunately you can get it only in Massachusetts. That ain't half of it, but if I wanted to be known for anything I guess it would be for my ability to hustle pool. Hustling is a fine and delicate art. I'm one of the best there is. That doesn't mean I'm necessarily one of the best pool players. There are thousands of better players than me. A pool hustler is a guy who plays only people he can beat. I was very young. 208 Revolution fit when I began hanging around Puihatas. I used to bowl a tot and I became fascinated by the pool hall scene in the back of most bowling alleys, the old Buddha sitting around the tables, following each shot, rarely making a sound, the ritualistic dances the players made, the pool talk language, the battlefield of green felt, 16 cannonballs of multicolored ivory, and rifle butts of long straight cue sticks. I was especially impressed, of course, by super hustlers who carried their own pool sticks. In a religious ceremony that would rival the Eucharist, they would unpack and screw together the various parts of their cue sticks, powder their hands, spit in the corner, and be ready. The act of being ready in a pool game is the act of being ready in the world. After a year of solid practice, I finally earned the privilege of having a cue stick with my name on it placed in a special rack on the wall. For the next few years I practiced hustling. You know, walking into a pool hall, running a few racks fairly well, not as good as you really are. For the art of pool hustling is to be only good enough to win. When some guy comes up and says, "Hey kid, how about some 9-ball?" that's the point at which you have to know everything there is to know. Examine the way he walks, how he grabs the stick out of the rack. Estimate the cost of his shoes. Should it be money up front or can he be trusted? Do you beat him straight out or lose the first game or two? How much time has he got? Can you learn anything from him even if he's better than you? Most importantly, can he beat you? It's the knack of answering that question that makes the difference between a good hustler and a fish. It's being a good pool hustler that has kept me alive. One night in Chicago, Anita and I went into a pool hall. One of these fancy family billiard parlors with mostly lousy players and music. I shot 2 racks without missing, rat-tat-tat, like a machine gunner bouncing around the table. I made fancy show-off shots like behind the backers and one where you roll the ball down the table and then slam it into the corner. Ego-tripping 209 pocket with the cue ball. I didn't miss a trick. It was the best pool I had ever played in my entire life. How to write a book of garbage. Parts of this book I had already written over the past year. I have tried to keep them in chronological order. I wanted to include parts written before Chicago, even though they are not as good, because I wanted to show a development and to emphasize the point that for me, and I know for many others, Chicago didn't begin on August 25th. There was a good deal of editing to do and, in addition, everything about the uses of the media, hustling, and Chicago had to be written. I called Joyce, my editor, on Friday, August 30th, and said I would have the book finished by Tuesday morning. That gave me 3 days, which would be all the time I needed. I write longhand in the tradition of Hemingway and Mailer, whom I admire. I have tried talking into a tape recorder or transcribing speeches but thought it was cheating. Anita types up each section and I rarely correct a word. It flows out like poetic garbage. It is written on the run. Even as I write, the middle finger on my right hand aching with pain, I am hustling lawyers and bail money for the Chicago veterans, running back and forth to the free store, and listening to kids explore their problems in the kitchen. Nothing has changed. Life goes on as usual. The book is just another part of life. A kid tells a story, a trigger flashes in my head, and in goes another page of garbage. I hope there are a lot of misspellings in the book that get by fuss budget editors and proofreaders. Misspellings get the reader involved. I try to use words as images. I suggest PEOPTE get 210 Revolution for the Hello fit into, reading Benjamin Werf. Werf was a very interesting guy. An insurance investigator in Hartford, Connecticut, he made a lasting contribution to the psychology of communication. He was on assignment investigating explosions in warehouses. It seemed that truck drivers with lighted cigars were walking into empty warehouses that contained gases and setting off explosions. Boom. Werf started contemplating the word empty and realized that we associate empty with harmless. He developed a theory called the Werf hypothesis, which states that language shapes our environment. I forget the name of his book, but it is worth looking up. I have only glanced at the contract, have no lawyer and no agent. I still believe in the power of a handshake. I've kept my name off the book as well as off the system for a variety of reasons. One is that I would like people to use the books as props to help them hustle. That is, say they wrote them. I've done that when I want a free meal or to meet someone. Maybe I left it off because I'm on the biggest ego trip of them all. Maybe I'm for real? The profits of the book that are my share will be taken out in free books and distributed by the free store for nothing at 14 Cooper Square, New York City. If you paid money for the book, you got screwed. We want to take the pig on tour with the rocklight, rabble-rousing, socket to Humphrey caravan. We want to tour Europe and end up at the inauguration next January. We are currently entering a $100 million lawsuit against Mayor Daley and the city of Chicago, and Bill Kunstler, the best movement lawyer, thinks we have a chance to win. If we did, I would like us to rent the International Amphitheater and have a huge rally for the pig, inviting all the veterans back. I would also like to see us offer $10,000 to every cop in Chicago who agreed to quit the police force. That would leave about $5,000 or so, just about enough to set Jim Morrison up in an underground laboratory here in New York so he could continue producing that fantastic honey. I have never had such powerful dope. He was the real hero of the Battle of Chicago. Ego tripping 211. I get by with a little help from my friends thanks to Marty, Susan, Jason, Sarah, Ginsberg, Paul, Ed, Tuli, Jerry, Nancy, Keith, Stu, Peter, Rabbit, Emmett, Peter, Che, Dylan, Sandy, John, Kathy, Morning, Dove, Ho Chi Minh, John and Florence, Jack and Phyllis, Sheila, Ami, Andrew, Don, Gary, Ellen, Danny, Alan, Lennox, Marshall, Ray, Phil, Carol, Toby, Colleen, Julius, Anita, Fred, Robin, Sharon, The Resistance, Dick, Daly, Running Water, Frankie, Spade, Captain Fink, the Motherfuckers, Tom and Rennie, LBJ, Jim Morrison and his honey, Abe, Moslow, Peter and Kate, Manny, Ira, Mario, Marty's mother, Ernie, Kovacs, Jim and Pat, Bob and Bridget, Jacques, Saul, Lynn, Artaud, Billy, Tom, Greg, Haskell, the Blackstone Rangers, Free City, San Francisco, Leah and Alan, Chino, Rap, Paula, Joyce, Lenny, Bruce, the Freedom School Kids from Macomb, Mississippi, Father Gilgun, Leary, Southie, Brad, Mark, Harvey, the Headhunters, Motorcycle Club, Abe, Herbie, Ron, the Beatles, Hump, George, Me, Teskey, Marat, the Baskins, Mickey, Jim Pearsall, Chairman, Mouse, Steve, Vito, Carlos, Malcolm X, Diana, Bucky, Judy, Iron, Mike, Stoughton. 212 Evolution for the Hello Fitland, Judge Lynch, Pig, Lynsky, John Walrus, A.L. Hugh Kessie, Frankie Abbott, Officer Henley and his Gold Bullet, the Diggers, Max W.C. Fields, Pig, the Other, Jim Morrison, McLuhan, Stokely, Charlie, Mitch, Aaron, Gloria, Eric and his Megaphone, the Black Panthers, Hal, Marcusa, Sandy and Evening Fire, Barry, Jimmy, Breslin, Larry Merchant, Tom and Leslie, Dave, Motorcycle, Richie, Artie, Cousin, Clyde, Lee, Abbie, Wren, the Lower East Side Singers, Randy, Valerie and Andy, Mendy, LNS, Bonnie and Clyde, Today, Norman Mailer, Jesus, Home Juice, MC5, Country Joe, Super Joel, Marvin and Barbara, Jesse, Morris, Doris, Fanny, Lou Hamer, Huey, Phil, Diane Eldridge and Bunny, Trusha, Wolf, Tokyo Rose, Yassarian, Siddhartha, Mao, Sergeant Sunshine, the listeners of WBAI-FM's Radio Unnameable J. Edgar Frico, the Grouchy Waiters from B&H Luncheonette, Rudy Cleveworth, General GIAP, Albert Parker, Ivanhoe Schwerner, Goodman and Cheney, and to Don McNeil, who didn't live to make it to Chicago, and Dean Johnson, who gave his life there, and finally to Esther from Shacks on 2nd Avenue, who gave me some free cheese yesterday when the boss wasn't looking. It sure is a hell of a conspiracy. 11 Epilogue. Epilogue, Life Among the Dinosaurs 215 Tuesday, September 17, 1968, was one hell of a day. I returned to Chicago with my attorney, Jerry Lefcourt, to stand trial for the infamous four-letter word on my forehead. I wanted to clear this matter up because I expected trouble at customs when I attempted to leave to go to Prague. As we stepped off the airplane at O'Hare Airport, we were met by 6 of Chicago's finest. I was immediately handcuffed and arrested on a charge of jumping bail, even though it was obvious to everyone I had only come back to Chicago to appear in court that afternoon. I was questioned in a special room in the airport, and when asked to empty my pockets, I produced a penknife I had purchased the day before in New York. It is a knife that is legal in every state of the Union. The cops couldn't figure out how to open it, so dubbed it a swittle, laid. After I was taken to court to stand trial for the word and to be arraigned on bail jumping charges, I was again arrested by the Chicago police for carrying a concealed weapon. When bail was produced on this charge, I was then arrested by the FBI and charged with crimes aboard an aircraft. The FBI is the only agency in the country that arrests you and makes it seem like they are doing you a favor. The dialogue went something like this: "By, you are now being placed under arrest for crimes aboard an aircraft." Me, are you kidding? All I did was goose the stewardess. What crimes? FBI, our instructions are to tell you only that. We must warn you that anything you say may be used against you. We'll just settle this before the U.S. Commissioner, it won't take long. We are sorry to inconvenience you this way. Me, can I call my wife and tell her I'll be home late from work? FBI, yes, we think that is certainly a most reasonable request. In the car, driving to the federal building, they asked if I used any aliases. I gave them enough for 3 sheets of paper. 216 Hevolution for the Hello Fit. They recorded them all diligently, including Casey Stengall, George Metesky, Spiro Agnew, and Muriel Humphrey. Lo and behold, the commissioner wasn't home and it was into the jail for the night. Chicago City jails, by the way, have the worst food of any jails I have ever been in. That morning I appeared before a U.S. commissioner who looked like the guy who played the telephone booth in The President's Analyst. The crimes aboard an aircraft revolved around a mysterious penknife and the judge was very serious. Here is some of the dialogue. Commissioner, when you came to Chicago you said you were unemployed. Me, well, thanks to the Chicago police, I've become a very successful writer. I just finished a book about Chicago, a children's book, and I'm working on a movie. I made $10,000 this week, but I plan to burn it all. Commissioner, have you ever been arrested? Me, I've been arrested over 20 times, but I've never been convicted. There are a lot of cops breaking the law in this country. Commissioner, have you ever jumped bail? Me, only once, in Mississippi, but it was under unusual circumstances. Commissioner, what were they? Me, the Ku Klux Klan was organizing a lynching party and my attorney thought it wise if I blew town. Commissioner, does the district attorney demand bail? N.A., the people ask $1,500 bail, Your Honor. Commissioner, I think I'll make that $2,500 and you are confined to Chicago and the Federal District of Manhattan. Me, can I go to Prague? Commissioner, no. Me, well, if you think the US government can handle the Czechoslovakian mess better than the Yippies, you can have. Epiing, Life Among the Dinosaurs 217. That one. Can I go to Massachusetts to visit my mother? Commissioner, no. Me, can I go above 14th Street? Commissioner, yes, but you cannot leave Manhattan except to return to Chicago. Me, I want you to know that one accuse you and the federal government of committing an unjust act of revenge. I turned around and walked out of the courtroom. Much to my surprise, the commissioner did nothing. It had been some day. I had been fingerprinted no less than 17 times and spelled most of the time in various sets of handcuffs. As I was sitting in the airplane waiting to fly back to New York, the pilot made an announcement that the flight would be delayed FLTU minutes. 5 men entered the airplane. 4, I recognized as members of the Chicago Intelligence Division that had been following me throughout the convention. The other identified himself as a U.S. Marshal. He handed me a piece of paper which began, "Greetings, you are hereby commanded to appear before the House Un-American Activities Committee." It was like receiving a high school diploma. The time since Chicago has been filled with persistent government harassment. On 3 occasions a phony Brinks truck has stopped outside our free store on the Lower East Side, a panel opens up and a camera begins taking photographs. I have been visited no less than 5 times by FBI agents, twice by Justice Department officials and once by the Internal Revenue Service. On Tuesday, October 2, 1068, we appeared before HUAC. Jerry wore a one-man, world conspiracy, guerrilla costume complete with toy M16 and live ammunition. I went as an Indian with feathers, hunting knife, and a bullwhip. I also carried an electric yo-yo and dazzled the committee with tricks like, around the capitalist world, split the Southern cracker, and burning down the town. On the first day, the 218 Hevolution for the Hello Fit hearing was very dull. HUAC missed Joe Poole and at one point I suggested we have 5 minutes of silence in his memory. When the committee refused, I accused them of being soft in communism. I persisted in asking permission to go to the bathroom and pointing out to the committee the different people in the room who were carrying guns. Jerry walked around waving his gun and rattling his bells, his girlfriend Nancy was dressed as a Halloween witch and passed out incense. The committee dragged on with boring testimony trying to link us to communists, and even at one point to Lee Harvey Oswald. The acting chairman of the committee made repeated warnings against emotional outbursts. By about 3 o'clock, I was so bored I couldn't take it any longer. I asked permission to make an emotional outburst. They said not in the room, so I retired to the hail and shouted, "You're full of shit," so loud it shook the Capitol building. When the cops tried to jump me, I told them the committee requested I do it in the hall. They let me go. 30 minutes later, the lawyers who had been raising objections throughout the day stood in protest with their clients. They were hustled out by the cops, and that ended Act I. Wednesday, we broke for Yom Kippur or the World Series, and the committee carried on in closed session. They heard all about the Yippee plans to assassinate Mayor Daley and blow up a baseball diamond in Lincoln Park. A secret deal was revealed that showed we had arranged with the Headhunter Motorcycle Club to provide them with girls and dope if they would furnish us ammunition. At one point, we were accused of going to Chicago to perform magic. Thursday, I appeared in a commercially made shirt that has red and white stripes and stars on a blue background. Capitol Police arrested me for mutilating the flag and proceeded to rip the shirt off my back. Anita screamed and was arrested for felonious assault on a policeman. Anita's charges were later. Epilogue: Life Among the Dinosaurs 219 dropped. I had to spend the night in jail, and then I was detained an extra 5 hours by U.S. Marshals illegally. Of course, the terms legal and illegal are phrases lawyers throw back and forth and have nothing to do with the reality of what's happening in the judicial system in this country. The law I was arrested under would make everyone who dresses in an Uncle Sam costume and most drum majorettes criminals. The other night, I've had Phyllis Diller perform on national television in a miniskirt that looked more like an American flag than the shirt I wore. The hearings were adjourned to Thursday, and we were ordered to return December 2, 1968 to begin our testimony. I plan to reveal everything. But I must warn the committee that there will be a continuing language barrier. I requested permission to bring an interpreter to the October hearings, but permission was denied. I brought her anyway, but it was still difficult to understand them. They spoke of Marx and I thought they meant Groucho. My interpreter said, "No, they mean Karl Marx." They spoke of Lenin and I thought they meant John Lennon of the Beatles. My interpreter said, "No, they mean the guy without a first name." It was all getting very confusing, but what's to be expected when chromosome damage meets the dinosaurs? One thing I will state, however, before I even testify, is that I am not now, nor have I ever been, a member of the House Un-American Activities Committee. 220 Revolution for the hell of it. 12 This part is absolutely free. This part is absolutely free. 223 Review of Fuck the System Epic TIWSYSTM is the most interesting book I've read this year. It also happens to be the only one. That's probably because most books deal with issues, and issues are not relevant to my revolution. What we need is information that helps us solve problems. Where do I get food when I'm hungry? How can I sneak into the movies? What do I do when I get busted? How do I spot the clap? \v here. Can I get an abortion? How can I make a Molotov cocktail? The politics of the book speaks for itself. No long essay on the evils of corporate liberalism. Capitalism is never mentioned, yet the book implies a system in which private ownership is abolished. It hints at something beyond communism. Communism is the correct alternative to capitalism if one finds oneself in the midst of an industrial revolution. It makes sense to join the workers together, establish a concept of national trade unionism, and fight the tyrannical bosses if the economics of the system fit. Those radicals that dream of taking to the streets and a week later having a national general strike in France are stoned out of their minds. The truth of the matter is that most workers in America have a good deal materialistically. Secondly, the struggle between the working class and the bosses in traditional Marxist economy theory is built on a premise of security. With the introduction of cybernation into industry, we have a glimpse of economic theory built on a premise of abundance. The details of Kyokultan economic theory remain to be worked out, but the means of reaching a free society are not that difficult. A good many people will have to change their ideas on competition versus cooperation. 224 Revolution for the Hello Fit work versus play, postponement of pleasure versus instant gratification. It is also obvious that a lot of fat cats living high off the hog are going to have to get their asses kicked. But above all this, more people have to begin to live the revolution and to live it now. George Metesky does Jew.ct that. 7 years ago George was just a lonely guy working for Con Edison. He had worked 15 years in the accounting department doing stamp and file work 9 to 5, 5 days a week. One day he got fed up and started returning customers' checks with a small note saying they had already paid the bill. Con Edison found out, admitted, fired George Onell for George taking revenge on the property system. For 6 months George left 3-inch pipe gunpowder bombs in various buildings around New York. Most of them never really went off, but the whole city was scared slightless every time Meek Georgie went into high.c backroom laborator to still more charting. The credit lust as the bus is leaving free subwhat rides, get a dark green card and trash it quickly as you go through the exit gate. Always test the swing bars in the turnstile before you put in the token. Someone during the day was sure to drop an extra token 341100302. The phone number should end in 00 since most in and a tree turn is just waiting br the tierst or to take. Large corporations have numbers that end that way. The advantage of it? By far the most neato method is the use ot German tennigs, Danish or on Mozambique 10 centavos pieces. These fit most turnstiles except the newest Iconi anneal token to use in case the FNI he doesn't want. These foreign coins come bun on 5 to a penny. Large amounts must be purchased outside New Tonk City. Most dealers will NVT sell you large amounts since the transit authority has been pressuring them. Try telling dealers you want them to make a wellney. An interesting coin is the 5 or RFRWM Iceland. This is the same size method has not been held tested. The host form of free transportation is hitchhiking. This is so novel in New Tonk that it all works. CRVSSTWWN41 Freenone calls a number 14 Bnas washer with a small piece of scotch tape via one side of the hole will work in old style phones. LAFSO parking meliors, laundry card BIL works on long distance calls. Code Leller LXI 1968 is I, then a phone number and the a 3-digit district number, a distort number, as well as the PHNNE number. Can he made up by using any 3 numbers for abnull 051 to 735. Example, 1.573,2168421 or 1 to 637. People that you call often get weird phone calls from the company but not much else. There are also legitimate credit card numbers available. One recent number he longed to Steve McQueen a phone bill of $50,000 was naked up in 1 month. McCowan, of course, was not held responsible. Free money panhandling nets some people up to 2010. This part is absolutely free, $231 a day. The best places are Shred AEE in the Freeland White to Gene Revolution Do School OT Fetties and the Thea T District off Scenes Square, both living Feeland. Mayland. Ton their T newspaper with best and the Everin or Weekends Uptown Guys with dates news about Euroland available in the United States and are the best touch especially they are lust leaving some the POGSOT vashest rural communities. The best avail good more like guess who's coming to denote the Abelfie land is Enkiata. You can get a fee listing professional panhandles don't waste their time or the by whiting to the department OT land and foests pan Lower East Side except on weekends when the to Eastsley emerged building. Quebec City, Canada also right to the come out geographical bench, Department OT Mines and Technical Device ASTE Thea T Act on Coop it can be anything Suavies, PLI emerged buildings, Quebec City. Canada. Lintium a very dance to a true peace bard or a poety buios, do communications keep. 2630, Point Grey Road reading people give a lot more dough and the whole at. Vancouver 8. British Columbia, Canada. Well, give you the Miss Fiend sings a little smile. Panhandle at the Equfories best on Tonmatier or setting up a community and Canada and nunneries on the side of every Catholic church con nary to rumor the brother and sister freeloaders in black ***** live yani well and will always share something with a Siba panhandler at Unil Bwant to live faux get some nerds to also see previous sections or the use of Torin coins gather and seize a building at Columbia University. 116th**** Street and Broadway the cops come free, as do blue free boers and records at you raven address you ribbon committees with funny long names. Car get all kinds of books and records fiam clubs on introductory ovens since the cards you mail back ace not **** sign there is Rio legal way you car be held responsible although you get all sorts of threatening mail, which buy free buffalo in order to keep the heats at a con the way. Also comes treatyable level the government will give you a real live buffalo if you can guarantee shipping expenses and aid you can always use the public libraries the main branch quake grading area. Wheat to the uddis of information. DC is on Pith Avenue and 42nd Street Thien Ace 168 Niches Piedmont Ot Thildio. Washington. DC all of in the city call 65.4260 ton Tonmatier and a schedule of FNI exerts **** Medicaid Senti. 330 Wessie Street 594, 3050 Medicaid is a very good deal if you can quality poems are teen ace you a poem on ace you a poz. I can stand a iltal net tape according to the new law you have to be under 21 or over 65 years oth **** and have a low income $2900 or less it you are single, to quality. It takes about a month to process IQ apple free gas it you have ACOC and read some gas late cation, but it you get a canned you ace entitled to tree at right you car get a gaber and then some by emptying hospital and dental services. Private facilities, dugs, and the hoses fiam the pumps into yuk tank there is always many oihek medical advantages. A faint amount of surplus gas left when the pumps AIE shut ambulance service call 440.1234 you get a cop ECOT charge with this service. There is no way to get an 1112. 232 revolution for the HelloFit ambulance without a cop in New York emergency doctor DR 9 to 1000. Emergency dentist U8 to 6110 nearby hospitals Gouverneur Clinic, 9 Gouverneur Slip, 227-3000. St. Vincent Hospital, 7th Abbie and West 11th St. 620.1234 Relevue Hospital, 1st Avenue and 27th Street, 679.54A7 on the above medical services you have to pay but you can file the bill or send it to the National Digger Clients Center in Washington, D.C. They will pay one or you. The Washington Heights Health Center 168 TH Street £550 East Side Service Regalization, 341 East 10th SI, and Broadway. Provides tree chest 0 nays as well as other services. You can get a tree small vaccirashier here at 10 a.m. weekdays at your traveling abroad. Call WA dial Doanonstrat EOE 924-6315 to find out about anti-war 7 to 6300 for information. Send special sexier or clap IR this booklet for information or AD treatment. Free 000 GS in the area along Certinal Park West in the 70s and 80s are located many doctors at FISAs daily they throw out piles OT drug samples at you crow what your lukirg br search this area. Free security for this trick you rent some mori to begin with. Deposit it in a bank and return IR 2 weeks telling them you lost your bank book. They give you a can to till out and sign and in a week you will receive another. Now, withdraw your money, leaving you with your original money and a bank book showing a balance. You car use this as either litigatier, to prevent vagrancy busts traveling. As collateral ton bail, on ton opening a charge EE account at Free Birth Control Information and Devices Clergy Consult Ally on Abortion, call 477-0034 and you will get a recorded announcement giving you the names OT clergymen who you can call and get birth control information 13 including abortion cont ACLS. Parcels Aid Society, 130 Main Street, Hempstead, Long Island, 15161 538 2626, provides by far the most complete birth control information. Pills are provided as well as diaphragms. Referrals are made to doctors willing to perform abortions despite their illegality because of medieval, menopausal politicians. Call them for an appointment before you go out there. They are about to establish an ORICE or the Lower East Side. Free information tipple, Youth Latina Shinaf Party, 32 Onion Square East 982-5090. 533-5930 Rallies and demonstrations. Dial a satellite DR3-0404 to hot out schedules of satellites. Nervous can be dialed to IHE Lime. Wetner Deport We 6 to 1212. Dial Sprayer CL 6 to 4200. God is a long distance call. If you want someone to talk you out OL lumping out of a window, call in 2 to 3322. You have nothing to do on a few minutes, call the Pentagon ICLCL and ask for Colonel John Masters 01 the Intercommunication Center. Ask him how the one's going. 12,021 to 6,700. You want the latest news information, you can call the wire services. AP is FL7 to 1312 or UPI is MO2-0400. Liberation News Service at 3064 or Vadway and 121st Street will give you up to the minute coverage of movement news, both national and local, as well as a Morn 14. This part is absolutely free. 23 Ushiate picture of what's going on. Call 855-1350. By two-way, what is going on? The East Village Other Otis at 105 2nd AOEOUO and 6th Street 228-0640 might be able to answer sorry of your questions. The Rail Hughes Information Bureau 220 East 42nd Street. Mu 2 to 1234, will try to answer any question you put to Tyram unless it's why do we need the daily news. The Hugh Tier Times Received Bureau 279 West 43rd Street. LA 4.1600 will Nessa Arch News questions that pertain to the past 3 months at Ubaleo. There was a past 3 months ***** free lessons in Oriety OT skills such as plumbing, electricity, Luwali making, construction and woodworking are provided by the Mechanics Institute, 20 West 44th Street. Call Oregon, write them well in Adoe's TOA schedule and you must sign up early to lessors as they try to maintain small courses. Mu 7 to 4279. ****** Ron Rosen at 68 Thompson Street will glue you Lire karate lessons he considers you in the moment. ***** Free toga lessons Yoga Institute 50 East 01 St Street B 50126. Call in advance to lecture schedule. You might be asked to do some Uwuluntoni kitchen yoga. Alter the * free rent. There are many abandoned buildings that are still habitable, especially someone with electrical skills who, with a minimum OT effort, can supply you with tree electricity. You can be busted to criminal trespassing, but many people are getting away with it. You are already in an apartment. EOI sheer proceedings 55 in New York take about 6 months. Or you don't pay UCAO sleep 3 the parks during the day or right Ikuko sleeps I the routes which are tierly sated countertable at you car tied a shady spot. The 10 gets owery hot when the sun comes out. Make needs with someone in the building, then at the cops or landlord or other residents glue you a problem. You can say you are staying with someone to the building. Stay out OT hallways. Don't sleep on streets, on stoops, on in the parks at right ***** free beaches Corey Island Beach. If you promise to tacker your cloth he's it's deferredly free. If you ball or HR dance floor, you get a season's pass Fillmore East 105 2nd floor. If you lie in IR the 0 centimeters east side you car generally get into the Fillmore East after the show has started. If there Aries eats lust go up to the door oith the half of Deansert Stony UNR oith the diggers or Yvonne Somthurgwiln Renally Monk ***. There are various free festivals put on in Central Park. Vicar call the Sinai Paths Department's ton a schedule at 734-1000 Washington Square in the West Village is Alois Iamberg on Sorday. Check out the Banana Surgeons either here or on St. Mark's Place. Kopakanu in Wulunts on a tambourine and join the Bard ***** Free Museums Metropolitan Museum 5th Down Run and 82nd Street 18. This part is absolutely free. 235 Prick Museum I East 70th Street. Great when you any stoned. Just Mondays. The Cloisters weekdays 10 a.m. to 5 p.m., sway days 1 p.m. to 6 p.m. Take IND 8th Avenue Express to 190th Street Station Eadwatka few blocks. The number 4 5th Avenue bus also goes all the way up and it's a plus-seat ride, one of the best trip to sees i.e. town i.e. medieval setting. Brooklyn Museum Eastern Parkway and Washington Avenue. Egyptian stuff best in the world outside of Egypt. Take IBT Broadway Lyrae Express train to Brooklyn Museum of the American Indian Broadway at 155th Street. The largest Indian museum in the world. Open 1. East 23rd Street and Asser Levy Place A, indoor and outdoor pools, plus gymnasium local to 157th Street Station. Museum of Natural History Sentinel Park West and 79th Street Great Dinosaurs and other stuff. Weekdays 10:05 p.m. Sunday 1-5 p.m. The Hispanic Society of America Broadway between 15th and 156th Streets. The best Spanish art collection in the city. Asia House Gallery 112 East 64th Street. And objects the U.S. great collection of animals in natural settings if T. Truer the Fan East Marine Museum of the Tiemans Church 25 South Street. All kinds of model ships and sea stuff. Chase Manhattan Bank Museum of Money 1256 6th Botanical Gardens 1000 Washington Avenue, Brooklyn. Avenue. Free people consider property as theft and negard another peaceful trip center. This and the Cloisters best in all banks, especially Chase Manhattan ones, as museums. The Staten Island Pier not tni, but a nickel each way br a live mile ocean voyage around the southern tip OT Manhattan is worth it. Take IRT Broadway line, to South Fernie, local only. Ferry leaves every halt hour day and night. Free cricket matches at Beth Van Cortlandt Park in the BR Oru and Walker Park or Staten Island every Sunday. 67th Street, will give you free copies of Grarma, the Cuban Ataroon Get Schedule Team British Travel Association, 43 West 61st Street. At Walker Park tree tea and crumpets in am served during intermission. ***** free poetry. Lectures, etc. The best advice here is to see the Bach page OT the Village Voice Totri even as that week. Thien and Ravignetti of talks given at the Free School, 20 East 14th Street. Call 675.7424 ton information for tree brochures about Tree cultural events in Hanyang. Go to Cultural Erzruideser Center, 14A West 57th Street ***** free swimming pools 2A3 Canmeyers neat indoor and outdoor pools P. US Gymnasium. Bring your own swimsuit and towel. 35C admission at certain times. Alter 1:00 p.m. at UN Oven 14 years of age. Bronx Zoo Branu and Pelham Panhuas. Largest rue in Broadway to Ibioth Street Station and Walknonth. FNEC every day but Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday when cost is 25C. NRA York it you want to get away from it all quickly. Open B:30 a.m. till dusk. Take IRT to the Brooklyn Museum Station. Free park events. All kinds of events in the parks on a free. CA 755-4100 Terrain Corded announcement of week's events ***** 2 can get TNI posters, literature, and books from the various missions to the United Nations located on the east side near the UN building. The Cuban Mission, 6 newspaper. Man and Socialism in Caja, a book by Che Guevara. And other, Renalur. Ask to MN. Imerer. 20. Free Pets ASPCA 441 East 92nd Street, and York R. Research, 140 Riverside Drive, New York, NY. He'll put Route TR6 to 7,700 dogs, cats, some birds, and other pets. Tell them you're from out of town and you want a dog and you not have to pay the $5 license fee. Have them inspect and inoculate the pet, Oh hitch they do tree of rabbit free New York WBAI.FM, 99.5 on your dial, 30 change * draft resistance advice. Many of you have problems that require draft counseling on. Maybe you have gone HWOI and rend advice. There are numerous groups that will help out. Go down to 5 Beckman Street near City Hall, and find your mate to the 111th floor. There are many anti-DNAF GRN VPS located there who will give you the night KMD of information. Call the resistance, 732.4272 ton DR*. Free clothing repairs. All Wallockstones feature a service that includes sewing or buttons, FNN shoehorns and shoelaces, mending pants pockets and linings, punches, extra holes, IR belts, and a number of other FNN services. Free cars. If you mart to travel along DISTR say the Auto Transportation Agency's area. Great deal. Lou in the yellow pages under automobile transportation and trucking. You must be of 21 and have a valid driver's license. Call them up and tell them when and where you mart to go, and they will tell you if they have a car. They give you the car and a tank of gas. You pay the rest ISO to pick up the car alone. Then get some people also mart to GN to help with Nopens S. You car make San Francisco for about $V000 in tolls and gas in tour days without pushing. Usually you have the car for longer and car make a whole $321 it. You would like to meet a real ghost, right? Hans Holier C/V New York Committee for Investigation of Paranormal. You in touch for tree * free beard every Wednesday. Some people get together and cook bread at St. Mark's Church on the Boanie, 2nd H. Veron and 10th Street * write to major corporations and tell them you bought one of their products and it doesn't work, or it skits on, it tastes bad. Most firms will send you up to a case of merchandise just to get you off their back. Try Tootsie Roll Camel Soup and cigarette compairins for starters. Also General Mills for cereals. Write to their public relations voice. Or day at the library art. A few stamps will get you tours of stuff. ****** clap and the Tasmanian pig fever clap. Syphilis art 22,236 revolution 40 hello fit you car. Get fingerprinted free and have your phone tapped out. OL2. You must look straight when you go to the at no expense by going to the FBI at 201 East 69th Street Agersea. Call LE 57700, ask for J. Hoover. Tell him you're Walter ****** East 39th Street, aux 7.2288, after midnight radio station provides airtime for free souls who need kelp on offer. If * New Tour Scenes, a magazine, has a monthly column called The Freeloader with good advice on getting Stu H. Tree. * named graph machine. Both the SO office and Yippin Hair a free mimeo machine that you car use to print poetry, criticism, your life story on anything else. 237 This part is absolutely free. Gonorrhea and Tasmanian pig fever ITPF are two diseases a UAOED of reasons. Let's factor it. The Icon's east side you can easily pick up Ton Tree on the lower east side. Is a ghetto and getting booted by a cop is common in any one, the clap, you catch, and the other, TPF, catches you. American ghetto. The following is some general basic advice. The clap comes from bawling. There are some that claim and some help on the cheat causes for bus stop and they get it from sitting or a toilet seat, but that is possible runaways, although runaways are raw technically busted only at you dig that position. Generally, using a prophylactic will prevent the spreading OT clay. It you don't use called out to handle many street demonstrations the local them and you ball a lot. Poor Charwees OT picking 0 up. Police come out of the 9th Nasinct located on 5th Street and pretty good. Syphilis usually begins with a sore which between 1st and 2nd Avenues the local cops 8 under map look like a cold sore or any other kind OT sore on pimple around your C organ. Soon tire sore disappears, arrests door here and a working knowledge of a hat to even without treatment, and is often followed by an inflammation due about the cops can be very helpful of the mouth and throat, and rashes on the body. These symptoms also disappear without any treatment. But even if these outer signs disappear the disease remains. Search Owenrent. Ask them to slip it under the door they if untreated. If it remains untreated years later, syphilis only have a right to it, and without a search warrant they can cause serious trouble such as heart disease, blindness, insanity, and paralysis. Gonorrhea is more common than syphilis. The tears sign thrown out of court. It you are arrested, geo your name of gonorrhea is a discharge from your C organ. It may you can geo a friend's address. Do not discuss any DC not be noticed in women. In men there is usually itching tales of your case oith the police demand to see your and burning of the affected areas it untreated it seri salt in permanent damage to sex glands both syphilis and lawyer see free legal aid section L. You are allude gonorrhea can be cured in a short time with proper medical pH or call and generally they OILGOU3. Call attention. The doctor's instructions must be followed to the letter if you want to shake the disease. Sometimes someone should be instructed to meet you in court at 100 Center will get a shot OT penicillin, go home and wait 3 Street on the 4th floor. Your friend can find out a hat days, and seeing no charge in his condition he will assume courtroom you will appear in for arraignment. There is the treatment is not worrying and not go back for more. Some strains ain't resistant to penicillin but will in arraignment if the charges are misdemeanors. He should other medication keep going to the clinic until the doctor be used. If the charges are felonies you might be adjudicated says no. Free treatment regardless of age is available for youth or some other agency. A good lawyer can get a bail. L.Un East Side residence at the Chelsea Hygiene Center, reduction that can save you a good deal of time at U303 9th Avenue at 27th Street. Call L.A 4.2537 ton more are hard up for bread. Bail depends on a variety of actors. Free information. You can also get tests ton a variety of other illnesses here, including hepatitis. OH is common. It can be put up in collateral, i.e. a bank book, or often and dangerous. Free cancer check UPS also geo and pay and night phone information at 2LL9-5300 * Tasmanian pig fever ISA disease common to the L.OOEI23. The TPF is the riot control squad in New York and is the direction of Lieutenant B. Fink. There are numerous new and let cops in your house that they do not have a strong reason to believe a crime is being committed on the premises. Most cases oid how to search warrant or an address. If you do not you will have bail trouble your closest friend and tell him you are arrested. He legal aid lawyer in the courtroom OHOOLIL handle the to get help from a private lawyer. Mobilization tour ranging from previous arrests to the UJ's hangover. There is a cash alternative offered which amounts to about 10 to 20% of the bail. Try and have your friend show up with at least $100 in cash for very high bail. There are the bail bondsmen in the area of the court. 24:238 Revolution for the Hello Fit House OHS Milkui the bail for a fee not to exceed 5% you or need what they team a solid citizen to sign the bad papes and perhaps put up some collateral dope dusts possession OT less than a quicter OT an ounce OT pot is considered a misdemeanor. The penalty can be up to 1 year in actuality. A conviction ton possession isuixines. The Neo-York Caux is quite lenient on this charge muse than a quicter OT an ounce is considered possession with intent to sell this along with sale is considered felonies and punishable by teams OT up to 15 years in prison. A Leo P. Hans ace in ed at uace canning when busted eat it as soon as it is cool noir sell tosamion you do not know new and make a sale with 2 other people present agents always buy with another peason or agent nazenel as a witness and you or sell to anyone lacing an indictment ion they on a sublect to peace sui and coup agents have some PD in testing disguises. Black undercover cops ace ue hate to spot. Often undercover cops wee beards and mustaches but few can tie to yumu. Have you long has long hair that takes a year to jow is not possible since agent SA switched account and anyway long hair doesn't jow in Queens undercover cops always carry a gun so look out to that noticeable bulge or a lacket being worn on a hot day. This is a new bill already passed, waiting for the governor's signature. That would upgrade the dope penalties. For example, sale of pot to a minor could get you up to life imprisonment. If this bill is passed and you ace fair selling to a minor, pull out a gun and shoot the kid. You can only get 10.20 years for tinstini manslaughter and can be panelled in 6 years acid and other dope although against the Lorandi sea salt in busts and even less IR convictions. Coin is another thing, Of Kusel, these are too many technicalities involved in analyzing the substance. Many such as STP are not governed by the law. For this reason, they gene cali go aften the geese unless these is a mayphone production or sale involved. Runaways laws governing nunaways ace equally sidiculous peasants who look underage lunder 16 faux males. On D18 faux females, car be stopped by a cop anytime and asked to produce identification. If you ace ordage or do 25 rot have identification to PO, otherwise you can be up to the police station. These your patients OC Gurdiyar is called. If you have permission to be hes, they let you go. If rot, UA patients can pick you up there. If they don't want you, you can be sent to the youth DC Renchen house, which is a Venati bad tiap indeed. If you are a Kunaway, get fake identification and quick. People who put up Unaways a subject to assist for contributing to the delinquency for a minon. If you want to go air and read a contact on. If you want to stay a few days in a good place, call Jodson Mirtail Chunkti in Washington Squatchy. GB 7.0351. This is the finst year the Spnognam has been in effect, but the people cunning it ace cowl. If you don't wear them to call yo panants on the cops, they assume us they will not. They can harass and feed above 20 lion inung people. ***** Demonstrations a want should be said abur demonstrations demonstrations with age numbers of arrests rare. YC salt in convictions lawyers infon mus of the over 3,000 assists incessant anti-war, yippee demonstrations, etc. Res have been no convictions. This does not mean things couldn't change drastically, but these are the facts up to ***. Remember when arrest geo only ua name and adis demanda sia ekwakrant if they want to come into ua pad the university no cus for Tasmanian pig fewer is re unlotion paranids unite dope osu preferably no most dope is illegal, therefore some success always inulude in buying and selling. In the legal section we have discussed the selling problems. Now let us consider the problems involved in buying. Arrest SAN of a problem unless you ace inside and happen 10 get caught in a 8 on a maller dealy. What is a major hazard is getting bune. The usual tick is to take your dough and UST vanish, leaving you standing on the street. Another method is substituting oregano or paisley for geese. 26. This part is absolutely free. 239 cheesing tobacco as hash, and aspirin, and barbiturates as acid. A general rule is no bread up front. If you're giving an ounce or more of grass you are entitled FO sample. If hash can also be sampled. If you're considering buying a large amount of acid, buy 1 tab for a sample and fry it first. Fanoff her rule is FO buy from a known dealer or a close friend. Have you considered growing your own? Being a weed, grass is easy to grow if gets enough wafer and sun. Gef your seeds fogif her, travel cues to Jersey or Stephen Island. Find a field and plant your seeds. Draw a furrow in the ground above ½ an inch deep and plant the seeds about 2 inches apart. Cover FE seeds with soil and water FE area. Refunning every 2 weeks. FO tend your crops will be sufficient no matter how high the shoots get. The Y are smokable if dried out, but it is best to let them grow to mafurafila hen FE flowers bloom. This fakes FNI TN 4 months depending on soil conditions and sunlight with a little efflorf. You can grow kilos galore. Growing grass indoors is a big hassle, but it can be done if you can look for planting box with a light bulb or artificial growing lamp. Some hardy souls have plant-fed grass in Kinshers Park next to Gracie Mansion. 89 FH Street and East River Drive. There are also legal highs, the most famous of which is bananas. Scrap the insides of the banana peel and roast in a 200 oven for a half hour or until dark brown. Crumble the scrapings and roll in a joint or pack in a pipe. This will produce a mild pot high. Morning's glory seeds will produce a hin similar to LSD if prepared properly. Use only the white, blue, or blue-white varieties that are not coated with chemicals. If they have been coated, a good washing in alcohol will remount it. You need about 400 seeds to get you up there. Generally there are about 40 to bow in a packet. We prefer the 2-lowing method. Grind the sends in a pepper mill and stuff them into gelatin capsules that you can get in any drugstore. Another method is FO boil the seeds, strain the mislure and drink the liquid. It tastes bitter, but it's easier than the grinding method. It's an 8 to 10 hour trip. Whipped cream containers are 80% nitrous oxide or LAF27 in gas. Hold the container upright and release FE nozzle slowly as you inhale. It's really a gas, you in the whipped cream gets you high. Some people claim you can get high on cabbage centers, others claim cigarette tobacco mixed with powdered aspirins oil, do the trick a hint on grass oil fee twigs and seeds and make a uri groovy tea sort of a tt ***** bad trips. The best method for bringing a gay person down from a bad trip is calm, understanding folk by a sympathetic soul. Generally fizz works, orange juice and sugar works well, a cup of sugar fo a quart of orange ios, drink as much as you can. Niacinamide, Aduri Uaba also works. Unerd 000 mg for Uri 100 micrograms of 1.50 safe he fables you have are 100 mg. That means fen fables for each 100 micrograms of ISO. If you do not know Phe ISO dosage, assume 500 micrograms and use 50 fables of niacinamide. Too much niacinamide can hurt you. Landing time for both the orange juice sugar method and niacinamide is between 30.40 minutes. Niacinamide has better results. It is available without a prescription and is fairly cheap. You can get 1,000 tablets for a book $3. As a last resort you should call in a physician who can administer a tranquilizer, generally iharazine. Bello you should be considered a bad trip. Be careful of drugs you know nothing about. STP is onto for people who have been into acid for a time. Heroin is addictive and can be a mighty expensive habit. Amphetamine, usually called A or meth or speed, is also quite dangerous if you don't know what you are doing. Both heroin and meth are SRL as fruct 5. They ruin your appetite, often causing malnutrition. Since they are needle drugs, there is always the chance of missing a yin, which leads to a stifle arm for a few days or of contracting serum hepatitis from unsterilized needles. You can kick the habit by just refusing to take it for a few weeks or switching to a GRUI drug. Don't get hooked on any drug, whether it be heroin, school, Coca-Cola, Benzedrine, suburbia, meth, or politics. They can all rot your brain. Be adduced. 2f. 240 Revolution for the Hellofit communes. Communes can be a cheap and enjoyable way to live. They are a good tribal way to live in the city. Because they are tribes, each has a personality of its own. THRN personality depends on the people in the commune and how well they get along together. For this reason the most important pact OT setting up a commune is choosing people who is compatible. It is octal that no member of the commune has any strong objection to any other seem her. Many communes have been destroyed by INPA rivalry than any other single reason. People of interests is speed freaks seth speed freaks. Penton seth penters, and revolutionaries seth revolutionaries all should get together. Preferably the members of the commune should knows each other before they begin setting up quarters. Once there is a nucleus of 4 to 7 people that are compatible, establishing a commune is rot difficult. The first thing to do is rent an apartment. The mitral cost will probably be 2 months rent. Pont pay more. The landlord is not legally allowed to ask for more than or month's rent as security. Pont go to a rental agency unless you are enabling to pay an extra month's rent as a fee. 2 ways you can find an apartment that you don't know of or are, sock up and down every street and look for rent signs. The other is to look inside the front doors of some buildings and theoria for a saying giving the landlord's name. When you find buildings rei by one company, there is a pretty good chance that the company owns other buildings in the area. Call that company and ask it they have any vacant apartments. When you get an apartment, furnishing will be the next step. You can double your sleeping space by building loft or bunk beds. Nail 2x4s securely from ceiling to floor about 3 feet from the walls where beds are wanted. Then build a frame out of 2x4s at the height you want the beds. Make sure it is strong enough to hold the weight of people sleeper on it. Then nail a sheet of 3/4 inch plywood on the frame. Mattresses and other furniture can be gotten for free. See the section on free furniture. You can cop silverware. In how you govern your commune depends on where the members' heads are. One method which works well is the Indian Tribal Council, in which from time to time all members of the tribe it's yours think boot it. 242 Revolution for the Hellofit. This part is absolutely free. 243 Postscript. There is a rumor that the city of New York paid for the book. The rumor is true. I made a deal that I would never tell where the money came from, and it was an honest deal. I can say it is true now because there is so much garbage spread out in this book that you are still not sure. Somewhere in New York in a safe deposit box are photostatic copies of all the check transactions between the city of New York, the in-between party, and the printer. The Red Squad knows all this and would like to use the evidence against Mayor Lindsay. If I ever get killed or convicted on serious charges in New York, the photostatic copies go straight to the Dad One News. The duty of a revolutionist is to stay out of jail. ********** The Department of the Interior has received over 300 requests for free buffaloes, as well as some requests for free yippies. Free buffaloes, they now say, can be given only to tax-exempt institutions such as zoos or orphanages. As for yippies, according to their AP dispatch, they are being placed on our list of endangered species. ************* The address of Yip was printed in the Vilk voice, and we received over 3,000 requests for the book, which we honored. The address also appeared in the Daily News, and we received 8,000 requests, none of which will be honored. The Daily News called the book New York on $0 a day, which, of course, I'd ever heard of. It's always interesting to hear it referred to in the overground press because they always have to change its name. 244 Revolution for the Hello Fit. The L3OK has been reprinted in the New York Free Press, mimeographed by a Bedford-Stuyvesant school teacher, and is being translated into Spanish. It has been favorably received all over the world. We would like to do a national edition. ************** The New York State drug law referred to in the book was recently vetoed. Colonel John Masters of ICC no longer works in the Pentagon. Many of the places that give free things away have been inundated with so many requests that they have changed their policy. The reader will have to shop around. The book was intended primarily for use in New York during the summer. LNS has moved and Rappaport's has gone out of business. Not because of the free rolls, I hope. Free flying. In order to work this, you need access to the mailbox of a person who is listed in the phone hook. Let's use the name Ron Davis as an example. Have a girl call one of the airlines with a rap similar to the following: "Hello, this is Mr. Davis, secretary at Allied Chemical. He and his wife would like to fly to Chicago on Friday. Could you mail 2 tickets to his home and bill us here at Allied?" Every major corporation probably has a Ron Davis working for them. The airline company doesn't bother checking anyway. Order your tickets 2 days before you wish to travel. Have a good flight. If you're nervous about using that trick, always remember to try Youth Fair. If it wasn't for Youth Fair, there would have been no Chicago. Thank you TWA for joining the conspiracy. We gave away 15,000 copies of Fuck the System free. I can always tell a communist because he's the one with the plan for us to make money on the book. This part is absolutely free. 245 The Yip office was closed a week before we left for Chicago. They used to chase guys like him around with butterfly nets, now they use television cameras. Agnew, Nixon, Mitchell, and company are more determined than ever to see that the festival of life never happens on the planet Earth. The toy gun on the cover has become a real gun. An armed struggle is not only inevitable, it is happening, and the yippies are part of that. This book was written with treason in my heart. It was written with the knowledge that the institutions and values of imperialism, racism, capitalism, and the Protestant ethic do not allow young people to experience authentic liberation. And finally, make no mistake about it, it was written with the hope of destroying America. Yippee! Published by Pocket Books, printed in USA.